1 week ago, the anglers of the Bassmaster Elite Series began their New York swing.
Woo-hoo.
Prized Lake Ontario smallmouth.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
Yes! Yeah! Let's go!
7 pounds, 13 ounces!
And St. Lawrence River largemouth.
Yes!
Highlighted an event that culminated in battering winds and waves. Ultimately, history was made as Chris Johnston became the first ever Canadian to hoist an Elite Series trophy.
Canada has a Bassmaster Elite Series champion!
Now the focus turns east as our field sets their sights on famed Lake Champlain. 4 days, 20 bass, 1 trophy. Who will be next?
It's the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
All right, second week in a row here in what's known as bass fishing heaven, otherwise known as New York State. Great bass fishing country, and just like last week, we have got a perfect setup for you. Once again, we find ourselves on a playing field that is magnificent, that is huge, and is absolutely loaded. We cannot wait to get this first day of competition for the 4th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series underway. That's the scene at the takeoff a little over an hour ago. Plattsburgh, New York, on the west side of massive Lake Champlain. Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona. And this week we've got a different proposition. We've got the big ones. We got a place that's loaded, but it may take a little bit different sort of a maneuver to be the guy who wins.
Well, as much as this body of water is so much different than the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario that we were just at, there's a little bit of similarity when it comes down to your game plan, to your strategy in all of these events when you're on a body of water that's almost 100 miles long. Every time we come to Lake Champlain, do you hook a left and do you hang around? When I say hang around the takeoff, I say hang around within 30 miles of the takeoff, or do you make that long run down the lake? We're going to break all of that down throughout this first day of competition. But one thing to be said, Lake Champlain, one of the most beautiful and one of the best lakes on earth.
All right. Well, we're going to continue to break it down, as you say, Mark Zona. But let's get with our friend Dave Mercer, who's going to be leading the weigh-ins all through this tournament. Always does here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He's from not far away. He's got some definite thoughts about Ticonderoga, the rest of Lake Champlain, and all the options available. Dave?
Hey guys, it seems like there's no easy weeks here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. From one giant body of water last week on the St. Lawrence River to another giant body of water here this week in this monster called Lake Champlain. This bad boy's 107 miles long and at its widest point, 14 miles wide. It can get big, but it's always down to big decisions. Do I make the big run all the way down to Ticonderoga, or do I stay close to home? All the waters are open except for Canadian waters, and it all comes down to proper planning. Who takes the title this week?
There we go, Dave Mercer. Hey, let's take a look. Let's continue with our unlocking of the lake.
Exactly right. Let's take a look at Lake Champlain. That's Ticonderoga down at the bottom of the lake, and you're looking at about, call it a 70-mile run. And notoriously, if you go down to Ticonderoga, you are solely fishing for big largemouth bass. The problem with Ticonderoga this time around, low water. Generally, Ticonderoga really shines in a high water condition. The other side is, do you stay around, fill your limit of smallmouth up north around Plattsburgh to really the inland seaside of Vermont? The great thing about Lake Champlain, hands down, bar none, you're gonna take a lot of shots on goal. And if you like topwater fishing, I have a feeling this tournament could be for you.
You made a lot of people happy with that last statement right there. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios. Welcome to 7 hours, straight through 7 hours of Bassmaster Live as we bring you this 4th stop for the Bassmaster Elite Series. And of course, just like last week at St. Lawrence, this is a place not only anticipated by the fans, the fishermen just traditionally all through the years cannot wait to get to Lake Champlain.
One of the dynamics here, listen to Dave Mercer right there, and we've spent a lot of time on that lake together going to Lake Champlain. There's potential where it could get like that last day on Lake Ontario on Lake Champlain and just get violent. The one thing you do at Lake Champlain, if you're going out fishing, you walk out and you look at the flags. And looking at the forecast right now, dare I say this, it looks like Mother Nature might be nice to us all week long.
All right, keep your fingers crossed. Don't talk about that too much. Great to be with you. We got our full crew in place. We're going to bring you some terrific coverage, of course, right here with Mark Zona. And, of course, we got Mike Sucon, the Such in here. Such, what are you looking at? You're looking at the stories behind the stories. What is it this week?
Well, I'm trying to follow up on the tournament, who's catching the fish and where they're catching. But I also got my eyes peeled out. I'm going to watch this week the water for Champ, the lake monster.
Okay. Wow.
If we cite that, we're going to be in big.
You are,
all right.
Get some footage of that.
All right. A lot of people are going to watch strictly for that, so you
That's
better deliver.
No, that's
you
me.
You better deliver,
It's my
Such.
job.
Ronnie, what are you going to deliver for us today?
I'm really intrigued on last week. Largemouth were kind of an accessory. You know, everybody fished for smallmouth to win. Largemouth aren't going to get you the win. They got him third place for Brock Mosley here at Champlain. Should be more of a mixed bag, balanced event. You can win with smallmouth, you can win with largemouth, and you can win with a mixed. So I'd like to see what that balance is. 15 smallmouth, 5 largemouth, what it ends up being over 4 days.
Well, let's get out there on the border between Vermont and New York to a fellow from Minnesota who says he feels right at home right here, feels very much like he's back on a place like Mille Lacs here. Seth Feider, who's got a great record here on Lake Champlain.
Exactly right. Getting out to Seth Feider live right now. A pick on many folks' Bassmaster fantasy fishing chart.
We'll get into that a little bit later.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah.
A live update on ESPN2.
You want an update?
Yes, sir.
It's not good. The smallmouth's got small and the pike are biting. Bet you that one I lost was a bass now. Of course. This is how life works.
Well, wanted a better start. Everyone wants a fast start here. You're in fast company out here with the best in the business, and Seth Feider not happy so far.
Seems like Seth Feider was in a little bit of a mood. And Tommy, I have to bring this up. Ronnie Moore, you're one of the happiest human beings on earth. You're like the Easter Bunny, and you've been a little bit chippy like Seth Feider this morning. What is the problem? And can I ask, can we just get the wheels back on?
We're on edge.
Everybody a little bit tight.
As soon as we see some bass, I'll be happy, Z, okay? Okay,
All
so
right,
I'm getting a little happier.
You're taking a look at Seth Feider. Said he's going to start out on smallmouth, what people call the New York side, the Rouse's Point region of Lake Champlain. And that's basically about a giant 5 to 15 foot flat. The fish spawn there, live there, eat there, and generally die there. And if you notice that aerial of showing where a lot of our anglers are at, a pile of anglers fishing that giant flat on the New York side. Taking a look at Chad Pipkins from Michigan from Seth Feider's boat earlier this morning.
Chad having a great season, of course, and today he might be a part of the problem for Seth Feider. You know, that's part of the game. Competition so tight here. Now, we fully expect this thing to come down probably to a matter of ounces this week.
Every time we come to Lake Champlain, if you're in the top 10, you've got a pretty good shot generally, just because the weights, like you said, are so tight here. It's hard to run away on Lake Champlain, but really what the game plan is, what I just talked about, for a lot of the guys that we have cameras on today, is put that 16 to 18 pound limit of smallmouth in the boat and then go for the bigger largemouth on the north end of the lake.
All right, this was earlier today. The man who leads our Angler of the Year points race as it stands right now, Clark Winlet, spent a lot of time with him last week on the St. Lawrence and Lake Ontario.
Clark Winlet with a better than average size topwater fish earlier this morning.
Well, I picked up a topwater, and that one crushes it, and that's pretty good. Ah, it came off. Well, it's been a little bit of a adventure this morning. I get here, it's totally calm, start throwing topwater. Catch one right off the bat, nice one. Then I lose one, pretty nice one, 3-pounder maybe. And then I have a gigantic pike, and I mean, he kept my bait. I mean, I couldn't, I mean, it was down, I don't know what you call his throat, but it was down in the bottom of it. And that's just part of it. I mean, they're predators here too, and they're trying to feed too. And so, anyway, I let him have my bait. Now a little bit of breeze is kicked up, and I'm back to throwing a spinnerbait. You know, that topwater deal is, for me, I just think it's got to be calm, and it was calm, but now it's not. So, just gonna cover some water, and you know, this place just doesn't feel the same as it did in practice. And I really caught them good here, but may have to move around some, just go try some other places.
We don't like the topwater. We love the topwater fishing. It can be a two-edged sword.
I would have liked to have seen that pike hit that topwater. I'm not going to lie. I'm telling you, my dad is somewhere and would knock the side off of that pike right there. That thing would be fried this evening.
That was a good one right there. Unfortunately, they are biting, and they're interfering with our anglers a little bit.
Taking a look at Drew Benton. Drew Benton, one of those anglers that was torn. Should he make that run to Ticonderoga, that 70-mile run south here on Lake Champlain, choosing to play it a little bit more safe? You're looking at two anglers that are in your top 10 in the Angler of the Year standings. Clark leading it. Drew Benton, I believe, down around 7th or 8th place. And the problem that you can get into if you make that run.
They've done what smallmouth do, and they just
get into that in a second.
And I was just talking about that's the only thing I hate about smallmouth. It seemed like every time, if you're not fishing a rock pile or something that'll hold them, you have to relocate them every day. They move more than any other species, I think, especially when they're shallow. But the good news is we got all day to find them, and they're pretty easy to catch once you get in them. So.
Taking a look at Drew Benton right here, we talked about one of the problems with Ticonderoga compared to this north end, whether you're fishing the Rouse's Point side, the New York side is what a lot of anglers call it, or the Inland Sea, you're maximizing your time on the north end, and the other story of that is when you go to Ticonderoga, you're there. You've committed to that area. You've committed to that area, and if it's not playing, it's hard to do on your but the other side of the reason why people go to Ticonderoga, a lot of the bigger largemouth bags notoriously come there on days 1 and 2.
Another good smallmouth for Drew Benton right there.
Nice thing is, I think we're going to see a lot more power fishing on this New York side, at least. A lot bigger baits, faster baits, jerk baits, bladed jigs, seeing topwaters already, which drastically looks different from our Lake Ontario event.
Anyway, like I was saying, it seemed like this area of the lake had the best grass on all these flats. And anywhere you had that good tall grass, you were going to catch them. I mean, anywhere that you can see from where we're at. That or a rock shoal of some kind, they'd be on that.
Well, Drew Benton talked about, you know, getting into these smallmouth, how they're out there. And he said before this tournament started, this was earlier, Drew Benton with his 2 keepers he had earlier. He said before the tournament started, you find a bunch of those, you better catch them.
Absolutely.
You better execute on them if you want to be here on the final day.
Little bonus largemouth right there for Drew Benton. He also talked about his game plan was to sneak around that 17 pounds on the New York side of Lake Champlain up near Rouse's Point. And he said when he hit that target weight, you'd see him fish largemouth the rest of the day. But good to see. I think we're going to see a lot of that, at least in this region of the lake. Good to see a lot more power baits this time around.
I
Kinda
love
like
to
that.
watch drop shotting as much as the next guy. We had plenty of that last week.
Oh, we had a lot of that
We're up
last
to here
week.
with it. It was fun. It was a fantastic tournament. We're looking at something different, and that's what makes this a great sport. So many different ways to get the job done. Destin DeMarion on top of the leaderboard right now, a half-pound advantage over Kyle Welcher. Our leading rookie, Chad Pipkins, the Michigan angler. We just saw him for a few moments there. Austin Felix will be with Austin Felix in the boat today. That should be fun. Ditto for Seth Feider, trying to get things cranking here today. Harvey Horn, Drew Benton. And we just spent a little time with there seems to be off on the right foot. We'll take a break, and we will be right back.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
What do a taco and a taco truck have in common? Nothing. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
When I'm on the road for work or for fun, I always like to have a reliable generator around. This open frame inverter from Champion is ideal because it's lighter than a standard open frame generator and more affordable than a traditional inverter. The remote start helps me start up the generator or shut it off without having to leave my camper. It provides essential power for things like charging my boat batteries, also makes life a lot more comfortable for myself and my family.
Introducing the Bass U TV app. Get the most out of your Bass U TV subscription and learn on the go with the Bass U TV app. Unlimited access to 700 plus training videos. Multiple new releases each week, including seminars, on-water videos, live shows, interviews, and other original content. The Bass U TV app. Never stop learning.
Pre-collision system, standard, on the 2020 Tacoma, so you can go from one epic playground to the next. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is brought to you by Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Yamaha, and by Toyota.
All right, Bassmaster Live, just getting started for you on this first of 4 days of fishing at that magnificent place right there. Look at it, Plattsburgh, New York, and Lake Champlain. What a great, great fishing destination. What a great playing field for the best in the business here. We'll be with you all day. Here's the rules of the game. As we say, 4 days of fishing. We've got 85 anglers out there, full field on days 1 and 2. After day 2, we cut it down to 40 anglers who will fish as hard as they can to make it into the top 10. Those alone will fish on the final day for the championship. As always, a 5-fish limit per day, around 8 hours of fishing per day. Biggest 4-day total is going to be the champion. Very important to be a champion out here and very hard to become a champion on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Hey, we haven't had an opportunity to spend a lot of time this season so far with Florida's Jesse Tacarante, but we're going to do it today. We'll be in a boat with him all day long, and let's get out on the water with Jesse live.
Water bite this morning. And we're back out on my deeper fish. And I've caught little ones, but I haven't got anything of any size. So I got plenty of water to cover today. Just throwing a big Carolina rig around here. Well, there's some bait there. Panoptic Live, I call it the D-Liar. You can pretty much see the bait and the fish. I'm in the right area here. Wind's blowing the same, everything's blowing right. Carolina rigging a little 3-inch speed crawl. See if I can get bit. It's been a staple on this lake for me for years for the bigger bites. Just not seeing what I want to see on the graph. They were here. This is the area I had to school the big ones. The wind might have moved them a little bit. We'll find them. We will find them.
Jesse in his third year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, currently just outside the top 50 in Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, so a good showing here on Lake Champlain would do him a world of good. Jamie Hartman on the right, the native New Yorker, last year notched 2 wins in 9 events on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Got to be one of the favorites coming in here. He's a dangerous guy anywhere he goes, though.
And has won a lot of regional tournaments here. Taking a look at last season, final day of the tournament on Lake Guntersville. Big comeback from 10th place all the way up to taking the title there. But looking at Jamie Hartman here on Lake Champlain, really, this is a guy that grew up on Lake Oneida, cut his teeth, but he was known in this region on this lake. But he said it's a different Lake Champlain this time around. We're going to break that down. You'll notice a lot of our aerials, taking a look as he took the title there at Lake Guntersville, Alabama last year. You notice a lot of our aerials from there. This was right down the road on Cayuga Lake. Yet another tournament. Big comeback on days 3 and 4 for Jamie Hartman. But you could tell he was a little bit frustrated after practice here. If you look at a lot of those aerials, the water's very low on Lake Champlain, and notoriously, when that water's high, you go for largemouth, solely go for largemouth. A lot of times, that is not the case this time around. Very low from Plattsburgh all the way down to Ticonderoga, which is going to change the complex of the largemouth in this event from years past.
Absolutely nothing. It's starting slow for me. I didn't anticipate the no wind this morning, or else I'd have started on something a little different. I thought it was going to be blowing. It was blowing when we left the ramp. And then we get up here and it's slick calm, and man, it just takes them a little while to get fired up after that. It's a tough bite for me when that wind's not blowing. I mean, you can go either way with it. I don't want it to blow too hard at the same time, but you got to have something. This is getting there right now. Something just popped it. I think he got it.
Having a great season, currently 3rd in Angler of the Year points. Let's see if he's got one on here. If he pulls the trigger.
For Jamie Hartman talking about wanting wind, but not too much wind. That flat that a lot of these guys are fishing, really the Vermont border dissects that New York side from Rouse's Point to Alburg, Vermont. And we talked about it being a giant flat
Be
from
a bass and not a pike.
5 to 15 feet of water. But these fish move around in wolf packs on that exact flat that you see Drew Benton on daily. Constantly moving, and really their primary forage is perch. We were talking about it with Ron Moore during our commercial break. They live their life chasing schools
Pretty sure it is bass.
of perch.
Oh yeah, good one. Gosh, they're so mean. Come on in here. It's a little better one. See why I didn't want to play with him? Look how easy that hook would have came out.
This time of year, they're long and lean, a lot different than the smallmouth we saw last week off of Lake Ontario.
Still not even a 3-pounder. Close. Close. We'll get him.
Drew's got that one, a fairly solid largemouth, and a couple of smaller ones in the boat for a total of 4 right now. Our first look right now at Brian Schmidt. Brian Schmidt with some good history here on Lake Champlain. First angler we encounter in a boat dock situation today.
Well, we got 5. None of them I would consider fish I really want to weigh in. We got one like 3-pounder. We've missed quite a few. No idea how big they were. Really didn't have them on, you know, hooked up. But sticking with this worm. Can't really get them to eat anything else just yet. You know, starting to get some more sun. So it hopefully will confine them a little bit more. There's a lot of grass all around this marina that, you know, I think just adds to the flavor here. It just gives a little bit, you know, little more drawing power for the fish. But, you know, we're just gonna kind of play with this, see how we can make out here. We need to get a big bite, get our confidence back up that they're still here. But, I mean, we've had plenty of bites. And I just don't have them leaving to go anywhere. I mean, you got grass, you got a giant marina with shade. It's like, where would you go that's better?
Brian Schmidt, the rookie from Maryland. As we say, great history here. Won a BassPro.com Open.
Not really a rookie.
Well, not in real life.
He's not in the elites either, Tommy. Actually, there's 11 guys that are new to the elites. 9 of them are rookies. He is not, and so is John Cox, because both are almost at $1 million or more.
Not technically, money-wise,
yes, first
yeah.
year elite, and that's how we base it for rookies for the elite series is $500,000 or fewer. He is at 900 and something thousand, so almost at $1 million mark for his career.
Brian Schmidt hooked up right here.
He'll cold.
Golly, one knock slack in my line.
Not big.
Didn't get it.
2-pounder. Maybe a little bigger.
Brian Schmidt.
2.5.
Fishing in the inland sea, one of the bays that I think we're going to see a lot of this week. Drew Bent with a solid keeper right there.
Still not what we're after. Oop.
If you're just tuning into the Bassmasters, both of those fish that you saw those guys catch right there, definitely fish they do not want to take to our day one weigh-in. And that's one of the problems on Lake Champlain this time of year. Historically, a lot of our tournaments tend to go a little bit later in the summer. And these fish, a lot of these fish on this exact, call it 8-mile flat that Drew Benton's fishing right here, they just got done spawning. They are at their lightest weight of the year right now, and it's really hard to get to that 19 to 20 pounds that you can get to on these same fish a month from now after they have fed up from the summer.
Been a warmer than average spring and summer for these fish. The water temperatures are up there so that everything has been working on or before ahead of schedule. Yeah.
But they're very deceiving. A lot of these smallmouth on Champlain, they're long, and you say to yourself, well, heck, that's a 4-pounder. Then you put him on the scale, and he weighs 3 1/4, 3.5 pounds.
Jamie Hartman hooked up here.
Dang. Maniac. Come here, buddy. Come here.
Come here. He ain't even that big. He just crazy. Oh, good. I thought he was hooked a little deeper. He's not. That's good. Well, that's number 2, but number 1 kind of don't count. So I don't know what's that, 2 3/4.
They're biting.
They're biting. Jamie says it's going to take him a while because the conditions were not exactly what he was expecting or working with to start the day, but he says he'll find him. He'll get after him, and there's a keeper right there for him. Dangerous guy on this particular fishery.
Quiet and dangerous.
Oh, quiet and dangerous, and has proved it all through last season. Got a good season going here as well. Talk about a good season, back on track a little bit. How about last year's Angler of the Year, Scott Canterbury? Missed the cut uncharacteristically last week on the St. Lawrence. He says, I got to come back here. I need to catch myself 17 pounds and making the top 10, catch an 18-pound, 20-pound average. I will win this thing. So he bears watching, too. We'll try to run him down as we go through the day. Brandon Polinick, another New York champion in the mix. We take a break, and we'll be right back.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Your time on the water is precious. You return season after season to make unforgettable memories. Fight a few fish, reconnect with friends, and recenter yourself. If you count on having this time, you need an outboard you can count on to power it. That's why boaters stay with Yamaha for the long run, for life. They know reliability starts here.
Groundbreaking designs, unsurpassed quality, and unshakable confidence. Welcome to the Ranger Z500 and Z100 series. Leading the industry for over 50 years, these rigs are custom crafted and loaded with more features and advantages to deliver the ultimate ownership experience. The legendary Ranger Z series. Unleash next level performance. Mercury, go boldly.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
In the first of our 7 hours of Bassmaster Live coverage for you from Lake Champlain here, coming out of Plattsburgh, New York. On this Thursday, day number 1. Tomorrow, day number 2 of the tournament. 4 days total, but tomorrow, Friday, will be coming your way at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Taking you up to weigh-in time, which is 3 p.m., scheduled to be 3 p.m. Eastern, local time, here in the beautiful state of New York. Look at that water.
Wow,
right there.
that is
very
a different Lake Champlain. Looking at that aerial right there. What we're hearing from a lot of people, record low water this year.
Yeah.
3 or 4 feet, some people
Wow.
report. See, what does that do to our shallow fish?
It moves them. It's the best way to put
No
it.
kidding.
A lot of times when we're at Lake Champlain, but you see guys like Brandon Polinick, David Fritz, Drew Benton doing good on the smallmouth. It's going to be very curious to see what our 2019 Angler of the Year champion, Scott Canterbury, is doing, because notoriously Scott Canterbury always has some big largemouth in his limit.
Right behind him is our 2017 Angler of the Year, Brandon Polinick. Man, we have a star-studded leaderboard and a great field, full field out there all day today, all day tomorrow. Let's get back out to Jesse Tacarani. This is moments ago with Jesse.
There, dude.
See that little island over Jesse Tacarani's shoulder. A lot of tournaments have been dominated in that couple-mile stretch on smallmouth.
Yes, sir. Get up here, homie. Number one, guys. About 3 pounds, 2.5.
Slow morning so
shot
far.
Rigged up with a little Gajo spirit shad. I just caught one on a Carolina rig there. A little shallower than I expected, but these fish have relocated. That's what I'm doing, is just trying to find them again, because they were in here pretty good. And I mean, this is my first little corner that I hit near Gull Island here. I'm fixing to go to some other good stuff here I got within, 150, 200 yards of this little spot. So just very isolated rock piles that I'm fishing, that I have found over the years, and hold them. They hold the fish, period, end of story. They just hold them. All summer long, they'll hold them really, really well. But, I almost got a bird. That'd have been the best fight I've had all week. Let me try to get this well running. I want to make sure I got a lot of fresh water in there for them fish, that's all. Got to take care of our resources.
Jesse Tacarani with your AFTCO Taste the Bait.
Place. This is not my juice spot by no stretch, but I have caught a lot of fish over the years here. And it is a community well-known hole. It's not a secret or anything, but it holds some big ones. It really does.
Jesse, like most of the anglers we dropped in on this morning, doing the best to relocate them. They move around a lot. That's acknowledged fact. And these guys are good at finding them.
If I can get one. Just not seeing a lot on the meter. It's like they've relocated or moved. And I just, that's the case with smallmouth, the old, here today, gone tomorrow type of deal. But usually on these shoals, they don't leave the shoal. You just got to relocate them on the shoal. And then once you do, generally it's Katie by the door. But right now I'm just trying to find that Katie by the door, The top water, again, like I said, just didn't work out this morning very well, and never got the bite like I knew I wouldn't have a great chance in there. Like I said, it was a 50-50 deal for me there. And yesterday I had one about 6 there, and this morning I had one just come up on it, but half-heartedly. He didn't really want to eat it. And that was about it. So I didn't want to spend a whole lot of time in there trying to make something happen.
I didn't see it. That's a pike. Knocked about a foot of slack in my line. Caught plenty of them.
It's going to be one of the cool things about this event.
Not what you want to bite in your $15 jackhammer.
Very diverse when you come to Lake Champlain. You look at that 4-box right there, and really
just mangles
4 anglers doing 4 totally different things early this morning on the north end of Lake Champlain.
One thing that you mentioned, we're talking about lower water this year, and it's like people are probably wondering, well, is New York in a drought? New York's never in a drought. Like, it's not a place that's normally that dry, but that's from months ago. Lack of snow with a mild winter didn't melt off as much, what normally keeps the lake up higher, and then they've had a couple weeks of 90-degree weather.
Go and go and go, and you'd catch one, and you'd throw back in there and catch another one, or it'd have 2 or 3 with it every time. So my game plan was to smallmouth fish until we got to that 16 to 17 pound range, and then go largemouth fishing. So, and we don't have one bass in there, maybe one, that'll get me to that. I don't think I have a 3-pounder in there yet. So, but we'll get them.
Always fun to watch Drew Benton. He's not a big secret keeper. He lets us know exactly what's happening out there.
And he was one of those guys that was really torn on going down to Ticonderoga earlier this morning and last night. He just made the comment. He said, I don't want to risk it. Maybe if I get to day 3, let me get my points and, you know, cash a check and get out of here. But you will see Drew Benton somewhere in this tournament roll the dice and head down that way. The other thing is looking at a lot of our guys that are chasing smallmouth, Jesse Tekarane, Jamie Hartman, Drew Benton, you could tell that they're trying to relocate a lot of these wolf packs that they found earlier in practice. These fish move around a lot on these flats, a lot on these shoals. And you're going to see throughout this first day of competition just kind of tracking down the schools that they were on earlier in the week.
You have crawled this lake in competition.
I've spent a lot of time here.
Many years running here. And what would you start out like we see the majority of our guys start out just trying to find some smallmouth, catch them, get a limit in the boat? Is that what you would do?
Yeah, it's a safe play, but you're also, you know, if you're one of those guys that is solely targeting smallmouth bass this time of year, a month from now, I would say it's totally different. But if you're targeting smallmouth bass right now, again, they are at their lightest weight. That's why I think somewhere in this event, you're going to have a mixed bag with a better than average size. You're going to have better than average size largemouth mixed in your bag. And I think you're going to see the plug get pulled by a few of the guys that we have on camera early this morning and say, I'm done with it. I'm going largemouth fishing.
Boy, that's good, entertaining stuff. We look forward to each and every one of these guys showing us something different than they showed us last time around. Right now, though, to show us something different and clue us in on some knowledge, we turn to the screen of knowledge, and of course, it's owner and operator Ronnie Moore.
He's back. Yeah.
I wanted to set the stage for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing Day 1 at Lake Champlain. We've got 85 anglers out in competition this week, and we wanted to kind of, for those who might not know, some players that we expect to do well this week. So I asked you guys, I asked you, Tommy, I asked you, Z, Such, and then Davey and Mercer, who were at the event. A couple picks to win. Who do you think really has a good shot? And this is really reflective of Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing and the percentages. A lot of the fans agree with us, but Seth Feider, one of the, if not the highest picked angler, picked by 3 of our folks in studio as the winner this week. Mike Sukon picking Clark Windlet. He's the AOI leader. You got to think at some point he's going to be close enough to close the deal. He's been close a couple times this year. Corey Johnston, our man Dave Mercer at the venue, picked him as well as Seth Feider. Everybody kind of picked 1 or 2 guys, and that was the sentiment from him was, hey, his brother won the event last week. Chris Johnston won at St. Lawrence River. Why not Corey get the win? And then I picked Brian Schmidt. We're getting to see him on live today. Him and Feider and Windlet, we'll see them all on live. But Schmidt is one of those guys that, hey, more times than not, he's going to be in the top 20 at Champlain than he's going to be everywhere else. So he's also a winner in an open here, and he should be one to watch for sure.
All right, the anglers that the fans are pointing to. Important to know all of that as we set the table for a big tournament. We say it's probably going to come down to ounces at the end of 4 days of fishing, but we are a long way from that point right there. And Scott Canterbury, how about Scott Canterbury, last year's Angler of the Year, the leader coming into last week's tournament in Angler of the Year points, crawling back up, and he said, I'm going to come up here and I'm going to get my revenge. So we will try to run down Scott Canterbury as well. We'll take a break and be back to Lake Champlain.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new tour grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
fish, and win with Skeeter Real Money. Fish out of your Skeeter boat, win a Skeeter-approved contingency paying event, and you could add $5,000 to your winnings. Just enter, fish, and win. It's that easy. Rules and conditions apply. Visit SkeeterBoats.com and click the Real Money logo to register and learn more, or visit your local Skeeter dealer. Fish, win, get paid. Up to $5,000. Go to SkeeterBoats.com and see why now is the best time to enter, fish, and win with Skeeter Real Money.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket, Abu Garcia for life.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Getting close, unbelievably, to the first half of the season here. Fourth event of the year, 8 events in the regular season for the Bassmaster Elite Series, and what better place than Lake Champlain. Not too early to get into some of the fun stuff. We look at the top of our leaderboard as an example right there. 2 former Bassmaster Anglers of the Year on top of that leaderboard. The Hall of Famer, David Fritz, in the top 5 there as well. Drew Benton, we just saw him doing what it takes to stay in the mix right there. Brian Schmidt, who's won here before, and all the rest. 85 anglers, the full field today and tomorrow. At the end of tomorrow, you got to be in the top 40 if you want to fish on. Have a shot maybe at going on Sunday. TH Marine Weather Watch today.
Perfect.
Beautiful weather. 82, the high, 62 at night. 5 to 10 winds out of the east. Not a terrible situation out there. Pretty good deal for the fishing, I would say.
No, that's a pretty good proposition right there. Looking at the wind tomorrow also. Partly cloudy, high of 82. Northeast, 5 to 10. That is very manageable here on Lake Champlain.
Might see a little rain this afternoon around noon, northern part of the lake. Little pop-up thunderstorms.
Stuff, right?
Yeah, scattered storms.
Not a big front coming through or anything like that. That's it all bodes well for what we're going to see today.
You know, one of the strange things, though, about Lake Champlain, we actually talked about this.
Enough to eat this right now. They should be. They should be getting there.
During our St. Lawrence River event, what's different about Lake Champlain, you see a lot of the guys in the Rouse's Point area on the New York side, just north of our takeoff there in Plattsburgh, is this lake more so than any lake I have ever been to for smallmouth. When you catch a smallmouth or two on one of these wolf packs on this exact flat, okay, a lot of these fish are in 10 to 15 feet of water. What's really weird about that New York side is you'll think to yourself, okay, I had a solid day. I'm going to go right back to that area and catch them tomorrow. These smallmouth notoriously do not like you kidnapping their buddies. We said it last week in our broadcast, and I actually talked to Clark Wendelet about this a decade ago. I've never seen a place where they will totally shut down or leave after you take one of their friends to the weigh-in. It is just, it's a staple on this lake compared to other places that we go.
Is that immediate? Because, you know, on the St. Lawrence, you had the followers coming up when somebody had hooked a fish.
I don't know. But what I've seen through the years here is after you catch a 16 to 20 pound bag and think to yourself, wow, I'm going right back there tomorrow. Don't do that.
You have to find new fish every day.
You really have to find new pods. If you let them rest a little bit, maybe, but they get really wise. They get really lure shy. They'll follow a lot of your baits. and they'll trick you. And the other side of this, you know, this giant flat these guys are on, you do not want to get caught in a numbers game on this lake. If you're having fun and catching 3-pounders, you need to stop having fun and not doing that, because that's when you find yourself falling down the leaderboard.
Again, all of our anglers are telling us 16 minimum, 17 to make it to the top 10, and boy, you better be knocking on 20 per day as an average if you want to win this thing.
Every time we're here, you better be sniffing that 4-pound average mark, at least to have to be in contention to hold the trophy.
Jamie Hartman, again, the New York native who, in his 40s, decided to shed the job, shed the house.
Get a storage unit.
Get a storage unit for the possessions and just take off and join the circus, in this case, the Bassmaster Elite Series, and that's turned out to be a pretty good call.
Lived out of a storage unit for 2 years.
Yeah. Wow.
He moved, he's not far from here.
Yeah,
Down
moved to Arkansas.
Moved to Arkansas,
right
centralized. Less snow.
And Drew Benton on the left, a great story from the Florida-Georgia border originally. Great sight fisherman. Made his debut down at the St. Johns River and did very well. Got his first win back in 2018 on Lake Travis, just outside of Austin, Texas, at the Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest. A great, great performance.
How about that?
Be in the boat with Drew all day long today, kind of holding his own today, hanging in there. The top 10, would love to stay there through the end of the day. We saw those shots in the low water, particularly low water this year on Lake Champlain, and Such and Ronnie said, well, there's the snow in the mountains. We are between two giant mountain ranges here. We got the Green Mountains of Vermont on the east side of the lake, on the west side, the Adirondacks, a famous destination in New York.
One thing that's different about it, not a lot of snow melt, which helps fill the lake up. And then obviously it has natural, evaporation throughout the year that levels it out, other than the rains that might fill it up. But there's no current here, different than the St. Lawrence.
No big
The
difference.
only current is wind-driven. So today, or most days, you plan, hey, if I'm fishing one side of a gut or a bridge and the wind's blowing towards me, great. They're positioned this way. If it switches, your spot might not be good, but the other side might be better. It's things like that.
That's one of the most surprising things on Lake Champlain. The water flows from the current is from south to north. One of the things that's amazing on this lake is how much current is in it. Like, you can get in the inland sea and it'd be dead slick calm and you hook a fish out in 20 to 30 feet of water. A lot of the fish in the inland sea, it's a lot deeper, and we're going to get into the face of the inland sea throughout this tournament. But it's staggering when you hook a bass and you're fighting them and you get back on your trolling motor and look at your GPS, where you were at when you hooked that fish to where you landed it. There is a staggering amount of current. The other side about Lake Champlain is it's very clear water. When you fill your live wells and put a bass in your live well, it's very clear. But when you're on the lake, it has that dark, the bottom is very, very dark, chunk rock, slate rock. And a lot of times you'll see smallmouth tracking your lures on other destinations that we go. It's very hard to see in the water here compared to other smallmouth bodies of water that we go to.
We always look forward to our featured B&W Trailer Hitches on the line. We get some great info, and this time we're going to turn to our comrade, our coworker, Davey Hyde out there. Davey, who's spent his time on the water here on Lake Champlain through the years. Davey, I'm wondering how you decided where to go first this morning, and where are you?
Well, it's very, very tough decision of where to go first. As a fisherman, I always like to go towards Ticonderoga. I love to fish for those largemouth and love to fish shallow. Very surprising to me at takeoff. I watched just the direction of the boats. I was able to talk to a few of the fishermen, but just watching it at takeoff, a lot of them chose to go north, the Rouse's Point area, and I'm actually in the gut. I'm sure zoning, a lot of people watching know where that's at. You too probably, Tommy. But the anglers, it seems like a lot of them are playing it safe. The wind's supposed to blow more today than the next couple of days, and it's really surprised me how safe some of these guys are playing it. But, you know, you have to think about not just trying to win this event, but also trying to requalify to continue to fish in the elites, qualify for the Bassmaster Classic, Angler of the Year on the line. You know, if you have a real bad tournament, it makes it almost impossible for you to win Angler of the Year. You don't see that happen very often if somebody really stumps their toes. So a lot of guys have all those things in mind. And this is a big, big place. We were out on Lake Ontario a lot with our anglers last week. Some of them chose to stay in the river. But everyone knows, and you think, the Great Lakes, but this place is absolutely huge. 14 miles wide, over 100 miles long, and not many guys chose to go towards Ticonderoga. I think a lot of the guys have already went to Plan B this morning. The smallmouth on this lake in particular will just leave you high and dry. You'll have a good practice, maybe I think like Clark had a real good day the day before yesterday. You don't want to beat those fish up. You go back today and cannot find where those fish went to. They move, you know, in a big, big way right here, and it's tough to relocate those smallmouth on some days. A lot of guys already this morning that wanted to go catch a good solid 13 to 15 pound limit of smallmouth and then go largemouth fishing, or going largemouth fishing without that good limit.
Davey, real fast, one of the staples of the state of New York. We always hear when that water is high, you go largemouth fishing. A lot of times you could completely ignore the giant population of smallmouth here in Champlain. Talk about that dynamic this week, and more than anything, will we end up seeing possibly new largemouth areas than we've seen in the past because of that condition?
Yeah, great question, Z. A lot of the reason, and this water is low, we've seen in years past that anglers go north or south to fish for largemouth, but they fish in those shallow reeds. But I think at Ticonderoga, you will have the shallow eelgrass and the milfoil, and that's what you had to focus on. But when the water's low, the amount of vegetation in the water is much less. So if you have a lot of anglers beating up those areas, it's difficult. But I don't think we had many people go down to Ticonderoga today, so I expect to see at least one or two big bags of fish, largemouth, come from that area.
Davey, good to see you. Good to talk to you.
Yes.
Thanks for setting the table for us and letting us know what to be ready for as we go through the 4 days of this tournament right here. Davey Hyde out there with us all day long. Back out to Jesse Tacarani. We saw him catch his first keeper about 20 minutes ago. He's hooked up again.
Just a little guy. I only got 7-pound line, so even a little guy you got to be careful with. Come on, little guy, let's go. Not the right size at all. But you got to start somewhere, guys. We'll take them. Take them. You know?
A little bit bummed out. Okay, I don't usually, we don't do this on the Bassmasters. Jess Tacarani last night said, don't worry, guys. I've got a school of topwater fish the first 3 hours that are, it's going to blow your mind on Bassmaster Live on ESPN2.
I'm looking at my watch here. We've got maybe an
best
hour
laid
left.
He threw a topwater for about 20 casts. I'm like, no, please stay doing that.
Yeah, we desperately need some topwater action. That's as good as it gets. Drew Benton now hooked up.
Drew Benton, interesting technique, throwing a vibrating
Still
jig.
not the right kind. get rid of that termite. Oh. Get the bottom of the boat.
You're going to see one of these guys with the conditions we have today. Calm winds, high skies. One of these guys on that flat around Rouse's Point and Alburg, Vermont, you pick up a topwater bait, when that sun gets high, we could see some huge blow-ups later today. You know where we've not been, and it's a little bit sketch.
Let's go.
A little bit sketchy
Sketch,
service.
as they say.
Going to leave our takeoff there in Plattsburgh, New York, and make that 70-mile run all the way down to Ticonderoga. All eyes on this guy right here. John Cox choosing not to go to the FLW event in La Crosse, Wisconsin this week. I said, why did you not go? You had a chance to win Angler of the Year. He said, I really like fishing Lake Champlain. It was that simple.
A live look at John Cox. This is bonus stuff right here. We love it.
At the boat ramp at Ticonderoga. A lot of history right there.
John Cox, another first-year elite. Not a technical
well, guys,
rookie.
here we are. We made it down here. It took us an hour and 40 minutes. And we're probably gonna have to get gas on the way back. We hit the first spot where I really thought we were gonna flip some out, and it was completely dead. I saw a mudfish come up and gulp some air. And we just pulled over here. We're right by the Ticonderoga boat ramp. And I just missed, I just had my first bite, and it was a great big one, and it come off on the chatter right there. But let's see, we'll move around in here and see if we can get some bites. I think we're gonna try to leave here by 1. But we'll see how it goes.
John Cox's boat right there, actually where the ferry crosses across Ticonderoga. You see a little bit of water stirred up right there. John Cox, one of the best shallow water fishermen, not in the Elite Series, one of the best shallow water fishermen on earth. Here's that miss right there. You can see where that ferry
comes
across.
Jeez.
John Cox somewhere is going to get his job done down at Ticonderoga today.
All right. Well, as Davey High pointed out, not too many anglers making that long trip today.
Not at all.
As he said, it's the first day. If you break something and you don't get back, I mean, you're behind the 8 ball as far as the tournament goes. So
Bill Lowen, Frank Talley are down there.
Okay, we got a few.
But the great thing is, without a lot going, there's a lot of room to play for those guys.
Yeah. You get down there and you have success. You don't have much fishing time. He said he'd be heading back at 1:40. We're going to head to break right now. We'll be back with more Bassmaster
live.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
You don't know their names yet, but you will.
At Mercury, we invested thousands of hours of engineering manpower so you can enjoy hours and hours of untapped horsepower. Introducing the all-new V6 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly. At Mercury, there are no limits to what we'll do to make sure you have no limits either. Introducing the all-new V8 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
First day of 4 days of competition as we approach the midway point in our season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. So delighted to bring you live fishing today on Bassmaster Live for the next 4 days. Saturday, our presentation starts at noon Eastern Time. That'll be taking you all the way to 3 p.m. That is weigh-in time each and every one of these days in our host city of Plattsburgh, New York. That's the way it stacks up right now. A couple of former Anglers of the Year at the top of our leaderboard. Chad Pitkins out of Michigan. Making a climb up there. We got a brief glimpse of him operating earlier today. Hank Cherry, our classic champ from 2020. Man, oh man. We got a lot of stars in the firmament here as we get things started. Matter of fact, let's go on out and hop on over to second place. Former Angler of the Year out of Idaho, Brandon Polinick. There he is.
Good morning.
Good morning, Brandon. Fill us in on what's going on out there.
It's been a good start to the morning. I had a bunch of places that I marked, and I couldn't really decide where I wanted to start. And I just ultimately ended up starting on this one because I felt like the fish were maybe just a little bit heavier, a little bit fatter. And didn't expect to catch a ton, but maybe catch 1 to 3 good ones. And I showed up, and there's bait everywhere, there were drum everywhere, and it was actually really hard this morning. There was just too much clutter on my hummingbirds, and then finally it kind of started to clear out, and as soon as it cleared out, I started catching the smallmouth, and it happened pretty quick. I've got maybe, I don't know, it's hard to judge these ones because these ones are like long and skinny. Last week they were short and fat, so I'm guessing I got somewhere around 16 and a half or 17 pounds. But it's hard to upgrade from that. Like, you're gonna cull about probably 20 times to get to 18 or 19. There's so many 3+ pounders that it's tricky to get that 4-pound smallmouth here.
Brandon, real quick, just looking over your shoulder, it looks like you're in the inland sea. Can you just talk about the difference from fishing in the inland sea to maybe that Rouse's area flat that we've seen so many times throughout the years?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Can't see me smiling under here. It fishes completely different. And last time we were here, I finished up third fishing up in that Rouse's area. And I've got some stuff there this week. It just, for whatever reason, it didn't feel like I wanted it to. I felt like I was forcing stuff there in practice on the first day. And I just came over here, and I don't know if it's just because last week I put a drop shot in my hand and felt comfortable doing it this week, but I came over here and started graphing around and got dialed into where I felt like I could look at the map on my Lake Master chart and say, I'm going to go catch one right there, and idle over and see some. So I decided to stick it out over here.
Well, Brandon, thank you so much.
Yeah.
He'll be a player.
Oh, yeah. Great. Getting some great work done.
No doubt about it.
Early on this day of former, as we say, Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Brandon Polinick. And he's been a champion here in New York. In fact, 3 Elite Series wins for Brandon Polinick. His first back in 2013 on Bull Shoals Lake in Arkansas.
Yeah, what's been very unique to watch Brandon Polinick throughout his career, he's one of those guys that looks for something different. Whether it's a different technique, whether it's a different region of the body of water that we're on. Taking a look at his Bull Shoals victory, was doing something totally different. We got out on the water with him days 2, 3, and 4. From there, just outrunning the competition on the St. Lawrence River, going all the way into Lake Ontario, Henderson Bay, and making that run. Just getting there was a challenge. But that's the one thing I've noticed with a lot of anglers that get victories. Not consistency, guys that will roll the dice. Brandon Polinick, definitely one of those anglers on the Elite Series.
You think of Brandon's approach that you've laid out there for us, Z. Another example of that would be our own colleague, Davey Hyde. Very similar sort of approach. Just, it's win or else. Of course, this big win at Texas Fest back on Lake Sam Rayburn on his way. the Bassmaster Angler of the Year. This young man who came out on the Bassmaster Elite Series fresh from a national championship in the feeder, the amateur, known as the Bass Nation.
I want to hang out with this guy down here for a while, John Cox. Just feel like something will implode down here. John Cox said he was not getting a ton of bites, but definitely catching bigger ones. Now mind you, he is at the takeoff area of Ticonderoga. There's hundreds of bass let go here from local tournaments, and throughout the years, there's just a giant population of bass, generally within a half mile to a mile north or south of that takeoff.
And not saying this is where it happened, but I mentioned last week on Saturday of the St. Lawrence event that there was a 6-fish limit event, 26 pounds won it, and a 6-pound largemouth was the big bass. That could have came from Ty, that could have came from those regions, and if that's the case, when you find them here, they'll be grouped up together, but it's not gangbusters in every place you pull up at Ty with the low water.
Well, and you talk about the pressure of the tournaments here, just like where we were last week in St. Lawrence. It's a given. It's a bucket list place for people, not just from the area, but for people all over America. They come here to fish, so it gets a good amount of traffic every year.
You know, the weird thing looking at where John Cox is fishing, and a lot of anglers said this, that when in practice down at Ticonderoga, the grass wasn't right. There wasn't as much healthy milfoil. There wasn't clean milfoil. That's one of the keys at Ticonderoga. You really want to find that crisp, clean, live milfoil. And John Cox said he really only found 2 or 3 very, very small stretches. But what's weird about Ticonderoga, the history of Ticonderoga, you could find one of those 40 to 50 yard stretches, and it's a lot, this is strange to say, it's a lot like tidal fishing, to where there will be dozens and dozens of bass in a very confined area. But this time around, when you find those areas, a lot of the anglers said, I think there's only probably 6 to 10 bass compared to where a lot of times you go down there and there's 50 to 100 in a very small area.
We heard anglers this morning say that they didn't notice, you know, Ticonderoga has probably been known for having larger largemouth as well in the north end, but we heard that they weren't seeing that this year.
John Cox, again, first year with the Bassmaster Elite Series, but a splendid resume. He actually double qualified for this season. He made it look very, very easy to make the jump to the Bassmaster Elite Series, only 34 years old. 8 top 10 finishes with the Bassmasters already in various platforms.
And he's you can call John Cox a throwback angler. I've got to spend time with John Cox fishing, and he's a different bird, man. He likes being shallow, does not like going deep. A lot of tournaments, John Cox, all these guys have $10,000 electronics, and a lot of times, John Cox won't even you won't even see a depth finder on this guy's boat. He wants to start shallow and live shallow from there. Going to head way back up north.
Cox, a 2-time winner in the Opens, punched his ticket both times to go to Classics, and last year he got it done punching his ticket to the Classic and qualifying for the Elites in the same year.
21st in that Classic this year.
A couple North Carolina anglers jumping in. Shane Lineberger's up to second place. He's got the big fish of the day so far, a 4-pound 6-ouncer. And Matt Arias in our top 10.
Guy, but bigger than what I got, so 2-pounder. That's 4.
It's one of those lakes you can do what you want to do. You can power fish. See Clark Wendlandt with a spinner bait right there. Guys drop shotting all the way down to bladed jigs in Ticonderoga. That's really what's unique about this place. You can kind of just pick your poison and throw your fastball, whatever you're comfortable with. And generally it all works in a way on this lake.
Flat calm this morning. In fact, we saw Clark catch one topwater. That's a big attraction of this tournament right here, as if we needed more big attractions. Clark Wendlandt, the man on top of our Bassmaster Angler of the Year stats, gained the top the first day of fishing last week on the St. Lawrence, Lake Ontario. Ahead of Buddy Gross, Jamie Hartman, and Scott Canterbury, who had that lead to start out the year. And Scott Canterbury in very good shape today, day 1 of this tournament on Lake Champlain. We're going to take a break and back with more Bassmaster Live.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Wherever the trail gets rough and the mud gets deep, you'll find a Toyota Tacoma. It's the best-selling compact pickup in America for 12 years. And it's not because we baby them. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
It's been said that a bad day of fishing is better than a good day at work. Getting you to that fishing spot is key, and Bully Dog gets your truck road ready. No matter where, we give you the horsepower and towing torque right when you need it. We make getting there better. Make your ride a Bully Dog.
Your time on the water is precious. You return season after season to make unforgettable memories. Fight a few fish, reconnect with friends, and recenter yourself. If you count on having this time, you need an outboard you can count on to power it. That's why boaters stay with Yamaha for the long run, for life. They know reliability starts here.
If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Great to have you with us today on this fourth stop of the year for the Elite Series. Big doings today on one of the most outstanding bass fishing lakes in the world. Year in and year out, it's always this place, Lake Champlain. You got the best in the business out there trying to get it done today.
Number one, guys.
A couple of anglers already up in that 16 to 17 pound range. That's a rate at which, if you can keep up the pace, going to land you pretty close to that top 10 at the end of it all, the final day. We're a long way from there right now. Today we're working toward the day one weigh-in, which happens at 3 p.m. Eastern time. There's some of the anglers we're in the boat with today. Absolutely delighted to see John Cox.
Absolutely.
That was a shaky proposition. He was going all the way 70 miles down to Ticonderoga.
Usually bad reception down in Ty, unless you're fishing around Fort Ticonderoga and the boat ramp, that general region. You go a little bit south of there, it is really hard to pick up service.
Tommy, during the commercial break,
The butt of my handle.
got a message from a guy named Henry from in that region of the country, and we were talking about the snow, the lack of melting of the snow, you know, a mild winter, which normally helps the lake stay up. He also said it's not just the fact that we had lack of snow that the lake is low. All the New York State locks have been closed to recreational traffic due to the pandemic. So any of the waterways with locks that have no commercial traffic on them, like Lake Champlain, those locks and dams are all open, not holding any of the water back, which allows it to flow out and which keeps it lower at its normal level rather than holding that water in. Great mention by Henry there. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's so strange. We talked about this at commercial break. All the way from where I live, Lake Michigan, you know, Superior, Huron, and the Erie, all the way to here. This is connected to the St. Lawrence River and the Great Lakes system. Last year, one of the highest water years I had ever seen in my life compared to this time around. It's very call it stable on the Great Lakes this year. Not crazy, not all, over seawalls and flooding marinas along the shoreline, which dramatically affects a body of water like Champlain being connected.
Sure.
Yeah, we noticed that last year and prior years at the St. Lawrence. When it gets high, you have to stay within, or you have to stay farther than 150, 200 yards from any bank and idle from them, or the lock and dam you have to idle instead of running and whatnot because of the high water, and they don't want to have that natural erosion. So
let's take a look at that Humminbird lay of the lake and our playing field up here in beautiful northeastern New York. A couple-hour drive from where we were at last week on the St. Lawrence River. And if you start at the bottom of the lake, the south end of the lake where we saw John Cox, where a lot of the history with largemouth bass are, Ticonderoga, so you kind of go up through really the lower end of Lake Champlain. There's always two major players. What's always been funny is you've got about 50 miles of water that throughout national events from Ticonderoga up to Plattsburgh that virtually do not play for victories, really do not play for top tens. It's when you get to Mallett's Bay on the Vermont side, from Mallett's Bay north, those are the two major players. Now, they're both big areas. Ticonderoga, you're looking at about, call it 15 miles of water, but from Mallett's Bay north, you have another, say, 20 miles of water. But that middle basin around Burlington, Vermont, it doesn't have the diversity. It doesn't have a ton of grass. It doesn't have a ton of spawning flats. And it just seems, looking at that map right there, Ticonderoga and the north end of Champlain are always historically the predominant players when we come here.
it's either stay or go.
It's either stay or go.
Stay close or go far.
Yes.
There's no middle. Yeah.
The benefit of staying is what we're seeing guys do. You can mix it up. You can smallmouth fish, largemouth fish, and traditionally, on a light wind like we have today, you could just get around.
Yeah. Back out with Drew Benton.
Just getting around is a very underrated aspect of tournament fishing that people don't count into. Just being able to make it to spot.
Yes.
Jamie Hartman hooked up.
It's one of them.
Again, Jamie Hartman.
Not really. But
with an Elite Series win on New York waters last year.
Course today already.
No, loses that one.
We didn't need him in the bag anyway. 2-pounder. Just take up oxygen. See that now? With the Carolina rig, when they're biting it like that and they're not choking it, I can tell something's off already, because in practice, man, they just get on it and they're there and they're getting it so far down in the throat. That last one down there and this one was hooked on the outside, so if I get a big one, I'm going to have to, normally I just boat flip them, but right now you got to be careful because I don't think they're eating it very well. I told you, I wasn't even sure. I thought it was a perch going tick, 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 tick. So, bite is definitely off, and I should be, well, I'm not going to say it just yet, but greenfish are probably biting.
That's how Scott Canterbury just called up a pound.
Good stuff, good big fish stuff. So I'm trying to get a few of these big ones and then feel comfortable enough to
kind of tell the smallmouth bites a little bit off on this north end, which we said it a little bit earlier. A lot of these guys that are going to mix largemouth in, if it stays slow like that, I think you see a lot of guys pull the plug on this a lot earlier than they were probably planning on and going to largemouth, unlike guys that have stayed on this north end, like Brian Schmidt, solely targeting largemouth all day long.
If you make that decision, you go for largemouth. Up at this end of Lake Champlain, are you more likely to find yourself with company up there? Are they many and widespread, or are they few and
they spread out
concentrated?
pretty good,
Do they?
you know, but we're already seeing, just looking at, you know, we're not showing a ton of the mapping. You know, guys like Brian Schmidt, he's in an area that we've seen several different times on the Bassmasters in one of these largemouth bays. Fishing a rock pile, a lot of cribs out here.
Explain that, cribs.
Cribs, basically all it is it's a box of rocks. There's no other way to put it.
And we mentioned in the St. Lawrence, those buoys and things like that, places that people will tie their boats up or jet skis or floats, or it's a marker for a channel or a marina, have a big chain, normally with blocks or rocks around it, and bait and bass will use it as a cover and structure.
You hope that they have buoys on them, especially when it's low water.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think areas, another area like Ticonderoga that is really hard to have cell service, I think we're going to see a lot of guys in Missisquoi Bay, which we've seen so many times in years past. But even with this low water, a lot of times we see guys in the river systems of Missisquoi Bay. I don't think you're going to see a lot of that this time around. It'll be more in the actual bay itself.
Well, this guy, Florida's Cliff Prince, up to 5th place, 14 pounds even.
And looking at that map, you know, we got to say this, you know, on Lake Ontario and the St. Lawrence River. That map is very small. These guys are fishing John Cox all the way up to Brian Schmidt. You're looking at about 80 miles apart of these two anglers.
Vast, as you say, you make a commitment when you go down here. You're there for the day.
You're there.
You can't factor your bets on this lake.
But even when Ticonderoga's good, okay? Even when Ticonderoga's very good, you know, we've seen one angler in the past dominate down there, but for the most part, Ticonderoga, if you try to go there 3-4 days in a row, it'll rear its ugly head on. I mean, to put together 4 days of a big bag at Ticonderoga, back in the day, back in, you know, 15, 20 years ago, it's very hard to lose about an hour and a half of that running time and go there and do 20 pounds, 20 pounds, 20 pounds, because generally it'll sting you one day if it's your only game.
A lot of exposure when you do that.
Look, when you go out of Ticonderoga, you can maximize your fishing time, do what you have to do, because then the other anglers that run north, they're the ones that are hindered from that run. But even when tournaments go out of Ticonderoga, it is hard to put together 4-pound average days down there.
One thing that, yeah, you say that it's hard to make it 4 days. If someone can go down there and catch 22 to 25, they can then have some cushion and figure it out up north and not have to make that. But if you do it right one day, it can almost be like a day and a quarter for you, and it spares you going into the weekend.
When you make that trip, another thing you give up is about the minimum 3 hours fishing time.
Absolutely.
Because of the time it takes to get there and back. All things that these guys are weighing, are doing the math on, trying to plan their 4 days of fishing around those considerations. Shane Lineberger, right up under Scott Canterbury, who Such informed us just had upgraded a pound a few minutes ago. Things are happening out on Lake Champlain. We're back in just a few minutes.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
And win with Skeeter Real Money. Fish out of your Skeeter boat, win a Skeeter-approved contingency paying event, and you could add $5,000 to your winnings. winnings. Just enter, fish, and win. It's that easy. Rules and conditions apply. Visit SkeeterBoats.com and click the Real Money logo to register and learn more, or visit your local Skeeter dealer. Fish, win, get paid. Up to $5,000. Go to SkeeterBoats.com and see why now is the best time to enter, fish, and win with Skeeter Real Money.
You don't know their names yet, but you will.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Been watching your screen during the commercial break, you see that things are starting to pop a little bit. Out on Lake Champlain and other programming notes, other things popping. We've reached the quarterfinals of the MLS is Back tournament. League Soccer tonight we'll have the Philadelphia Union taking on Sporting Kansas City. That's at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on ESPN, ESPN Deportes, and the ESPN app. It's win or go home. One of these teams right here.
Who do you got?
I'll share that with you in a little bit. We'll talk about that. Okay. Lots to talk about today right now. The man who showed up in New York with the lead in Bassmaster Angler of the Year points lost it the first day last week at the St. Lawrence River. He's on top in this tournament right now. Scott Canterbury will not be held down for very long, obviously. Shane Lineberger and another former AOY, Brandon Palaniuk, in the top 5. Chad Pipkins and Cliff Prince down in Florida, where we started the season, moving up the leaderboard.
That is a good look of how low it is. If you look at that grass bed to your left-hand corner, we actually saw Jason Christie flipping that grass bed. This is no joke, flipping that grass bed. We're had about 3 to 4 feet more water in it a couple years ago.
That's big. That's a big difference.
Wow.
Right there. These guys having to deal with it, though. It's the same for everybody. Let's get back out on the water with Jamie Hartman.
Scott Canterbury's roommate Matt Aries up to 4th place.
Stay on there. Oh my gosh. That's one of the right ones. Come on, baby. I gotta switch with you. Stay on there, big girl. No! Whew. That was a pathetic landing job. Whew. That's a big one. That's the one I stopped here for. That's 4+. Oh yeah. Easily. All right. We're heading in the right direction, man. That's a big old big one. That's what I stopped here for. All right.
Absolutely the biggest smallmouth we've
give me a heart attack at the boat.
got to see here on Bassmaster Live all morning
I've
long.
had enough lost fish in the last 2 weeks, and then he goes and done that right at the side of the boat like that. Oh, oh my gosh. Dude, when he jumped out of the water way out there, my heart instantly went in my throat. Because I seen the bait in the corner of his mouth, and that ain't good. That ain't never good.
I think we need to do it, Tommy Sanders.
Oh, really?
Oh, we waited all morning long
It's
for
early.
something like
It's
that.
early,
It's
actually.
extremely early.
Okay.
But you know what? I know what that music means. You know what it means, Ron Moore?
Yes.
You do?
It's the replay.
Yeah,
It's the one we've
you're-
been waiting for.
You're exactly right, friend. Our Power Pole replay of the day. We said it before we went live today.
Oh my gosh.
First 4-pounder better smallmouth is going to get the Power Pole replay. They took a little bit longer than we expected. Jamie Hartman with a couple lost fish. Said the fish weren't really biting his Carolina rig very well. Lands this, I'm talking about New York, Vermont, dadgum smallmouth stud. That right there is a 315 Power Pole replay of the day. Jamie Hartman, please keep it up, my friend. All eyes on you. All eyes on fantasy fishing. Is he on your team, Ron?
He's not on my team.
He is not on your
But
team.
But
Whoops.
he did double his overall weight just with that one fish today so far, so definitely worthy.
Well, how about Brandon Lester? He just showed up with 17 pounds.
Good
in second
history
place.
here.
Oh,
Rich,
yeah.
Rich.
Top 5.
Favorite
Couple
place
top-
to fish right here.
Yeah.
Lake Champlain for Brandon Lester.
One of our 8 guys who named Champlain as their favorite fishery.
Who in this field has more experience here than that guy right there, Jamie Hartman? I mean, he's been a bass fishing fixture west of here, Syracuse area, Oneida, Onondaga for years. Spent a lot of time on this water.
See another angler over Jamie Hartman's left shoulder. Who is that, Ron? Do you know?
I think that's a photographer.
I thought he was.
Like Winlet hooked up.
See the skies get higher. Guys that do stick with the smallmouth all day. It should be a really, really solid afternoon for a lot of our anglers that decide to stay with the smallmouth game plan. And
that's a better one. I could tell when he bit it, it didn't feel right. So I was thinking I probably had him on the trailer hook. I actually got him on the outside of the mouth with the main hook. Butterfish.
gold blades on that spinnerbait.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that in a second.
2.5, 2 3/4.
Good to see a spinnerbait
what I'm
factor.
doing here is I'm just kind of getting out on big flats, you know. I talked about last week, I like flats for smallmouth, and I'm getting out on these big flats, and I think I'm catching, you know, kind of rogue smallmouth, you know, just they're not groups. The place I started was a group, and that group moved. I don't know why, but for the most part, the ones I'm catching out here, just, you know, it's just one here and one there, which is totally fine to me. Because the cool thing about it is, you know, nobody's really fishing for them. It's not like a whole lot of fish. And I had some big ones in practice, so we'll just see what happens.
Like hearing that.
Boy, Clark Winlet having a superb season. He'd be the last one to tell you he's made all the right moves, but boy, he has made some good ones. Starting at the very start, we started down in Florida on the St. Johns River. Clark Winlet wasted no time. Back in the canals, getting it going. The big largemouth, 33 pounds and 10 ounces, top 20 finish, 16th place on the St. Johns to start his good season.
Exactly right. And last year, Clark Winlet, one of the most consistent anglers in the history of professional tournament fishing. From there, went to Lake Eufaula, and there's a reason he just missed our Bassmaster Classic last season. Went to Lake St. Clair, he had a great event, came up just a few points short of making that Classic. Clark Wendelin is one of the most competitive anglers on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and isn't it fair to say, with the season he's having, has he been on every single day of ESPN2 live coverage the last 3 events?
I think you're right. I think you're
7
right.
of the 11. We've
Wow.
had 4 days last week in St. Lawrence. 4
Which
days.
he was on all 4 days.
3. He was on 3 of those 4 days.
What? Really?
I believe.
I thought it was all 4 days at the St. Lawrence, but he had a great tournament, a whale of a tournament at the St. Lawrence.
No, you're right.
3.5.
Right.
We put a camera in his boat halfway through day 1.
Back-to-back 8th-place finishes at Eufaula and the St. Lawrence River. What a season for the veteran, for the future Hall of Famer.
But looking at that spinnerbait, gold blades, last week we were focused on gobies. That's what they eat. That's what they chased. These smallmouth in this lake, they are perch killers. They'll eat a crawdad if they swim by, but they are perch killers. Where those packs of small 4 to 7 inch perch go, that is where the smallmouth go, and those blades mimic them perfectly.
Pretty good, but it's just not, my casting's not quite as good as I wish it was.
Mm-hmm.
Strong. Two and a half pounder, probably.
A little 1-pounder in the box there. That'll take a hike.
Seth Fighter has pulled the plug on his smallmouth, and this is his game here.
I can do that all day. Not the right one, but I like it.
Seth right now sitting just under 12 pounds.
Maybe the big one's in this patch of grass. He was sitting on that little deal last time, but maybe moved around.
Well, his mustache is at another
I was
level.
hoping that was going to be a big one.
At a certain point, we're going to have a
in this
discussion.
part of the lake.
If it's going to overtake Alan Jackson.
They tend to run a little bigger average, so. Like that.
Yeah, this is gonna go.
Oh, we're gonna flip a jig all day, dude. All freaking day. That's 5. Back in my element. Stupid smallmouth. Well, I'm glad I didn't just pick up and leave after I hit that. We might get a grown one here. There's some big critters in this bay.
What you got on those two?
Yeah. 2.
2 and 2.
Right.
John Cox with what looks to be a small fish.
Little guy.
And again, John Cox right by the ferry right there at Ticonderoga. And what that cable from the ferry's done right there has basically made a trench, and it makes a very distinct wall of where that grass grows or doesn't grow. And it's one of the rare places that comes up shallow and makes a depression from the years of that cable cutting the bottom of the lake.
Wow, 70 miles for a 2-pounder. That's what I'm talking about.
He's found a patch of them. Seth Fighter has. It's 3 fish and as many flips.
You heard Seth talk about he's really comfortable in the state of New York, whether it's Cayuga or a lake like Champlain. Fishes very much like the Minnetonka-style lakes from Minnesota, grass and rock, especially where the largemouth tend to school up a lot more than other places we go.
Hartman hooked up again.
Seems like it's starting to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big one. I cannot get my hands on her. She keeps turning and turning and turning the wrong way. That's another giant. That's another giant. 2 boars. Dang heart attack, man. They're on the outside of the mouth, too. I know they're here. I know they're here. I got company, though. He's right in my way.
Dangerous guy, the New
Not
Yorker.
a photographer.
Not a,
Not a photographer.
Native New Yorker Jamie Hartman striking it big, 2 big smallmouth in his live well right now. Things have turned around for him.
Hey, and those are bass that in a month from now will weigh closer to 5 pounds. Jamie Hartman has found the right ones here on Champlain.
Look for him to land in our top 10 pretty soon. That may not be such a bold prediction right there. Scott Canterbury, though, and look at Brandon Lester. Tennessee's Brandon Lester has landed in the 2nd place spot right now. He loves this place. Boy, we love what we've been seeing, especially for the last 10 minutes.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new Tour Grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
Introducing the Bass U TV app. Get the most out of your Bass U TV subscription and learn on the go with the Bass U TV app. Unlimited access to 700 plus training videos. Multiple new releases each week, including seminars, on-water videos, live shows, interviews, and other original content. The Bass U TV app. Never stop learning.
In the wild, nature dictates that when it's time to eat, animals will instinctively find and devour the meal that satisfies them most. In the water, Berkeley Powerbait's scientifically proven formula triggers the natural predatory instinct in bass. Now available in a plethora of shapes, sizes, and colors. Berkeley Powerbait. Fish bite and won't let go.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Sending a lot of love to our host city, fantastic host city, Plattsburgh, New York. The last few years, boy, this has been the spot. The headquarters for Lake Champlain fishing, beautiful place, very bass-savvy community there. Beautiful, next to the Adirondacks across the lake. We got the Green Mountains of Vermont. Just an awesome, awesome place. A lot of history here as well. When you think about 200 years ago, 250 years ago in this country, Lake Champlain was the interstate. There were no roads that were of any use whatsoever. This is how people worked their trade routes. They got from one place to another going the 100+ miles up and down Lake Champlain.
You know where Ticonderoga pencils are made?
Where?
Ticonderoga?
Oh, New York. Yeah, New York.
Incorrect.
The
graphite is from there, Z. It has never been made in Ticonderoga.
Never.
I just looked at never.
It seemed like a sweet stat I could lie my way through back up to Dubin.
Big fort there from back 200 years ago as well. Before this was even a country, there was a big fort there that the French built, and the English took it over, and finally the Americans, the new Americans, took it over. So, man, what a great part of the country.
the furniture guy in
Green Mountain
McDonald.
Boys. Yes, sir.
Yeah, those number 2 pencils I thought were made there too.
Well, sorry, buddy. You're so slimy I can't hold on to you.
Boy, they're biting now.
It's happening, you're right.
It's happening. Yes, I was wondering what's happening this morning.
Well, you and Ronnie both mentioned it. This is the time of day all last week when the sun gets to that angle.
Yes.
Things last week heated up. It's
That's
happening
the kind
here.
we're looking for right there, buddy. Big head shakes. We got a drag. Hopefully, it's not a drum. Unfortunately, it might, but I don't know. We'll see. That's a big one there, son. No, sir. I mean, it hit it like right where it should have been on the drop, and it's.
When you think it's getting closer.
Okay.
Fight like a small one?
Yes. Oh, yes, it looked like a big brown fish down there. Let's hope to the Lord that was a brown one. Oh, yes, that's a brown one. It's a big one, too, buddy. Oh, Jesus, thank you, Lord. Oh, boy, she don't even want to come up. She's a slunch face. Zona, this is off that school I sent you the other day. She's just taking line. I'm not going to horse her. I'm in no hurry. Oh, my God. Look at the size of that thing.
You seen it?
Oh, God, it's huge. It's every bit of 5 pounds, if not bigger. Oh, wait a minute. Is that a dang drum? It sure is. I'll be damned. Look at that thing.
So brutal.
What a disappointment that sucker is.
No.
Well, I thought I saw the golden brown down there, but apparently not.
I hope that wasn't an entire school, though. Was that?
They all look the same on his graph, for sure.
That stinks. That's fishing, though. Oh, well. We'll see what happens. I thought it was too damn good to be true, right? Oh, well.
That was brutal.
Well, Jesse, you'll have more casts, plenty more casts through the course of this day. Now he's out here playing with the big boys on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Not too long before that, he actually became a father.
What's up, Papito? What's up, Pops? You know what made me quit bass fishing? When my son was born. I was still fishing, and he told me, you don't want Cody's first words to be stranger. It's hard, man. That's what did it. Stopped me dead in my tracks, because my first responsibility is my son. And I quit. That was that. And I don't regret it for a minute. So once Cody was out of school, it opened up the doors for me. And I had the backing of my wife, of course, of 30 years. That's what they're supposed to look like. I set out to do it, and it took me 2 years to qualify through the Opens, and I did it.
Your brand new leader is Jesse Pecorante.
And whether we needed to have it on the boat or not, I would definitely have it. I'm proud of that sticker.
Yes. I feel bad for him on that.
Oh, well.
That's drum.
He's-
The problem is the drum in Champlain are the exact same color as a smallmouth. But I mean, that would have been it would have been an 8 to 9 pound smallmouth. Oh,
Jesse's got more important things going on in his life.
Like hanging with Jesse. He'll walk us through the whole day.
He's just irrepressible. He will climb back on that horse and catch us a good one before the day's done.
This is his third year on the Elite Series. He's actually qualified 4 years ago, but he had a neck injury, had to sit out a full year, so he's fished 3 years.
Kind of the same schedule as Jamie Hartman has been on.
They qualified, I believe, the same year, and this was the final event. I covered them
What
in
we got going on here?
2016 at Champlain. He had a top 10 here.
I'm all around him. Lord knows I'm all around him.
Hey, I actually got it. This is interesting right here, Ron. You're going to enjoy this. That area that we saw John Cox fishing around the ferry on the New York side, last night there was a local tournament, went out of the Vermont side where the ferry goes to, local tournament. They crushed them, really caught them, like 18 to 20 pound stringers. My buddy, Tom LaVictory, who wins a lot of tournaments down at Ticonderoga, that we've known him for years, said they mauled them in that exact spot where John Cox is right now today. Yes.
So stick around.
Right. Yeah. Sorry, John.
They might be back.
Tell you somebody we haven't had too much good cell service on this morning from Minnesota. Lives around the corner from Seth Fighter. Austin Felix, very, very good track record here. And actually, we have Austin Felix up in Missisquoi Bay. Looks like he's made the move to largemouth. Oh, that would be great to have a picture up there. A lot of tournaments won up in this area.
Oh, good morning, guys. I spent all morning fishing for smallmouths, and about I got one and then a bunch of pounders.
It's our signal that's slow, not Austin. Austin doesn't speak like that.
Sketch signal.
It's all sketch.
No.
Yeah.
It's worth noting he's from Minnesota, but other than Brian Schmidt, he's one of the best national pros that comes to Champlain. He's such a great track record here, but especially around that late June, mid-June time period when they're spawning, he is one of the best sight fishermen when it comes to smallmouth. So it'll be interesting to see how.
Like Fighter said, from Minnesota, and New York is Champlain's fishing similar to it.
And that is in Missisquoi Bay, that is a big, long underwater reef. It's about 1.5 miles long. High spot generally on its 3 to 4 feet of water, but it's some of the best milfoil in that bay. And as we said earlier, with the low water where those river systems that feed into Missisquoi Bay that we've seen a lot of anglers go into in the past, a lot of it's inaccessible with how low it is, which should make that bar a lot better. What'll be curious is to see how many guys go up to that area later today, because it's in a lot of our anglers' day one game plan.
Well, we got several just reporting their fish. Micah Fraser with 15 pounds. Ed Lofgren with 16 pounds, 4th place.
About 40 minutes ago, we only had a couple of guys over 15 pounds in our top 10. Now you pretty much got a half run at 15 pounds just to be there. So things are progressing forward on this first day of competition. 4 days we have for you here. I'll be with you
a slower
each day
morning.
with Bassmaster Live.
Z, was that a slower morning than you expected talking to the guys? Saying
Very
they
much
could...
so. Very much so. Yeah, it was a slower morning, but I going back to what we were talking about earlier, I think a lot of these guys backed off of these pods of smallmouth throughout practice, and especially on that New York side, the Rouse's Point side, you just have to kind of relocate.
They moved around a
Yeah,
lot.
you saw Jamie Hartman go through that exact situation earlier today.
Moving on now into our third hour of competition. Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, still Scott Canterbury, Angler of the Year in 2019, on top of our leaderboard right now, trying to regain his spot atop the AOY leaderboard for 2020. Brandon Lester from Tennessee moving up, and Shane Lineberger of North Carolina. Big changes. More when we come back.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
While I travel the country on the Bassmaster Elite Series, I simply can't let the weather be the reason I don't win $100,000. That's why I use AFCO clothing to keep me warm, dry, and protected from whatever Mother Nature wants to throw at me. My season depends on it. My career depends on it. AFCO. Any fish, any water.
At Mercury, we invested thousands of hours of engineering manpower so you can enjoy hours and hours of untapped horsepower. Introducing the all-new V6 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly. At Mercury, there are no limits to what we'll do to make sure you have no limits either. Introducing the all-new V8 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly.
It's been said that a bad day of fishing is better than a good day at work. Getting you to that fishing spot is key. And Bully Dog gets your truck road ready. No matter where, we give you the horsepower and towing torque right when you need it. We make getting there better. Make your ride a Bully Dog.
Groundbreaking designs, unsurpassed quality, and unshakable confidence. Welcome to the Ranger Z500 and Z100 series. Leading the industry for over 50 years, these rigs are custom crafted and loaded with more features and advantages to deliver the ultimate ownership experience. The legendary Ranger Z series. Unleash next level performance. Mercury, go boldly. You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Tonight, 2 more WNBA games for you on ESPN and the ESPN app. Storm take on the Mystics at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific, and the Sun and the Sparks at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific, both from the IMG bubble. They're in Bradenton, Florida.
What do you have in that one? If you really look at
the first game and the second one.
The second one, I mean, that's the primetime one.
Well, that's the cross-country rivalry.
The Los Angeles Sparks lately, if you look at Simone Augustus's game, in all honesty, it's on both sides of the ball. It's offense, it's defense. I don't want to come out too fast on this. That's going to be a beatdown.
You're leaning that way, are you?
Los Angeles Sparks are my team. Just
duly noted.
A lot more well-rounded team. All around than the Sun, in my opinion.
Z, you were talking about during the commercial break. You've been a Sparks fan like almost your whole life, growing up in Michigan, though.
Forever. Okay, posters, pennants all over the bedroom. Okay, here we go.
Here we go. Back to the fishing. Back to Seth Fider. Boy, he's been on a run.
I can see a little better. Not making it easy on me.
Whoa!
Oh. Is that?
It's Mercer and Hyde, isn't it?
Is it Davey?
I love water
Dave?
skiing in marinas.
Oh my gosh, those two. The mischief those boys get into.
That's a good one.
Got a picture of Seth Fider's bait, exactly what he used the last time he was here. Second place finish.
Take a little time out.
To show that later on.
All right.
We're gonna weigh and tag and see how pitiful our bag is. That way I know what I need when I set the hook.
As comfortable as he seems with the largemouth, with the green fish, and he is going through some numbers of them right now. A lot of Seth Feider's reputation wheels around a couple of victories he's had catching a different species.
Exactly right. Really, if you the tournament we got to really meet Seth Feider was on Mille Lacs Angler of the Year event up in Minnesota. Cut his teeth fishing smallmouth from there. Actually, a tournament that he kind of called. He called this tournament last year on Lake St. Clair with one of the biggest stringers of smallmouth. But as we've seen with Seth Feider, two of the biggest heavyweight smallmouth events that we have ever covered, okay?
Oh, yeah.
But the way you're seeing him fish today on Lake Champlain, that is who Seth Feider really is as a fisherman.
Sort of a Minnetonka setup for him, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
no doubt.
Well, again, last year's
He's going to be a problem.
Championship. Oh, my
Seth
God.
is going to be a big problem today.
If he could have fished another day, he was definitely on track to catch 100 pounds of smallmouth last year on St. Clair. We'll do 4 days, weather permitting, at St. Clair later next month.
Yes.
So we look for big things to pop there in the Detroit area. Another fella we've
That's not
both
one of the ones
acknowledged
we
that
want.
he's going to be a problem also. Jamie Hartman.
I'll measure him. Come here, tough guy. Come here, tough guy.
Jamie did not like his start. The water was too calm when he got out there. He wasn't ready to strike, so to speak, first bat out of the box. But he got things straightened out, and he has shown us some good stuff, some good smallmouth action.
That's 4+. It's turning and turning and turning the wrong way. That's another giant. That's another giant. 2.
Great season so far for Jamie Hartman. He's third in Angler of the Year standings. That says a lot right there. His 4th year competing on the series. 3 top 40 finishes in his career right here at Lake Champlain for the fellow who in his 40s sort of dropped it all. Hit the road to fish with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Good decision. 2 elite wins last year. Boy, that continues to amaze.
And that after suffering that back injury where he wondered, will I ever fish again competitively?
Yeah.
Come on, man. One more big one. Even 3-pounder. I'll take a 3-pounder.
Jesse Teccarani.
Right on my mark again.
Fishing in the inland sea.
Right on my mark. Look on the meter. That's a decent fish. Right on my mark. He's right there. Oh my God. Look at that thing. That's a carp or something. I don't even know what that is. No, it ain't.
Is it not?
No. I have no clue what this thing is. Some kind of sucker. Is that what that is? Huh? Never seen this before.
Yeah, it's a carp. It's a humpback.
Never seen one of these guys.
Boy, I hope that is not what
Well,
Jesse
I'm catching everything today but the right ones.
Teccarani marked on his graph in practice.
Big old brown one, right? Yeah.
Whatever it is, it's
We'll
loaded.
get him.
Yes. There's a lot of life in that area.
Yeah. A lot of diversity.
Yes. The
God
interesting
almighty.
thing, though, the caliber of non-bass there, the average size is really good for. See Jamie Hartman throwing a Carolina rig, big weight to a leader with a soft plastic crawdad. This is one of the unique lakes for smallmouth that is a unbelievably effective technique here on Lake Champlain. You try to duplicate that after one of the first or second times I came to this body of water. You try to duplicate that in a lot of other areas of the country, and it just really excels here, and you're actually able to cover a lot of water with it.
Man, there's a bunch of grass on the inside in there too.
Up on your upper right, actually, that's Chris Johnston, who won last week. We're on Lake Ontario, a fantastic performance and some wild conditions out there on Lake Ontario, and became the first Canadian to win on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Real landmark week.
Really good service right here with our 4 anglers we put cameras in today. Chris Johnston's not somebody that's going to lay off and enjoy his win this week. You have a feeling?
No, he's still got work to do.
Yes.
In the points race, for
in the
sure.
points. Yeah.
Miserable start to the season. St. John's River and Lake Chickamauga.
Things a little slow for Chris right now. We were watching, of course, on Drew Benson's camera.
He and his brother both made a climb from the 70s to 46 in our Angler of the Year points race, and Chris is 47th. And usually about top 40 make it to the Bassmaster Classic, so there's some work left to be done.
See, John Cox believe he moved into the Lachute River just south of Ticonderoga. Boy, you could tell how far that water is down just looking at the bank. And not only that, what's been really interesting to watch with John Cox is whenever you get around Ticonderoga, you always see a lot of that floating cheese, all that really matted vegetation, and there's just not as much of it this time around than years that we've gone there. Years we've gone there, it looks nuclear down there. It looks like a golf course with matted grass. A lot different this time around. Taking a look at that milfoil we were talking about in Seth Feider's boat.
John Cox needing to ignite something 70 miles away from the other anglers that we're in the boat with today. See if he can get it going a little bit later on. Scott Canterbury and Brandon Lester. Well, Lester has often professed his thrill at fishing here on Lake Champlain every time he's been up here. Ed Lawfren from the D.C. area moving into our top 5 as well, and a tie with Brandon Polinick, and there's David Fritz in 6th place. Well, we got plenty more to come coming up on Bassmaster
Live.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
What do a taco and a taco truck have in common? Nothing. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
Your time on the water is precious. You return season after season to make unforgettable memories. Fight a few fish, reconnect with friends, and recenter yourself. If you count on having this time, you need an outboard you can count on to power it. That's why boaters stay with Yamaha for the long run, for life. They know reliability starts here.
Pre-collision system, standard, on the 2020 Tacoma, so you can go from one epic playground to the next. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Well, this place, Lake Champlain, much like the St. Lawrence last week on the Bassmaster Elite Series, have been huge parts of the 50 years of Bassmaster history, 50-plus years now. Both been a long time and very appreciated destinations. The fans love this. The anglers can't wait to get up here, catch these big largemouth and smallmouth. Both of them available here on Lake Champlain. Scott Canterbury, and look at that, the Hall of Famer, a man who has had great results many times through the years. David Fritz, Ronnie, you were just talking about what he's done through the years here.
Yeah, I think he has a 4th place finish here, along with 3 or 4 other top 10s in his career. He's the second most fished place, or the angler with the second most experience here in tournaments for Bassmaster, behind Rick Clunn.
See if we can't creep right back down to the Lachute River, just south of Ticonderoga, Fort Ticonderoga, with John Cox. Slow morning so far for John Cox, making that long 70-mile run.
There we go. There we go. That's number 2. Finally got one of them suckers. Let's see. Get it.
John Cox having to work for it today, getting the result he wants here at long last.
John Cox said if the winds were light and he did not see a lot of anglers take a right out of Plattsburgh and head south, he was going to hit full send, which is exactly what he did. But I think it's been probably surprisingly slow for John Cox this morning.
Said it just like in practice, if he finds one place where there's one, there's going to be multiple, and he's...
There we go.
Good one, too.
Just had to change color. Isn't that stupid? That's crazy. I got 3. Boy, I saw that sucker coming and I just dropped it. He was like, sucked it right in. It's the closest thing I'm gonna get to sight fishing with the season starting so late. Next year. Next year. Main thing today, since the spots weren't any good, is just if we can get anywhere 15 to 17, and then we'll go catch them tomorrow. We'll go run all the juice stuff up at the upper end.
John Cox, a great shallow water angler. There's a lot of his damage throughout the country in those months of March and April, and obviously with everything shut down earlier this season, John Cox kind of already plotting his destruction for 2021.
Steve Bowman's down there covering him, and he sent in a blog mentioning there's little cuts that are now dry that he could have been able to go into, but it's eliminated some habitat.
Well, look at this place. It looks like the tide's out or something, of course, in a non-tidal situation here. It really looks different.
It's not that big, but I need them right now.
We've got 2 good ones and 3 little ones in the boat.
Come here, come here. Come on, bud, come on.
You look at your unofficial leaderboard right there. That is the
So
story
far
of Lake
down in there.
Champlain. Every time we come here, very, very tight weights and hard to run away in an event. Look, last week, no matter what anybody says, it was a 2-man race, period, end of story, really from day 2 on. And that generally does not happen on this lake.
See,
We're already
14's a pop.
seeing those weights really stack up from that 16, 18, and look for that by the end of the day to be more of that really 18.5 to 20.
Yeah, right now 14's a popular number. 6 guys are tied for 11th at 14 pounds. Gary Klaus included, Rick Morris.
And that's one of the problems here at Champlain is catching that size bass. It's not, I don't want this to sound the wrong way, it's not that hard to catch 3-pound bass on this lake, but this time of year it is a mile between 3 and 4-pound bass here.
Typical Carolina rig with a crawl-style bait, and it's no secret in these parts. They eat it. No question about it. They eat it. But some days are definitely, man, when they're on it, it is so hard to beat because they eat it. They choke it. Still a little funny. But man, when you find that they're eating it, you just go with it. You know, I don't want to burn too much time doing this, but you can see the fish that you can catch doing it. Like I said, I wish I had 10 more of these spots like this. And now I got one, and I got somebody sharing it. But I got more stuff, man. I got you know, I got a bunch more stuff, but I've been debating for an hour now which way I'm heading. Either I'm heading across or I'm heading back down and across. I don't know. Didn't get any real big bites in practice, so it's kind of tough to make that decision. But if I can just pluck one more big one here, I'd be tickled pink, no doubt.
Jamie Hartnell giving us our Skeeter Boats taste the bait right there with his Carolina rig. We saw a tiny bit of Carolina rigging last week just for largemouth. Here it's more used in the smallmouth game, right?
No,
you actually had it going on in your boat at one time, didn't you?
I did. We can get into that later on.
Okay, that's a fun story.
That's not my favorite technique.
Oh, okay.
Take a look at Austin Felix up in Missisquoi Bay. Jamie Hartman fishing a small speed cross style bait on his Carolina rig, which, wow. Good flipping bite right there up in Missisquoi. Smallmouth for Austin Felix. Little bit choppy service. It's up near the Canadian border of Lake Champlain.
Yeah. Wasn't going nowhere.
Austin Felix currently, well, started today, 5th in our Rookie of the Year race.
Let's go way back down to Ticonderoga. It's kind of Whenever you get good service down at Ticonderoga, you want to take advantage of that. John Cox, one of the only anglers, and this was just a couple moments ago, John Cox catching his first couple fish of the day. You see John Cox do a little punching down there too in that area before he leaves, more than likely. Mats like that, it looks like you could see the bottom, anything that's around it.
Finally got one of them suckers. Get it?
Took him a long time to get there, of course, and a good long while before he actually hit on the right spot, the right setup to catch these more solid largemouth fish.
John Cox also talking about that.
Had to change color.
Primary spots did not fire, and really this saving his day would be 15 pounds for John Cox.
And for him, it's a little different. He's got about, call it 3.5 hours, maybe 3 hours before he needs to leave to get back. First flight checks in at 3 o'clock Eastern time, and then it's 3:20, 3:40, 4 o'clock.
Said it took him an hour and 40 minutes to get down there. Could take longer to get back.
I'll tell you one thing that really surprised me. He's been here a lot.
There we go.
Get in that 1 second.
Might be a little bigger.
There we go. What's that, number 4? Number 4. Ooh, I swallowed it. Oh, barely hooked in there.
John Cox has been here about a dozen times. You ready? Now this is a shallow water, largemouth guy, right?
All right, that's 4.
He has never been to Ticonderoga until this trip. You would not think that.
He had a shot to win Angler of the Year, maybe, I want to say last year or maybe 2018, and lost it here at this event.
Not big, but it's a call. Getting a little crowd going. Don't tell them I got 13 pounds, bud. They're gonna boo me out of here.
Well, once he got to catching those largemouth, that fighter been pretty steady. Last hour or so, John Cox is getting dialed in a little bit better. A lot of guys out there eliminating the water that's not working and getting on the water that is working. That's the whole point of the game right here. 85 anglers, full field out there today. Full field tomorrow as well, and we'll take it down to 40 after tomorrow, but plenty more coming on Bassmaster Live.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats. Groundbreaking designs, unsurpassed quality, and unshakable confidence. Welcome to the Ranger Z500 and Z100 series. Leading the industry for over 50 years, these rigs are custom crafted and loaded with more features and advantages to deliver the ultimate ownership experience. The legendary Ranger Z series. Unleash next level performance. Mercury, go boldly.
and win with Skeeter Real Money. Fish out of your Skeeter boat, win a Skeeter-approved contingency paying event, and you could add $5,000 to your winnings. Just enter, fish, and win. It's that easy. Rules and conditions apply. Visit SkeeterBoats.com and click the Real Money logo to register and learn more, or visit your local Skeeter dealer. Fish, win, get paid up to $5,000. Go to SkeeterBoats.com and see why now is the best time to enter, fish, and win with Skeeter Real Money. You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Big day for bass fishing here. 7 hours of Bassmaster Live. Tomorrow, we got plenty more for you. Actually, at 8 a.m. same time, 8 a.m. Eastern time. You can join us on Watch ESPN at 11:30 a.m. We'll pick up here with you on ESPN2. So another big day tomorrow. Lake Champlain, very important. One of only 8 regular season events for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Look at that place, a place
That
where the
is
water
weird.
is not there in some places.
So strange. Usually there's 2 or 3, at least, feet of water in that grass right there. So strange with the water being down this year. Solid weights, though, so far this morning.
Yeah,
Very
a lot of
solid.
guys doing well out there today. The legend David Fritz hanging in there in second place. Scott Canterbury, who surrendered his lead in Angler of the Year last week when we started our tournament on the St. Lawrence River. Man, lots of stories there.
We covered Scott Canterbury, which was by far one of the slowest days we've ever covered Scott Canterbury on day 1 at the St. Lawrence River. You could tell he was ready to get back at it here.
Oh, yeah. We talked to him after he had started making his way over to Champlain. He said, yeah, I'm gonna crawl back in there somehow. Knew what he had to do and even gave us a poundage that he was going to have to hit in order to be there in the top 10 as we start Championship Sunday. That's where we crown our champion here. Today, tomorrow, the goalpost is top 40.
There's no idea how big it is. Nothing. It's definitely one I want.
Jesse Tekarani hooked up on your right.
You might go live.
That one, okay. Ate it. Can't see where it's.
Could be a non-species of bass. Tekarani caught them all today. It looks like a bass.
We'll take him.
Take that.
Told you, I seen the school sitting over there.
Yeah.
Come on now. God almighty.
Carolina
Really?
Rig, a big player
This guy's
early this
feisty for a
morning
little
on
guy.
Champlain.
He's only about 2 pounds. I like that color today. So,
I know what I got to change now. 2 versus 1, right? So.
You know, from looking at that aerial when we came back from break, that we've seen that aerial a couple times with how little of water is in that grass bed. A lot of times when we come to Champlain, especially on the north end, we always see somewhere a few big largemouth that are caught off of those shallow docks. Not marina docks like Brian Schmidt is fishing, but just shallow individual docks. Boy, look for that to absolutely not play this time around. There will be barely any water on those docks.
As much as 4 feet down by some estimations. That's substantial. Back to Drew Benton out here. Drew still in the top 25.
Gosh, barely hooked. It's just a 3-pounder, but still bigger than anything I've got. That'll work. That'll work. $335. It's gonna get rid of a 2.16. £14.
Well, we've been in the boat with Drew Benton all day long. Let's take a look at some of the action. He was one of the early guys to get hooked up this morning.
Solid day, and Drew Benton said part of his game somewhere during this week is going to be going down to Ticonderoga, fishing a lot of that shallow water largemouth gig down there. Earlier today, though, Drew Benton said he's going to play it a little bit safer, stay around takeoff, and one of the other things that Drew Benton said he needed at Ticonderoga was calm winds and high skies. We've definitely had that today, but it's actually supposed to even get better and better as the tournament goes on.
You're so mean. Come on in here.
Living with a bladed jig, a topwater bait.
It's a little better.
Saw that last solid one caught on a crankbait. Not giants, but just a solid, steady morning for Drew Benton.
Saw him make a pretty decent cull there moments ago. And Drew Benton, who came out here 5 years ago, native of the Florida, Georgia, that border country in there. Good fisherman.
Good call.
Immediately made a difference when he came out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And in those 5 years, he just seems to get better and better.
I'm Drew Benton, and I'm a Bassmaster Elite Series pro. I started off like any old kid. I started, pond hopping all these lakes and small ponds around the house, and got bit by the bass bug a little bit and started fishing local tournaments. We had some serious battles out here on a Tuesday night. That's where I cut my teeth tournament fishing. Tuesday nighters, Saturday wildcats. That's where I learned how to fish.
11.26. Good job, guys. Hold them up for some pictures. Yes, sir.
This used to be me every weekend, coming down here fishing these little Saturday jackpot tournaments.
Me and this dude, he made a pretty good team.
Yeah.
And he went on to bigger and better things. I stay around here, I'm too old for the bigger and better stuff.
Drew Benton, a guy who keeps in touch with his roots. He's come up through the paces, through all the different steps to the top.
And I'll tell you, you got to watch him win Texas Fest down at Lake Travis. But make no mistake about it, we spent time down at Drew Benton's house taping shows. That little Wednesday night league, they were all happy, fun. That's a very, very serious group of fishermen.
I'm sure he credits that experience with a big part of his education, a big part of why he's here with us today on Bassmaster Live.
Drew Benton basically cut his teeth, shallow water, fishing for giant largemouth throughout northern Florida, southern Georgia, lakes like Lake Seminole, just down the road from his house. But what we've seen is, over the last few years, major versatility in his entire game.
As soon as I ripped it out of the grass. Come on.
Did you see that?
Just puked up.
Giant smallie. Thank you, Lord.
I saw it jump.
Yeah, it's big, dude. It's a giant. Yeah. Yep, look at that one. That is a grown one there, son. Come here, boy. You're just going for a little ride, I promise. Ah, get in there. Man. Oh. Oh, he's black, 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 black. Oh, he choked it. It's not as big as I thought, but I'll take him. It's a good 3-pounder anyway. We're getting there, guys, little by little.
It is fun to stay around, Jesse.
Oh,
like,
man.
You never know what's going to happen
No,
next.
yeah. He keeps getting his line stretched. I'll give him that.
Absolutely.
And that's a good fish right
Solid
there.
fish.
Last two, smallmouth for him, have been good, solid keepers. Florida.
Slow morning, things starting to turn around. Starting to see some decent fish, though, coming out of the inland sea, the Vermont side of Lake Champlain.
One of the roughest places that any lake will get for it being an inland sea, a small bay. It is actually like a sea when it gets rough.
There's a reason it's called the inland sea.
Enjoy it while it's
days.
like this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Into bass fishing, a lot of the history of the sport written right here, upstate New York, and we're right in the next chapter today as we start 4 days of fishing with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Scott Canterbury took the lead early, and he has hung on to it. 18 pounds, that is strong. Still not even to the halfway point of this day yet, but we're going to come back and get closer and closer when we return.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats. This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket, Abu Garcia for life.
Introducing the Bass U TV app. Get the most out of your Bass U TV subscription and learn on the go with the Bass U TV app. Unlimited access to 700 plus training videos. Multiple new releases each week, including seminars, on-water videos, live shows, interviews, and other original content. The Bass U TV app. Never stop learning.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new Tour Grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Just around 8 hours of fishing for these anglers, these 85 anglers here in Plattsburgh, New York, and fabulous Lake Champlain on day one of this 2020 Bassmaster Elite Series. Stop number 4 for the regular season, Scott Canterbury. Last year's Angler of the Year was the leader before we got to New York last week and fell a few spots down that leaderboard, but boy, making his case, pleading his case in a very persuasive way early on in this tournament. This beautiful spot, this giant body of water. Almost, well, it actually was a Great Lake at some time. Such will get into that story for us a little bit later on. But
a lot of lore here.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of our viewers want to know a lot more about Champy, hoping you have some information on that. I would expect
all kinds
I'm
of
sure you do.
the legendary
stupid
you
stuff
do.
on the lake monster.
Legendary lake monster out here. Wow.
Somebody we got to keep our eye on for sure. Seth Fighter said he saw some big largemouth throughout his practice here. Great tournament the last time we were here, 2019 season.
That's a big one. That's a big one. Oh, God.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Look at that, bud. Now we're back. Now we're freaking back, boys. Freaking choking jigs. There's one of the right ones. How fat he is. I'm on Lee trying to ruin my plan. This won't call for sure. $4.5 pounder.
Those are the kind to get it done here on Lake Champlain. Seth Fighter with a big largemouth. Got to give a shout out. He was the pick on Golick and Wingo. Mike Golick picked Chris Johnston on day one last week, picked Seth Fighter this time around, but a big hats off to Mike Golick, Trey Wingo. I believe tomorrow is their last day. Their last day
Is
on
it this?
air.
Okay.
I believe it's tomorrow.
Wow.
Long run for Mike Golick.
Yeah,
I
man.
grew up watching Wingo in St. Louis. He was a local broadcaster there.
Lead weight on him. Drop. Oh, another big one.
Oh, boy.
Yes, sir. I think. I don't even know what.
Is he hiding from someone?
He does take a furtive glance every now and then, doesn't he?
He's creeping,
quiet.
Creeping it real this morning.
Somebody right around the corner, maybe.
This sort of shit is getting confusing.
And he's honest.
Sure.
He's honest. Good
He
largemouth.
speaks
for
his
Seth Fighter.
mind.
Boy, it has been action-packed with Seth Fighter here,
Yes.
especially for the last 30, 40 minutes. He has just been wailing on him in the largemouth category here. And
higher that sun gets, the better they'll get positioned on exactly what he's doing. So far, his day, did not exactly go according to plan this morning. Seth Fighter said, really want to start on his starting smallmouth area and just scare that 16 to 17 pound mark. Caught a couple decent ones early today, but really he got to see Chad Pipkins catch the better than average smallmouth a couple 20 to 40 yards away. Started on the New York side of Lake Champlain. Then started to make his way. You could tell he was talking this morning. Something wasn't right, wasn't feeling comfortable fishing for smallmouth.
Did not like what he had in the live well at all.
No.
Hates the smallmouth.
Turned around, skies got high, decided to go largemouth fishing like we've seen him do here in the past. And I'm sorry, that was not last year's tournament, a couple years ago here on Lake Champlain.
2017?
Yeah, he's got the big bass right now. That one with 4 pounds, 12 ounces. In 2017, he ended up with the Phoenix Boats big bass.
How big?
Remember what it was? 6 pounds, 4 ounces.
Wow, yeah.
About the last 3 leads. The biggest one is a 6'6". Mike Wormhead, 2 6 pounds, 6 ounces in 2006. Finished 7th place, though.
This has been the Magic Marina. Past hour for Seth Fighter.
My Cullen's all jacked up. It's going to be a minute. I'm probably going to have to sit and redo them all. I just want to try to get as many as I can before frickin' Lee gets them all.
Wow.
Another good one.
Well, he's got a little bit of pace right now, too.
Lee Livesey.
Yeah.
He's going to break into the top 10 here.
Great angler nearby, and not that Seth doesn't like Lee, but wants to catch all the fish he can right here.
Doesn't want him taking his fish.
Chill out. Dude, this thing is like insane.
Meanwhile, 70 miles to the south, John Cox, who broke a little bit of a slow spell and put a couple of good largemouth keepers in the box.
Boy, he is slow and methodical.
He's got less time to fish than anyone we're watching today by about 3 hours.
Yeah, that's not the one I was looking at. Well, that's number 5.
Hear that, fish number 5 for John Cox. He's got a lot of work to do to hang in this game. From the Lachute River south of Ticonderoga. Getting a look at how big our playing field is as you go past Burlington, Vermont, Plattsburgh, New York. Another angler just slow and steady this morning. Fishing on the New York side just north of our takeoff, Jamie Hartman.
Currently in 7th place right now. Unofficially, those are Bass Track numbers, which are not official, only official weights are weighed at the weigh-in.
Started out slow, and we're getting it moving. I mean, we're moving in the right direction. Got 2 big fish, another 3-pounder, 2 3/4, and a small one. So I got room to catch, you know, one more big fish, and I'm looking pretty decent. But I don't know, I got 15 something in the live well right now with 2 mediocre fish. So if I could just get one more bite here, I'm gonna make a deal and go, if there's nobody out there, go make a couple drifts on this one spot where I caught a big one in practice and try. And I've got other stuff, largemouth, but nothing is right here in this area. And that's the thing that's concerning me is if I leave, I'm leaving fish to find fish, but at the same time, I know I've got to have, it's almost 11 o'clock now, and I know I got to have a big bite, like heck, I can catch more 4-pound smallmouth and be happy. I don't need a big bite then. But, I mean, you catch a 4-pound largemouth, you're doing something, so I just don't know. If that first area paid off for me in the morning, I'd felt a lot better right now. But it didn't, so. And it might be on right now, but I'm gonna make a decision here in just a few once I finish this little area, and I've got to put something together. I've got 4 hours and 20 minutes just about. We'll get it figured out, man. One at a time. One at a time.
It's about the same time the last event. All of our anglers start to use that calculator up in their head.
Oh man, they were grinding.
Bassmaster Elite Series tournament, you will hear that on days 1 through 4.
Oh, this is one of those places where they just assume everyone else is just wailing on them all day long. And they have to do the calculus to map out their own plan. Each one of them trying to find a pathway to get to, at least to get to Saturday fishing and hopefully Sunday fishing. There's plenty more fishing on the way here from fantastic Lake Champlain when we return.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
At Mercury, we invested thousands of hours of engineering manpower so you can enjoy hours and hours of untapped horsepower. Introducing the all-new V6 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly. At Mercury, there are no limits to what we'll do to make sure you have no limits either. Introducing the all-new V8 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly.
You don't know their names yet, but you will.
When I'm on the road for work or for fun, I always like to have a reliable generator around. This open frame inverter from Champlain is ideal because it's lighter than a standard open frame generator and more affordable than a traditional inverter. The remote start helps me start up the generator or shut it off without having to leave my camper. It provides essential power for things like charging my boat batteries, also makes life a lot more comfortable for myself and my family.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
We've reached the quarterfinals of the MLS Is Back tournament tonight. The matchup, the Philadelphia Union taking on Sporting Kansas City. Comes your way at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on ESPN, ESPN Deportes, and the ESPN app. It's win or go home.
Right, and I really look at Philadelphia Union. It's if Andre Blake shows up, their goalkeeper. Some nights he's there, some nights there's not. But really, midfield play. Keep your eye on midfield play in that match. If Philadelphia Union shows up, like I said about Andre Blake, it's over.
All right. I appreciate that, because that's deeper than I would have been able to go
I've spent a lot of time.
I know.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time.
Student of the game.
That's
Big-time student of the game, and I know that.
Good stuff right there. Seth Feider breaking into our top 10 unofficially. Get a good look at Lake Champlain right there. Seth Feider, really in the last 40 minutes, has done work.
Sharing this marina with at least one other angler, and he's trying, as he's self-admitted, he's trying to clean it out as best he can before the other guy does.
Yeah, you won't see Seth back off today.
Need a little update? Let's give us one. Okay. News flash, I suck at smallmouth bass fishing. We did that this morning. Not the deal for me. I watched this marina and cracked 2 good ones already, so try to keep that going. Just pitching a jig around these boat docks. A lot of weeds in here. There's a lot of stuff for a fish here. Shade, dock cover, a lot of grass. So, just trying to drop a jig everywhere I think there'd be a fish. And every once in a while it gets tight. That's all I know.
Well, looking at Seth Feider's day, all eyes on Seth Feider, definitely a favorite. Ron Moore said on our Bassmaster fantasy fishing rosters across the country. And that's going to be our Mercury move of the day. Seth Feider making the comment that pretty much he sucks at smallmouth bass fishing. It's when he left the New York side of Lake Champlain, made his move into the inland sea, into this little harbor. Seth Feider's 5-fish stringer's been growing in a big way the last really 40 minutes to an hour. Seth Feider, the Mercury move of the day. And look for a lot bigger moves from Seth Feider. He's got about 10 little largemouth areas that he said he has seen some giant Lake Champlain largemouth, but it's the flurry that he went on of largemouth after leaving his primary smallmouth game. That's our Mercury move of the day.
Oh, Sass.
I don't know.
How many really top-tier limits today are we going to see that are all largemouth?
That's
What
17,
percentage?
18 pounds in a couple of hours. Just
Say the top 20 limits.
Top 20.
Of those top 20, how many are going to be all largemouth?
40.
40. For free. Okay. Thank
Even
you.
though we have zero way of monitoring that unless you unless they told us they caught a largemouth that way, and hopefully they do that.
And then we got Grass City. String
Tie
grass.
for 8th place unofficially. Jamie Hartman,
Check
Seth
that
Feider.
fish.
You notice Seth Feider kind of put the pedal to his trolling motor when he saw another angler creeping it reel in that marina dock slip area of the inland sea. I think he'd be a lot slower if he had that all to himself.
Come on, big girl, eat it again. Eat it good.
Well, at one point he was catching them on every drop, so every little pitch.
Brian Schmidt has just moved up to 2nd place there. He's got a 5-pounder. I'm not sure if we got cell signal where he's at.
We do not.
On that. He's up almost to 18 pounds.
I'm telling you.
Right near Canterbury, yeah.
He is the analogy that I thought in my head looking at fantasy fishing this week is Brian Schmidt is to Lake Champlain like the Johnston brothers are to the St. Lawrence River. It's a no doubt for sure thing. So with him only being selected by 15 to 20% of fantasy, that's a bargain for somebody who's almost a sure thing here.
But what's weird about Brian Schmidt, he is probably the you give him more of a home field on the Potomac River.
Oh, tidal fishing for sure.
That is where he's from. He's from Baltimore region. But what amazed me talking to Brian is this is where he goes. You said it earlier today, Ron Moore, that this is where that guy goes to vacation and has learned just how to catch the better than average size largemouth, to where he said, really, if I'm catching smallmouth, something's gone wrong here.
We got 2 guys from that region, the Delmarva, the D.C. area, in the top 10 right now. Ed Loughran in there as well.
See a little rain shower south of Jamie Hartman.
Scattered things that Such
right around Mallett's Bay.
Such was advising us on early today.
It might pop up here and there, yeah.
It's either perch or usually perch stay with it though. They keep popping it and popping it.
I know a lot about Brian Schmidt. We're talking about him and him moving up to second place. I know a lot about him, but I looked up some extra stuff about him, and he has gotten 7 semi-pro or pro wins in the last 8 years.
Wow.
Schmidt has. A couple in the same year, you know, but almost every year he will have a win. As we bring you into studio real quick, we wanted to kind of break down this 107-mile-long fishery. We mentioned how big of a place Lake Champlain is. Not a great lake, but the size of a great lake. And you mentioned it, Z. We're looking at the map here, and the gap and the difference. The guys who made that run to Ticonderoga region, only 3 or 4 guys made that run. That's an hour-and-a-half run for these guys. But then there's nothing. There's just no one in the middle of the map, and they're all at the top.
Well, here's what this map actually looks like. It looks like every single tournament that we have on Lake Champlain, except this time around, we only have 3 anglers down at Ticonderoga. We did hear it was a little bit off from locals, from a lot of our anglers that practice down there. But it's when you get to that north end, really from about, call it Mallett's Bay, draw that line of Plattsburgh north. A lot of anglers just wanting to be really consistent here, maximize their fishing time. And you ask yourself, we talked about it earlier, why are they all there? And really, it's environment, okay? You've got major flats, you've got major spawning flats, spawning bays. The fish, they're born there, they live there, they stay there. And the other side about this, if you look at these middle islands that really kind of divide New York and Vermont, they offer more protection to where you're just able to get around more. And I hate to say it, but really from Plattsburgh to Ticonderoga, when you get into the middle region of Lake Champlain, historically, where my hand is right here, from Plattsburgh down to Ticonderoga, it's just the most ignored part of Lake Champlain.
And we used to see back in the day, people would make that long run to Ty because that's where the largemouth
Are you
were.
better?
But we've seen the St. Albans, we've seen the Inland Sea work for largemouth.
Sorry.
Hey, I'm back.
You're back.
I'm a little better.
It's a rough morning.
I got some, yeah.
Wheels
I
are
had
off.
a Snickers and we're all good.
Wheels
it's all good.
are off.
We do all feel good. We've still got Scott Canterbury on top of the leaderboard, and then Brian Schmidt, who won back in 2016. The BassPro.com Eastern Open here with a 20-pound average for 3 days of fishing. Obviously a force to be reckoned with as well. And thank you guys for breaking down the places that play.
We need you, Ronnie. We need you.
We need you. We need everybody on the same page, which is what we have. We'll be back with plenty more great coverage here from Lake Champlain in just a moment.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
What do a taco and a taco truck have in common? Nothing. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
At Mercury, we invested thousands of hours of engineering manpower so you can enjoy hours and hours of untapped horsepower. Introducing the all-new V6 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly. At Mercury, there are no limits to what we'll do to make sure you have no limits either. Introducing the all-new V8 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly.
Groundbreaking designs, unsurpassed quality, and unshakable confidence. Welcome to the Ranger Z500 and Z100 series. Leading the industry for over 50 years, these rigs are custom crafted and loaded with more features and advantages to deliver the ultimate ownership experience. The legendary Ranger Z Series. Unleash next level performance. Mercury, go boldly.
Introducing the Bass U TV app. Get the most out of your Bass U TV subscription and learn on the go with the Bass U TV app. Unlimited access to 700 plus training videos. Multiple new releases each week, including seminars, on-water videos, live shows, interviews, and other original content. The Bass U TV app. Never stop learning.
Pre-collision system, standard, on the 2020 Tacoma, so you can go from one epic playground to the next. If you want to play, you need the Tacoma.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is brought to you by Humminbird, Mercury, Minn Kota, and by Talon.
Green, lush, beautiful place here. What an incredible body of water, giant Lake Champlain. We're going to have Bassmaster live for you at Saturday right here on ESPN2. We crank it up at noon Eastern time, take you all the way to that weigh-in, which is going to decide our 10 who'll fish for the championship. For the fourth stop of the year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, these guys working to win money. They're trying to win points, to gain points based on their order of finish, and the points are what will allow you into the World Championship. The Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic coming to you from Fort Worth.
Got a lot of tournaments left to get to the Bassmaster Classic, and actually breaking news from Bassmasters that we have a change.
We have scheduled the 9th event, the cancellation from Cayuga, for September 30th to October 3rd on, drumroll please, Lake Guntersville.
Wow. All right. That is strong right there. So we'll have Guntersville, Santee Cooper, and a Chickamauga event, Tennessee, in the fall.
In a 25-day span, probably.
Man, oh man, wealth of bass fishing.
Last cast, dude. And then we got to go.
Well, those will be three very interesting tournaments. Places Bassmaster Elite Series has gone in the past, but we've not done it that time of year.
Not within 6 months of that time of year.
Those will be really great events.
Yeah. We'll see some grass mats and different things that we don't see in the spring and the summer necessarily. You could also see a guy catch 3 for 18 pounds and not get 5 bites in the day, which will be interesting.
And then you follow that up with Lake Fork in November.
Yep.
Which would be another sort of a different take on a iconic body of water.
Could still be 85 degrees at Fork in November.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Which will be, it'll be interesting to see how the southern weather is.
I just caught a
hammer on it.
Best fish of the day, which still not where we need to be, but it's 3 pounder, 3.5 pounder. Just really don't know what adjustment to make. I'm really torn between leaving and trying to go do something else or sticking with it. I mean, I really feel like they're going to bite at some point, but it's getting to the time of the day where I need to go try something so I have time to come back if that doesn't work.
See an update from the water. John Cox
really
made that run down to tie.
Away from
He's already on his way back.
I got one of the right
Really?
ones.
Got his limit, but he's pulled
bailed.
the plug. Gonna head back to Plattsburgh to finish his day out.
And it can happen quick when they start biting.
That's the negative of going to tie. If it doesn't work out, now you're playing catch up the rest of the day, and unfortunately, it's day one. Be a lot better if we was into day three with that. But the problem with tie is if it doesn't work out, you're spending a lot of your day behind the steering wheel, which is what you do not want to get in the situation here on Champlain.
Not a numbers game, right?
This is not a numbers game.
He's already spent an hour and 40 getting down there. If he spends that coming back, there's 3 hours plus. Poof. Could have used it.
Last week's winner, Chris Johnson, up to 11th place.
Just trying not to go over the same place twice, just covering a bunch of water. And it's just random. Seemed like yesterday, every time I'd get a bite, you know, I'd catch 2 or 3. That hadn't been the case today. And I'm really having to, like, snap it out of the grass and make them react. Yesterday, I was just winding a plug around, and they were just biting a whole lot better. Every day's different. Just got to figure out what's going to trigger the most bites.
Jesse Tickerani. Good.
Yeah, it's a good one, all right. Oh my God, it just came off. Look at that. It curled this up. How did this happen? Oh, that was a 4-pounder, dude. All day that was a 4. How in the world did that happen with these stupid elastic plastics, man? Goodness gracious. That was the kind we needed, man. God, it has a tendency sometimes, that plastic, to do that. It'll roll onto itself and then you don't get a good hook sit on it. God almighty, I knew there was more fish there. I just had to bring it through with a little Ned.
It's been an adventure today in Jesse Tickerani's boat.
Man. Oh well.
Four-pounder, very, very hard to come back from this time of year. John Cox has made his way, but actually he is not headed north, guys. That is right in front of the takeoff at Ticonderoga. He left the river that
he left the,
yeah.
But he must have told our Steve Bowman, who's out there blogging and taking photos, that he was leaving that area and he was going to head back to this direction to head back towards Plattsburgh. But from this indication, if he's going to stay, he might as well stay till he has to actually come back at 1 o'clock.
Oh, that water has a lot of color in it down there. Now, other thing, this is all the way back from 25 years ago that you can get into down here. There is an aquatic vegetation called a water chestnut. It makes a floating mat that a lot of these big largemouth will get in. But what they have down there is grass mowers, which is a boat that mows the grass. And, you know, throughout, I remember guys like Greg Hackney, the first time we came here, that were focused throughout practice on a lot of those water chestnuts, a lot of those mats, and got to his area the very first day of the tournament, and they were mowing it. That is hard to rebound from.
But Brock Mosley's back at it. He's up to 11th place today with a little more than 15 pounds. He's got a big 410 in his live well. Coming off 3rd place on the St. Lawrence.
Yeah, good tournament there for Brock. All largemouth, or 90% largemouth for him, which was really non-conforming there at the St. Lawrence.
Missing a few of our anglers this week. Yusuke Miyazaki, not in this event. Mark Menendez on a injury timeout, missed Mark Menendez. And Kelly J, actually not with us this week, who's done very well on Champlain.
Personal reasons. That brings our total to 85 Elite Series pros. We'll cut it to 40 going into day 3.
All right, one more throw.
And then 10 for the top 10.
We talked about it actually earlier in the broadcast today. John Cox was competing for an Angler of the Year title in the FLW, who has an event on the Mississippi River in La Crosse, Wisconsin, choosing to fish here. And we asked him last night, wow, you're competing for an Angler of the Year title and you want to fish here? And he's like, I just like Lake Champlain. It was as simple as that.
It's getting cloudy. They ought to start biting. Come on. Come on, fish. Turn on.
But John Cox also pretty well in the championship for that circuit and fighting where he sits in the standings here for the Bassmaster Classic.
36th place in points here. So top 39 or 40, like Such said earlier, make the Classic. He wants to be in that. And it being so early in the season here, a lot of points to be on the table that he needs to get. Cox is packing up.
Just announcing Gunnersville the end of September will be a very interesting tournament. It will not look like any of the ones we've had in a long time.
Of your ass.
Back to Seth Fighter.
Biggin, biggin. I mean a biggin, dude.
Yikes.
Wow.
Oh.
Come here, come here, come here. Yeah, bud. Yeah, frickin' Kongs, dude. Frickin' Kongers. We got our 2 big bites. Let's go. Oh. Yeah. Buzz kill, bud. Cool. I should have boat flipped him. I got a little scared. Oop. Sorry, bud. This is gonna be a magnum call. Yeah, the 2 3/4 I'm about to call.
It's clean, run it. It's clean, run it. It's clean, run it.
What?
Cameraman Eric Kafka. He gets equally as excited as the anglers when they catch a conger, as you heard Seth Fighter say right there.
16 to 18 and a half with 1 bite on the flipping stick, boys. Number 3. Okay, don't mess this up since you're really bad at counting.
Very important. He's doing the process of culling. You catch 5, you catch your 5 fish limit. When you catch number 6, you throw back a small one, put your big one in there, like that. But you can't start fishing again until you have only 5 in your live well.
Monster call. Monster call
and
right there.
If calculated correctly, that's your new leader right there.
Officially out of smallmouth. Got 2 whole magnums in there. 5-pounder. 5-pounder. Yeah, bud. Yeah, bud.
Just so you know, for fantasy fishing fans, Mike Golick right now going crazy for his team. Crazy. Actually just saw that fish catch and gave us a little bit of analyst work right there and said Seth needs to really not focus on smallmouth again in this event.
Did he really?
He choked,
yes.
Choked it.
Words to the wise.
Too much. He choked it too much. Way too much. He's killing himself right now. Shoot.
He's a good one too. Three something. I think. I thought he was. Maybe not. He ain't coming off, that's for sure.
Skinny fish though. Long, but really, really skinny. Those fish are 18 to 19 inches, but only weigh about maybe 3.5 pounds.
Fighter's fish was entered as a 5 pound 4 ouncer. He's up to 18 1/4 on the day, and like Tommy said, he's in the lead.
Wow.
Come on.
That one hooked up.
Well, not a big one, but help a little bit. 2-pounder maybe. Sure did. Dang it. There's 2 that have done that on this show. There he is again. Little guy, of course, he don't come off. Man, there's fish on this shoal now.
Ain't no dink.
Yeah, but it ain't that 4-pounder I lost either. Stop, buddy. I got you. I'm going to get you. Thank you. Look at that. It fell right out of his mouth again. And look what happened. God. That thing was inside itself again. Let me turn that thing on more for him. I put a little foo-foo juice in there. Well, when that happens, that head's sharp, man. I don't get it. He hit that twice.
Was that?
What? That's number 5.
Yeah, that's right. How big was number 4?
About 2 pounds, probably. Oh no, 4 was I think like 3.5, maybe 3, something like that. I don't have any.
Zaccarati, number 5 right there. As you say, Marzona, he's had a wild and crazy day so far.
Right.
We're only
It's
halfway
entertaining
through.
to be with Jesse, no doubt
Yes,
about it.
it is.
You don't really have a clue what's going to happen next.
No. We are officially halfway through our fishing day and our show called Bassmaster Live, and there is plenty, believe me, plenty on the way.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Your time on the water is precious. You return season after season to make unforgettable memories. Fight a few fish, reconnect with friends, and recenter yourself. If you count on having this time, you need an outboard you can count on to power it. That's why boaters stay with Yamaha for the long run, for life. They know reliability starts here.
done. Jordan Lee, back-to-back domination. Unbelievable.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Tonight, 2 more WNBA games for you on ESPN and the ESPN app. The Storm take on the Mystics at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific, and it's the Sun and Sparks, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific, all from the IMG Bubble in Bradenton, Florida. We are halfway through our first day here, first day of 4 days of fishing for the Bassmaster Elite Series on lovely Lake Champlain.
Well, I don't know if it's that lovely right now. Speaking of storms, Tommy Sanders.
Well, we were warned. We were warned by Such, as a matter of fact.
Actually, and here's the bizarre part is you're looking at the gut. This is a cut through of New York to the Vermont side, man-made cut through. But what's weird is there are places right now that are like this, and then you can go 2 miles away. It is sunny and dead flat calm.
There's more summertime sort of weather, believe it or not. Yeah, yeah.
Here's what they're dealing with. That little cell right there, right through the gut. And as you kind of, it is literally the crossing of to get to the inland sea is right where that cell is at right now.
Scattered all afternoon long, just expected.
That's a good one right there.
Keep your eyes peeled. This is during rains. There's more sightings of Champy, the lake monster.
Oh my gosh!
Is that actually true?
We're on notice now. That's not officially part of the TH Marine Weather Watch.
Actually,
the Champy Watch is a separate entity.
It's actually for the Humminbird lay of the lake. I would like to know. I would like to know. This is no joke. This is 4 or 5 miles north of where we just saw that footage. Beautiful, calm. I would love to know where the majority of the sightings on this lake have been with this Champy fella.
Well, there's a sign near Bulwaga Bay. There's been like 300 sightings, but not all in Bulwaga Bay. But
really?
Well, that's what I'm reading. I've not cited or read the book on it.
Okay.
If we get some footage of him, though, we'll let you know.
I'm looking. I'm looking right now. There he is, right.
The lore of Pierre du Champlain. That's very true. That's very true. That's what this lake is named after.
Who?
Pierre du Champlain. You can look that up.
I will.
Samuel de Champlain.
Jesse Tacarani again.
Yeah, it's only 7 pounds out here, though. I gotta be careful with these guys. He's a color for sure. Don't worry, Jake. I'm good with the bag. Don't worry about it, brother. I'm easy like that. Just don't tell nobody, bro. Yeah. He's better, not bigger. He's not as big as I want him to be, but he's better for sure. That school's just roaming around here, man. You know? Take him, man. It's about 2 3/4 probably. I don't think he's quite 3, but he's 2 3/4 anyway. Oh.
Good look at that storm south of Drew Benton.
All right, so he's not a color. I believe he's not a color. Come on. I don't know if it'll help, though. It's not good for them, man, but they struggle really hard with clips.
Oh, look at the one with him.
Drew Benton with just under 14 pounds right now, and just has him right about the top 35, 34th.
We've caught a lot of fish that size today.
I don't think he's gonna help. Let's see, I'll tell you real quick.
See Seth Fighter. Seth is actually south of that storm by a couple miles, about 3 miles,
Which
4 miles.
based on the wind direction was blowing kind of from the west, and then it as soon as it hit the lake, it was going north. So it may have come in and gone just above him, and won't swoop him up in a little bit.
Pounder.
Just trying to be a nice guy.
Last one, 5+ he caught, put him up in the top spot. A few ounces ahead of Scott Canterbury, according to Bass Track.
Seth has kind of bounced back and forth between his flipping baits. Been flipping a 5/8 ounce jig, signature jig. We're going to actually show that in a little bit from a hollow craw tube that we've seen Seth flip a lot for largemouth from Minnesota all the way down south to Lake Champlain. Good to have the leader on day one.
Yeah, man.
Always good.
It's always,
Yes.
we keep our fingers crossed. Sometimes it works out. Certainly has in this case. Great day one, great morning of day one for Seth Fighter. Didn't start out that way. Started pretty slow.
I think 3 of our 8 that we have on camera are in the top 10
Yeah.
or so.
Really good.
That's a good batting average right there.
Yep.
Mark Winlet started out good. It's been a little slow for him. We move on up into the morning, but all of our anglers have a good amount of fishing time left.
Gorgeous shot right there. I love waterfalls.
Oh, man, that was just
Don't
beautiful.
go chasing them.
Beautiful whitewater. John Cox is one angler who does not have as much fishing time as everyone else, as he has to devote a little less than 2 hours to travel time to get back from his trip to Ticonderoga. So many different stories. Everyone's got a different game plan. We'll see who prospers when we come back.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new tour grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
Fish and win with Skeeter Real Money. Fish out of your Skeeter boat, win a Skeeter approved contingency paying event, and you could add $5,000 to your winnings. Just enter, fish, and win. It's that easy. Rules and conditions apply. Visit SkeeterBoats.com and click the Real Money logo to register and learn more, or visit your local Skeeter dealer. Fish, win, get paid up to $5,000. Go to SkeeterBoats.com and see why now is the best time to enter, fish, and win with Skeeter Real Money.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket, Abu Garcia, for life.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Such a pleasure to be up here in what was originally one of the America's original vacation destinations. Plattsburgh, New York, and especially Lake Champlain. Plattsburgh, of course, is our fantastic host city. Always does a great job, and really a vast, knowledgeable crowd up here. Of course, when you've got a lake that's on everyone's bucket list to visit, everyone who loves bass fishing around the world, you have a city like that.
Insane maple syrup from that region.
Oh my gosh, just
insane.
That region. So good. Vermont, are you kidding me?
I know.
Yeah, the Green Mountains on one side, the Adirondacks on the other side of Lake Champlain. A lot of beauty, and obviously, as we've seen today, a lot of great bass fishing and a perfect playing field for these 85 anglers now on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Full field today and tomorrow. Out to Drew Benton.
Solid stringer for Drew so far. Got to get past that, really, that 14 to 16 pound mark. You're hovering around 15 pounds. You've shot par here, basically.
Yeah. You're vulnerable.
Need to get past that. That 17 pound mark will be critical today.
Got two new folks in our top 10. The Chad Morgan-Taylor, 16 and a half, and Ed Loughran, he's ninth place, tied with him. Just moved in there.
Must have him hooked on top of the head or something. No. I don't think he's gonna help me. They're mean. I mean, will not give up. It's gonna be so close, it's probably not even worth looking at.
See, it's nice where Drew Benton is, but it is unfriendly about 4 or 5 miles south of Drew Benton. And I understand we found our guy, Tommy Sanders.
Davey Hyde, Davey, you don't appear to be wet, so you got a little bit of shelter from the storm right there. But what have you been able to glimpse? Give us a sketch of what you've seen out there so far today.
Well, fishing-wise, you know, it's interesting that some of these guys, I think, had a lot better practice than things are showing right now with the smallmouth. But that's just so typical for Lake Champlain. These fish move around so much. I think it's because a lot of them are perch feeders this time of year, crawfish and perch, more so than the gobies that we saw last week. And they just roam, and those schools of perch move, and it can be very, very frustrating. A lot of guys had a game plan to catch 13, 14, 15 pounds and then go largemouth fishing because they were catching some big largemouth, but maybe not the numbers. But Seth Fighter, a guy that a lot of us thought would do really well, he's showing them how it's done. He's fishing for those largemouth around those marinas in that vegetation where they stay there. They'll probably stay in those same areas all summer long.
Davey, you're actually sitting under one of the most popular spots on Lake Champlain. All of the cut-throughs, whether it goes through the gut or you take the cut through the pass that goes up towards Missisquoi Bay, we have seen it so much in the past. Are you seeing a lot of anglers on those cut-throughs with all the current that blows through there?
Great question, Z. I've seen a lot passing through, and this morning there were 3 or 4 boats that fish around here, started here, I assume. I came over here after the last boat had taken off. But not as many people fishing these cut-throughs. I mean, like you said, traditionally you can catch a good solid limit, a mixture of largemouth and smallmouth, and this is one of the better ones. But we saw Brandon Lester just a few years ago do really well just focusing on those pinch points and where we had current, and he's probably doing some of that today. I haven't been able to find him, but I have been able to find a lot of people moving through, and even Ronnie's good friend, Jake Whitaker, came under here. There was some severe lightning just for a short time, and he came under here. He said he had about 13.5 pounds, but he stayed under here with us for about 10 minutes.
Davey, we talked about what Seth was able to do, Seth Feider, when he went all in on that marina that put out so many big largemouth for him right there. How many spots realistically are there available that are of that magnitude? I mean, are they everywhere? Are they very, very rare and hard to get into?
Well, there are a number of them, but this place is just so big. You know, you talk about spreading out over 100 miles, the New York side and the Vermont side. There's a number of them, but just traveling to them makes it really, really tough. That's why practice is so important. When you go in an area like that, especially a marina where you know some largemouth are living, you want to pick the best one, but you don't want to beat those fish up. You don't want to hook too many of them ahead of time. And then sometimes it's not necessarily, in my opinion, real smart to go to the closest ones to take off, because a lot of guys are going to practice those. I would always choose ones that were a little farther away. But, man, this place is so big. If you've never been to a Great Lake or if you've never been to Lake Champlain, it's really hard to describe how big it is. We got guys fishing 70, 80, maybe even 90 miles apart, and this place just eats them up. And yeah, there are a lot of marinas, but you know, when you talk about up and down each side of the lake, the Vermont side, the New York side, I mean, you could travel 150 miles trying to fish those marinas, and you know, that's not realistic. Maybe we saw a lot of strategy last week, guys that were saving fish, saving areas for later in the week. Maybe somebody like a Seth Feider would not surprise me at all if he's, you know, picking on the ones that he thinks is going to get the most pressure, and then go and fish some other ones a little farther away. Maybe fishing the marinas the first part of the week and fishing some milfoil clumps. We saw him do that a lot, and that's what Seth Feider really loves to do, is to flip a jig in milfoil and around rock areas in that milfoil. So I would think that that's the kind of stuff that he's going to wait and save until later in the week. But don't forget about Ticonderoga. I know there's only 3 boats went down there today, but it wouldn't surprise me. You know, Seth Feider is going to be in the conversation all week. But it wouldn't surprise me if a John Cox, there's a couple other guys, Drew Benton, and even some more that I've talked to, that are going to go down there later in the week. And it could be a big, big player come Saturday or Sunday.
Hey, Davey, really quick. Ron Moore has had a rough morning here in studio. Unusually rough for Ron Moore. You're just north of Shelburne, Vermont, home of the Vermont teddy bear. Can you stop in there and just grab one that you can one day up here where we can get the wheels back? Sorry, Ron.
He's holding on to it under the desk over here, Z. He doesn't need another one.
That is, you are such a concerned friend.
They are cute as a button.
They are.
They really are.
We've seen them. We've all seen them before. Everybody wants one, of course.
Hold it. Me and Ronnie or the teddy bears?
Back to Seth Feider, Bassmaster.
Yeah, and thank you, Davey. Davey, appreciate you so much. Davey's already, he's on the trail of that assignment you put him on already.
Harvey Horn ties Seth Feider for the biggest fish of the day, a 5-pound, 4 ounce. He's up to 17 and change. He's 5th place. Harvey Horn.
Harvey Horn.
It's been fun to watch Seth Feider leave his smallmouth today. And you could tell, we talked about this a little bit earlier, compared to last week where we got to see this time of day, a lot of guys almost are practicing for the rest of the event, managing their fish. Seth has said he's going to burn it down today and catch what he can catch, having lost this tournament by a very slim margin a few years ago. He said he's not going to play it as safe this time around.
Okay. Well, all eyes on Seth Feider right now. For the past, say 45, 50 minutes, he has been your tournament leader. And he says he's not much of a smallmouth fisherman, but his record would argue with that a little bit. Seth, of course, made his first big hit here on the Bassmaster Elite Series on the Mississippi River when he just pulled some last-minute heroics in order to get into the end of the season AOY championship and went on to win that tournament and add a second AOY championship victory last year.
And really, he said that 30-day span was a career saver from where he had been. It was really his first couple years on the Bassmaster Elite Series was more of a just getting traction out here.
Well, he likes this place because it reminds him of his home, and Seth Feider, boy, he'll be the first to tell you he is pure Minnesota.
It's not bad. It's only like 2-3 below. Sun's shining, wind's not blowing. That's all you can ask for. I mean, I grew up in the middle of a big city, Bloomington, Minnesota. It's 85,000 people. It's right by Minneapolis. It's the backyard. I used to stand on that deck and practice with my bait caster all winter long, throwing it through a retaining wall. Hey, Mama.
How you doing?
Good. How's it going?
Good to see you. Good. Come on in.
Grew up here my whole life. My dad grew up here. My grandpa built the house, what, 56? Back on his farm fields in Bloomington. This was my bedroom. If you've ever heard about the ghost cat story, my bed used to be right here, and I looked down the hallway, and there's a ghost of a cat right in the hallway right there. I saw that the day after it died. It got hit by a car, and then it came and saw me the next morning. Say goodbye or something. It happened. Ghosts are real.
Wow.
That
is
I love
very
that. That's a different sort of note.
Paranormal activity.
Paranormal activity.
Remember looking down that hallway in Paranormal
Oh,
Activity
my
at
gosh.
the end? Scares the fire out of me, man.
I don't watch those movies, Z. I watch the movies where the bad guy, you can see him and actually touch him and run away from him, not the ghosts. Not about
That's
that.
real life, is what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Right.
I'll
That
take a
sounds like a
Jason and
show
Freddy
or a good
movie
movie.
over Paranormal Activity all day.
They put the powder down and saw the footprints and whatnot.
Man.
Oh.
I think we're going to see Champ here before the day is over. At the rate we're going right now,
Oh.
Seth Feider going at the rate you want to be going on this first day of competition. Throw up 18 pounds plus up there, and you have put yourself in good shape. That's just 1 day out of 4, though. Got to be able to replicate that for 3 more days if you want to hold that trophy up at the end of it all.
Starting to see, we talked about earlier, a lot of largemouth guys creeping in our top 10. Not a surprise.
All right, well, we have plenty more on the way, 3 more hours plus to go here on Bassmaster Live.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
You don't know their names yet, but you will.
It's been said that a bad day of fishing is better than a good day at work. Getting you to that fishing spot is key, and Bully Dog gets your truck road ready. No matter where, we give you the horsepower and towing torque right when you need it. We make getting there better. Make your ride a Bully Dog.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
3 hours left in our coverage, our Bassmaster Live coverage of this Bassmaster Elite Series event. We're looking forward to bringing it to you tomorrow. More of the same right here on ESPN2. Our coverage starts at 11:30 a.m. right here. That's Eastern Time. Taking you all the way to 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and that's when the Day 2 weigh-in happens. That's when the field gets cut from 85 down to 40. The 40 who will fish on Saturday. So half as many, or less than half as many anglers out there on Saturday as there are today.
A couple new names in there. Tommy, Brandon Cobb, and Kyle Monty just jumped in our
Brandon
top
Cobb,
10.
the other two-time winner from
Last
last year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. We'll examine that leaderboard a little bit more as we go through this next segment here. Get you right back out on the water with our leader, Seth Feider, and Jamie Hartman, the other two-time winner from last year on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Those guys are not that far apart in looking on a map, and totally different weather where Jamie Hartman is north of our takeoff at Plattsburgh. Sunny, gentle, right where Seth Feider is.
Go back up there and crack another big enough.
That storm has about passed.
Past who?
Past the whole lake almost. It's just the tail end right now.
Such, do we have more coming in later today?
No.
No.
This is going to end, I believe, in the next half hour.
Got it. Taking a look at where these guys are. Seth on the bottom end of the inland sea. Jamie Hartman up just south of Rouse's Point. Both of them not very far from our takeoff.
No.
Compared to other anglers in our field. Go ahead, Ron.
What's a normal time frame from Seth Feider right there to St. Albans in that corner right there? You know, what is that going to take you driving normally?
On a good day, you're looking at, you always give yourself right there probably about 30 minutes, okay? But there's been other times where that one run right there could take you an hour and 15 to 20 minutes.
That's what I was getting at. And the Open that Brian Schmidt won on the final day, it was storming, raining. I mean, harder than it was where we saw Mr. Davey Hyde on the water, and it took over an hour to get from just inside the inland sea to St. Albans there.
But places like where Seth is at, and a lot of the locals that fished a lot of the local tournaments here know this. Generally, wherever there's a marina on this lake, Ronnie, those marinas are put in those areas because they're in little protected pockets, little protected bays. Areas like that are not as exposed to where guys like Jamie Hartman, Jesse Tecarante, where they are way more in the open where they're fishing. Heard Seth Feider say he's going to try to crack one more big one in there, letting a lot of those boats where he caught some of those bigger largemouth.
You're good. You can stay right there.
He needs to. Brian Schmidt, who's still over on the east side and out of range, just tied him. Both got about 18 and a quarter.
Wow. So what? Pretty good.
Getting good.
Got two big ones. Thanks, man.
Again, sketchy. We do have a camera with Brian Schmidt. A little bit sketchy service.
Up the lake, get away from this storm for a little bit. Hopefully it'll pass over and we can. Most of my deep stuff is right there on the other side of that. So we're just kind of giving it time. We still got 4 hours, so that should be plenty enough time to fish it as soon as that storm passes. I've got a lot of bites here in the last 20 or 30 minutes. This weather may be getting them active. I don't really know. It's been slow when it was sunny and slick earlier. So any change is better than what we had. We got about 14 pounds right now, so not where we need to be for sure. The last one I hooked was a 2.5 pounder, and it had like a 4 or 5 pounder with it. And couldn't get it to bite after I got that one in. We're gonna keep after him.
Well, Drew Benton, 5th year with the Bassmaster Elite Series, kind of plotting his plan, his game plan, trying to think in the back of his mind. I'm sure prefer to stay dry if possible. Not always possible out here. In fact, we take you back a couple of years ago to Lake Travis in Texas. Different sort of place. Really, really
Look
tough
out
fishery.
now.
Oh, I can't help. That's all right. It's still on there. There you can. I can't help it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's wild.
Yeah. And I feel bad shooting it.
Yeah, right.
Because this will be on TV.
Which I don't feel bad taking pictures. That almost worked.
We've also killed a transmitter, but we'll fix that in a minute.
It almost worked out.
That's part of fishing, falling in the water. Just don't do it on television. You'll see we've got it 3 years later. It's still in our rotation.
Well, we'll use that to the end of time, no doubt about it. That was the power pole replay of the entire season. But you could tell he was more concerned with that fish still staying hooked, as tough as that event was.
Look at him right there.
Good stuff right there.
Checking on that fish. Drew Benton.
How many bags? So we did this the first day last tournament on the St. Lawrence River. There were 17 20-pound bags on day one. How many do we see today? I throw it to you, Ron Moore.
20-pound bags.
20-pound bags.
8.
8?
Wow.
Such?
Oh.
No, just
yeah.
Around 5, maybe.
No,
I don't think there's going to be.
Teddy bear.
Well, no, Such didn't bring up the teddy bear.
I go far.
4? You like combining words and numbers.
And real quick, for tomorrow. Okay. Obviously, we have Brian Schmidt. So much history here. Ron, you've done a gazillion podcasts with Brian Schmidt about this event. We will try, he's been out of service all day. Tomorrow, we're going to try to upload almost all of whatever fish catches we can get from his day for tomorrow.
Oh, for sure. And we'll probably get him today at some
Yes.
point when he gets in, because we saw him earlier. So
Right.
it's just a rotation. He might be in an area.
Right.
Fills his limit up, moves to somewhere else, like Fighter. Fighter's in his area. If he makes an upgrade and leaves, we may not see him, or we may see him in his new area. So, what did you say, Tommy? We got an 8, a 5, a 4?
I'd go along with a 5. I'd say we'll have a 5.
We'll put it out. We'll put it out as a poll to the fans.
Yep.
I already put a poll out and says if you were fishing Champlain, would you fish for largemouth or smallmouth? I didn't give them the both option because that's just too easy of an option. So we'll see what that looks like.
Slide back over to Austin Felix. Again, a lot of history here on Lake Champlain. Another angler concentrating in the inland sea really the entire day so far.
Well, the weather's not too great, but I mean, I think I got close to 14 pounds, all smallmouth. I've been running around a little bit, fishing some boulders. With the weather, they're not really setting up on them like I was hoping they would, but we're getting a few bites. At this point, I'm just moving around. I got another largemouth hole I'm gonna go to here in a few minutes, but I want to check a couple of these individual boulders, see if I can't upgrade. Because I got one good one and then a bunch of like 2 3/4, 2 1/2. So, got a lot of work to do. We got 3 more hours to fish.
Generally, especially on this lake, not really the weather that you want, but you're also looking at a rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but with a lot of experience, and one guy that I think we're going to see a lot of the next few years on the Bassmasters.
Felix is a guy who, young guy, first year on the Elites, but he's been with FLW. He came up through the college ranks. If you don't know how to make it to the pros, we have a lot of different ranks, high school, college, the nation, and he was a college angler, won the national championship on the FLW side of it in 2014. Has been so close to qualifying for the Elites in past years. Wondered why. Wondered if he was going to do it. When he did qualify last year, he said, "Hey, I got to accept it because you might go 10 more years and never get close." So
was he one of those anglers that was fishing college events up till like 33?
He actually
Well,
did.
no, really?
That's a special
He
group.
did, though.
That's a
He
special
did,
though, Tommy.
36.
Zona's right on that. He's
What?
36 years old. I was shocked by his age because I fished in college against him. He took some years off after high school, worked at Gander Mountain, worked as tire plate, and then he went to community college, went to University of Minnesota for 2 years, and then he graduated and went pro in 15, and so.
Sometimes that's a combination of winning the national championship.
As you would say, he was
in your late 30s.
Daniel Almonte.
I will rag
college.
on him from time to time, saying, "Hey, like you were 29 or 30 when you won, and I was 21 competing against you. That's not quite as fair."
In our top 10, of course, leading the way is another angler from the Minnetonka area, Seth Fiders, Austin Felix from Eden Prairie, which is just right around the corner from Minnetonka. So there's a
Fiders hooked up now, actually.
Got those guys side by side. Not bad.
That one will probably call.
He's going to
That's
call.
good. It's a 3-pluser. When you going to jail? Man, he won't come out. What to call number 2. Three and a quarter. That's over 19.
Jamie Hartman hooked up right now.
Did you hear that? Fighter said has us over 19, and his
Right.
Bass Track says 19 even, so he does have a little bit more than.
I don't know, he's fighting like a little one. Yeah, he ain't that big. He's trying to be big. Come on, boy.
Gosh, they're skinny. A lot of those smallmouths we've seen today.
Not that boy. Not even gills or nothing. He just stuck hard.
Good look at that storm in the background.
That ain't gonna help.
Those fish will weigh so much more a month from now.
Like that.
And a month ago.
And a month, yes, yes.
The largemouth, they're post-spawn as well, but the largemouth seem to have fed up maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, whereas the smallmouth might just start feeding up.
Yeah, they can't sit down to a big plate of fried gobies either, you know, like the fish at the St. Lawrence River.
That's strange. I asked some of our local friends that help us out in turn, just getting us, most recent information, is being connected to the St. Lawrence River, how goby have not infested this body of water. And I've talked to guys that have said, no, they've seen them in here, but the population's not exploded like other places that we've been to.
Do they not have the zebra mussels to feast
They
on?
absolutely do.
Yeah.
The gobies.
Yeah, absolutely.
Eat the
Baby coming. Any minute. Figure. I'm sure she'll call, but.
What did he say?
Seth Fider's wife, Dayton, may be going into labor very soon, and he was checking his phone for a call.
Wow, we didn't know that. Wow.
Look at all these spectators coming to watch us.
He may have the baby luck as well.
Running for their wife.
Brock Mosley, his wife had a baby last week. He finished 3rd. Seth Fighter is expecting this weekend is at first right now.
For a storm that's out of here, that one's really just blowing and going.
We have not had
still
an angler's wife give birth during a Bassmaster Live ever. Correct me if I'm wrong. That would
not
be a
during
first.
live.
Not
no.
during the live.
No,
wow.
per se.
That's
during
intense.
Live. Yeah, could happen.
Wes Logan up to 4th place.
Wow, changing up. Leaderboard Seth Fighter extending his lead a little bit over Brian Schmidt. Scott Canterbury hanging tough in there today, absolutely. And the new additions of Harvey Horn, Wes Logan, David Fritz, the legend, still hanging in there. He's been in that top 10 most of the day. Kyle Monty creeping up in there too. We'll be back after this.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Wherever the trail gets rough and the mud gets deep, you'll find a Toyota Tacoma. It's the best-selling compact pickup in America for 12 years. And it's not because we baby them. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
At Mercury, we invested thousands of hours of engineering manpower so you can enjoy hours and hours of untapped horsepower. Introducing the all-new V6 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly. At Mercury, there are no limits to what we'll do to make sure you have no limits either. Introducing the all-new V8 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly.
Your time on the water is precious. You return season after season to make unforgettable memories. Fight a few fish, reconnect with friends, and recenter yourself. If you count on having this time, you need an outboard you can count on to power it. That's why boaters stay with Yamaha for the long run, for life. They know reliability starts here.
If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Such a pleasure to be able to bring you live bass fishing from this incredible, iconic place in the sport. Lake Champlain here on the border between New York State and the state of Vermont. There's our Bassmaster Angler of the Year point standings. As we started this tournament, Clark Winlet of Texas took over that lead last week on the St. Lawrence. Buddy Gross, who coming off a win at Lake Eufaula in second place, and Jamie Hartman, you see, we've seen a lot of him today. Scott Canterbury, we have not seen today, but Scott's been doing very, very well today. Scott Canterbury had that lead, of course, before we got to the St. Lawrence. We're going to get out to our leader, Angler of the Year points. That's Clark Winlet, of course, the legend from Texas, from the Austin area, where we saw that footage of Drew Benton from. That was good.
You know, it's been a really strange year. I know everybody says that and everybody, but you know, it's, you know, so disjointed. We start in February and then have the big COVID outbreak, and everybody's kind of, you know, thrown for a loop by the whole thing. Bass has done an incredible job. The fact that we're out fishing right now in New York is, I mean, It means a lot to all of us because that's really what we want to be doing. And, you know, the one thing that the COVID deal did for me is, you know, right at first, you know, they're closing boat ramps and, you know, you hardly can't even fish, but I got to fish a lot. I mean, a lot. And, you know, once it started back up, I fished day after day after day after day. I mean, it was just, that's what I like to do. I mean, I like to go out and catch them. And so I think a little bit of that's translated into the tournaments, and I've just made good decisions. You know, today's been a struggle, but overall for this year, so far, I've just made good decisions, and I think, you know, I think that's a lot of what good tournament fishing is, whether you zig or whether you zag, whether you stay or whether you go. Just gotta make the right decision at the right time, and you can do really well.
Clark Wendlandt, definitely one of the most admired guys in the sport.
Absolutely.
Real role model for anyone who wants to be the one of the best ever. Clark, 8th place, Lake Eufaula, backed it up with an 8th place at St. Lawrence.
Always does good on our smallmouth events.
Yeah.
Really does.
Yeah. Great career over at FLW and at Bass.
Host of Hunting and Fishing Texas.
Yeah.
Long time.
You got to enjoy a little smackdown.
You did.
A little gem of a place
That's
with
right.
you last year.
Actually, took Clark Wendlandt to a place here in Arkansas, Mr. Pease Lake, big time. Take young Ron Moore, and evidently what spun your week out, Seth Fighter.
Yeah.
Is that right?
My hands are all cut up still.
How did that happen? Here's your leader, Seth Fighter.
He ain't gonna help, is he? Heck no. Heck no. No, I need to beat almost a 3-pounder.
Hasn't moved much, that storm.
I was going to say, Such, not to say that your PH Marine Weather Watch was off, but it was grossly off.
That thing is just sitting out there huffing and puffing, isn't it?
The Weather Channel Futurecast is showing it peters out and goes across the lake and goes away.
Do you think, Z, we always talk about this.
Yes.
In fishing, storms are pushing in. They bite really good right before the storm. We hadn't seen any clouds, anything. It was sunny, but we had seen triples back to back to back to back. We switch over. Oh, Fighter pitches under, catches 3 or 4 real quick. Do you think that was 30 or 40 minutes before the storm because of the storm coming through?
I think whenever you have a pressure change, a barometric pressure change from, you know, a high pressure, which is really what we were at this morning. It was pretty calm winds, high skies. Fish were kind of stagnant, fair to say, this morning. Whenever you have a pressure change in fishing, hunting, no matter what it is, you definitely see more activity right before an approaching front generally.
We just saw Dribbit and swing one in. Don't know if it helped. I looked down.
But what you also see on a lot of these northern lakes, we talked about it last week at the St. Lawrence River, these northern lakes they ignite really early in the morning, which really early in the morning this time of year, I mean, the days are 20 hours long, basically. Yeah. There's usually a really strong window of a bite, the first 3 or 4 hours of daylight, and then you always get kind of that late morning lull, which we've not seen here today, which could have, you know, been helped by that storm coming in, to where you'll also see that, you know, after lunch ignition again, which generally you see that a lot here on Champlain.
Which for those guys going to Ticonderoga,
they'll miss a lot
they'll
of
be
that.
running during
Yes.
that, yeah.
They'll miss a lot
So
of that.
for a John Cox to come back sooner, we saw him just make that quick pit stop after the river at the boat ramp at Ty. For him to come back, he may get that time up here. He may get that bite and save his day.
the way you mentioned the prospect of a 20-pound bag, I looked back at 2017. You remember how many there were? There were not that many. There were 3 on the first day, 2 on the second day.
I'm sticking 4.
And 3 on the third day with a big one of 23 pounds, 5 ounces.
Yeah.
So,
notice a wind shift,
3-day
too.
tournament, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it ended
I
up being
think-
3 with the first day canceled.
I think, and for folks who don't know, the weights here are always so tight.
Very
that
close.
Last year we canceled day 1, so we had full field day 1, full field day 2, and we let the top half of the field fish instead of the final 10. And a guy came from 19th place. Aaron Martins came from 19th, 3 pounds behind though, all the way down to 19th. So it was still very, very tight. We should see, in theory, a much more stacked top 10 weight-wise than the St. Lawrence River, where it was a 17-pound gap from 1st to 10th.
Wishing Aaron Martin's the best. Won a
Yes.
long-time Bassmaster Elite Series angler. Been battling some serious health issues the last few months. But really going to take a look at Seth Feider's flurry that got him to where he's at unofficially in a lead right now.
Well,
oh yes, Fred.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, why don't we, Ron? Seth Feider going on a big-time flurry in this little Marina Harbor. A lot of tournaments go out of that Marina Harbor. One of our friends that follows the program, Mr. Tom LaVictory, wins a lot of tournaments on this lake, said, yep, that area right there is loaded with them. Well, Seth Feider started punching holes early and often when he got here, leaving his primary smallmouth area that kind of never really panned out. And we made the comment, a lot of guys that had backup largemouth that they were going to use later in the day went to him early. Seth Feider, one of those anglers,
I don't even know what.
went on a tear, and that's going to be, no, Jamie Hartman, you are absolutely not. You are not the Power Pole replay of the day. It is you, Seth Feider. How did Jamie Hartman get involved in my Power Pole?
He's striving. He's trying to get there.
Hey, listen, we talked about paranormal activity later or earlier, and it could go on all. I'll tell you what bothered me is when she was standing above the bed for hours on end in that movie. Just,
oh my gosh.
Terrifying, Ron.
Doesn't she have something else to do? Wasting her day away.
I'll lay this out there. Jamie Hartman is real.
Cat ghost
Jamie Hartman is real. That is for
Power
sure.
Pole replay of the day was Ghost of Jamie Hartman.
Seth Feider on top right now with plenty of fishing time left on day number 1 at Lake Champlain.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Fish and win with Skeeter Real Money. Fish out of your Skeeter boat, win a Skeeter approved contingency paying event, and you could add $5,000 to your winnings. Just enter, fish, and win. It's that easy. Rules and conditions apply. Visit SkeeterBoats.com and click the Real Money logo to register and learn more, or visit your local Skeeter dealer. Fish, win, get paid up to $5,000. Go to SkeeterBoats.com and see why now is the best time to enter, fish, and win with Skeeter Real Money.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Lake Champlain on the border between New York and Vermont. This is day one, 2020 Bassmaster Elite. Big tournament, 4 days of fishing in Lake Champlain. Sometimes thought of as one of the Great Lakes, but actually it is not. It is just great for fishing. What is, while we're on the subject,
Ferries
New York
scare
State.
me.
Yeah, what is the New York?
Very unnatural to put a vehicle on a ferry. It really is.
Yeah, well, yeah, they do a lot of it up there. The further north you go, the more they seem to do it in New England. What is the New York State record for largemouth bass? I just want to ask that question of everyone.
I'm sure you do,
Within
Tom.
listening distance from it. 9-4? Is it 10-4? You could say 10-4, it is, or it could be 11-4 or 12-4.
It's four, something before that.
It's got a 4 involved. I'm going to go with C. I'm going to go with C.
Are we answering it now?
Yeah.
I'll go
yeah,
10-4. I'll go B, 10-4.
I'm going to go C.
I'll hang with you on 10-4 right there.
10-4, go, buddy.
What do you folks think at home? There's your answer.
Hey, now.
Oh,
Hey, now.
11-4.
Hey, now.
Oh. Ooh, wow.
Buckhorn Lake, 1987 on a spinnerbait. John Higbee.
Buckhorn Lake.
Yeah.
What was the year? What was the year?
87.
87.
Huh.
Year.
Wow. And what's interesting is the bass generally in the state of New York, they don't grow very long. They grow very round.
Yes.
I would love to get a picture of that to see the girth of that bass.
Did they have cameras back in 1987?
Ron.
I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
What?
Hey, it's
Golly,
worth noting
you've been a
last
real
year,
treat
last year at Cayuga, Derek Hudnall caught an 8-1 largemouth, the largest largemouth we've ever had in a New York event for Bassmaster, an 8-1.
And it did not look normal.
No, it did not.
Is that the largest northern strain largemouth we've ever had?
I think so.
Okay.
Did the same. Fighter's getting a little windy in his area now.
Taking a look at Jamie Hartman fishing one of those cut-throughs.
It's like an escapee from the Antique Boat Museum. Just
I
going
saw
by there.
that.
That's pretty cool.
Good eye.
That was a fun place back last week there in Clayton, New York. Thanks again to the folks in Clayton for
taking care of
make
us.
That was a good
No
tournament.
doubt.
Helping make that a great tournament.
A lot of history with the
way you could do this
Bassmasters.
all day and not catch 17, 18 pounds.
I made sure that Dayton will indeed call Seth if she goes into labor on live, and she said, oh, no doubt I will.
Got it, yes. She called him one time. We did a Zone Alive, and I cut Seth's hair, and she called him during that whole disaster. It was a little less stressful, I imagine, but
I don't know. I saw the haircut you gave him. It was pretty stressful.
I thought it was spot on.
Yeah. What did she say on that phone call?
No, can't go there.
Nothing really constructive?
It was loud.
Okay.
It was loud.
Yeah, this upcoming phone call will be a much happier occasion.
Yes.
I'll let you know before I set the hook with this. It's a little less knee-jerk reaction. Kind of like, oh, that's a bite.
This sport's different than any other.
There are
haunted.
ghosts.
It's the haunting. It's the Champlain haunting.
Ghosts. It's been a day.
Well, see, it's just everything cascading, happening at one time. It's very hard to deal with the stress of that.
It's a strange day on Bassmaster Live. Heard Drew Benton make the comment, a little bit frustrated. He kind of thought it'd be, I don't want to use the word easy, but did not think it would be a challenge to hit that 17.5 to 18 pounds between Plattsburgh and Rouse's Point. And so far today, we have him with probably a little bit more than 13.5 pounds, closer to that 15-pound mark. But boy, we've not seen a lot of that 3 3/4 to 4 pound fish, which notoriously you can do in this area.
Frazier up there in the top 5 all of a sudden. Actually tied for 3rd. Saw a lot of him last week. He was our defending champion.
We actually said,
St. Lawrence.
Hey, Drew, we're going to put a boat in your we're going to put a camera in your boat on day 1 at the St. Lawrence. He said, no, I'll do that. Save me for Champlain.
Yes.
Not this week. Didn't have too bad of a finish.
No.
You see that little green top canister right there, that Berkeley Gulp, something we've seen in a lot of our smallmouth tournaments, and Berkeley Flatworm was credited with a lot of top 10s at the St. Lawrence River in Lake Ontario. Quietly, that little bucket of baits right there was a very big player last week with some of our highest finishers.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We're sort of backfilling in
Yeah,
all the
we are,
information
we
for
are,
this
we
tournament.
are.
That's good. That's a good thing to do.
So right now I'm just throwing about a 6-foot diver crankbait. I'm fishing flats that have grass growing out to anywhere from 9 to 12 feet. And I'm throwing it on 15-pound line, so it's kind of a little bit bigger line, and it keeps that up in that grass a little bit so I can wind it through it and snatch it out of the grass when I do get hung, and it's kind of like a rattle trap bite. Most of my bites have came, you know, as soon as I wind it through a clump of grass and snatch it out. Yesterday, didn't have to do that. You just wound it around, you know, and it was like the fish were biting a whole lot better than they have been today for me. This morning I caught some on a chatterbait. I really didn't figure this deal out till yesterday, so I'm kind of learning as I go. When I get in grass it's a little too thick for this plug, I'll pick up that chatterbait and wind it through there. That's what you saw me catch a lot of those fish this morning on. But this point right up here is where I just hung 2 or 3, and they didn't help me, and I had probably 3 or 4 nice ones with the last one I caught here. So hopefully stay in these areas and catch a couple more.
Drew Benton
But I
helping us
never
out with the
envisioned it
AFTCO
would be
Taste the
this
Bait.
tough to catch 17 to 18 pounds on this program. Get on in here.
Some of the footage from earlier today. We've been with Drew in the boat with him all day long.
Come on. Come on in here.
The lake turned out today for him to be a little bit changed from what he was able to figure out in practice. So it's
Decent upgrade.
I have to stay after it. Gotta be in the top 40 at the end of tomorrow's fishing. He's solidly in there today, right now. Just go and build on that.
I think you're going to really see him switch up tomorrow into, if he can make it to day 3. But he's not going to go through this again. He's not going to go through catching 2 3/4 pound smallmouth when he knows he had a big day, man. He had a really big day at Ticonderoga. And if this somehow does not ignite, he will not be back on this gig tomorrow.
How many in our field practice down there? Out of the 85, would you say?
Say that again?
Out of the 85 who participated in practice days, how many of them would have made that trip down there to Ticonderoga? Most of them? Half?
As far as practicing?
You're practicing, yeah.
Oh, I would say 60 to 70%. Just
Gave it a
off of-
look?
But yeah, but you know what's weird is just seeing, it's bizarre to have 85 guys and 3 went to Ticonderoga today.
Wow, yeah,
that's you know, and that's unofficial. There's probably a couple more that went down there, but generally it's a especially on day 1, you see 30% of the field run down there.
Don't know if you've noticed, but we've been the last 2 tournaments, or 3 tournaments, I guess, without marshals because of the health concerns. And boy, hats off to Bass and the anglers for keeping those Bass Track scores online. They have been, by and large, been very close to spot on.
Look at this, in 8th place right now, tied for 8th with those Bass Track numbers. Anglers putting them in themselves, and obviously if we have a camera in their boat, the cameramen do it for them. There are 8 or 9 guys all tied for 8th place with 17 pounds. That's how tight some of these, that when you get, that's like the number that's gonna get you in an okay spot. Austin Felix hooked up.
I'm almost positive. Oh my gosh, it's a big one. I mean, a real big one. I just got a glance at it, but it looked freaking giant. I need you, baby, to stay pegged. Oh gosh.
Critical fish for Austin Felix.
Golly, he like stunned himself there for a second. We need you. Oh, dang it, don't go. Don't, oh, he's not done yet. Just when you think he's up, he goes and takes 20 feet of line. Stay down. I need you bad. Oh gosh, he came off! He came off in my hand! Oh! Holy smokes! We're living right. Good belly on that sucker. I can't believe that. I felt that sucker. I got my hand on its belly, and I felt it just go. And I'm like, oh. Golly.
Wow. You got lucky.
Oh my gosh,
very
he was lucky.
Very lucky.
That was a 1 in 10 probability when that bait comes out, he's going to land that thing.
That usually goes. But look at the build on that fish compared to what we've got to see with a lot of the other smallmouth. And that's what happens in the inland sea a lot. And the inland sea for the smallmouth, and a lot of our locals watching this know this, is traditionally from Plattsburgh north on the New York side, it's a lot shallower. On the inland sea, it's a lot deeper. And guys like Austin Felix, and if you look at a lot of the history in the inland sea, it fishes a lot deeper than its brother on the New York side. A lot of these guys on the inland sea, you can catch them from 20 to 30 all the way out to 40 feet of water and fish in very isolated boulders and rock piles. But that fish, that's the first smallmouth that we have seen that was built like you'll see them in a month.
Minnesota's Austin Felix there strikes, and let's see, I don't think this is going to be the same deal here.
Getting some.
That's the wrong species right there.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a pike. A little bit of a setback there, wasting time with a pike, but hey, all in all, what a day. What a day for Seth Fighter.
This sport's different than any other. One, you're all by yourself. It's an individual sport. There's no teammate to back you up or anything like that, help you out, and it's a lot different than anything else, really. I like the variables. Makes this more of an art, really, than a science, I think, and a lot of it goes back to just instincts. It all boils down to that, that 20 years prior to this, every day on the water.
Biggin. Yeah, bud. Yeah, freaking cons, dude. I mean, come on.
Yeah, somebody this week's gonna put it all together and make some really good decisions and hold up a trophy at the end.
Well, what he's done today, that is a great start to this 4 days of fishing that make up this tournament, and every stop in the regular season for the Bassmaster Elite Series, 19 pounds. And a 19-pound average over 4 days might get you a trophy. We don't know at this point. Might take a 20. Everybody says a 20, possibly a 19.
A lot of 17-pound stringers starting to every segment going up about a quarter to a half pound.
Yeah, we still got a couple of hours fishing time left here on Lake Champlain as well, so keep that in mind. We'll be right back.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new tour grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
Introducing the Bass U TV app. Get the most out of your Bass U TV subscription and learn on the go with the Bass U TV app. Unlimited access to 700 plus training videos. Multiple new releases each week, including seminars, on-water videos, live shows, interviews, and other original content. The Bass U TV app. Never stop learning.
In the wild, nature dictates that when it's time to eat, animals will instinctively find and devour the meal that satisfies them most. In the water, Berkeley Powerbait's scientifically proven formula triggers the natural predatory instinct in bass. Now available in a plethora of shapes, sizes, and colors. Berkeley Powerbait. Fish bite and won't let go.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
We have reached the quarterfinals of the MLS Is Back tournament tonight. The Philadelphia Union taking on Sporting Kansas City. That starts at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on ESPN, ESPN Deportes, and the ESPN app. It's win or go home.
Exactly. Look for Philadelphia Union to put on a big display of offense like they usually do. Midfield play will be key in that matchup.
A bit of firepower on display, possibly tonight.
Exactly.
Hey, you played soccer, Z, growing up before you got into fishing. You played soccer. What position did you like to play?
I was midfield.
Oh, you were midfield?
I was a midfield. Actually, I was a midfielder to start. Then I moved into a forward situation, more of an enforcer.
I really thought I could see you being a defensive back. You know,
there's not a defensive back.
Yeah,
no, there's not. Nope, not the soccer games I played. Back to Bassmaster Live. Tommy Sanders.
Yes, that fighter's still on top right there with Brian Schmidt right behind him.
The game I played, Ronnie. Gonna get back on the water right now, Lake Champlain. Jesse Tecarante, who's had a very interesting morning, a lot of ups and downs.
Boy, I'll say he's been active for the better part of this 5 hours or so that he has been fishing, 5 or 6 hours.
Trying to upgrade here. I got to get a couple of 3-pounders to stay in this hunt today. And I know I can do it. I got enough fish to do it. Just the mood today has just not been right for these fish, and I don't know why. I found a little deal with the color on the Ned rig that was pretty good, pretty steady. And I just got to get one around it. If I get a fish around the bait, he'll eat it. Guaranteed. Or the bait around the fish, I should say. Had some storms pass through, which always makes things a little interesting. But we've had that every day this week, so that's nothing new.
Fishing in the Damius Island area, a lot of tournaments. A lot of big smallmouth have been caught right there throughout the years.
Man, I'm convinced there's a fish on that point right there. I can't get the bite. Looks like it might rain again, but I don't care. It's hot, man.
Getting word.
Scared you, didn't I?
From some local guys to Champlain, which there seems to be a bunch. There are a bunch messaging today, watching live,
all come out,
saying that the marinas that Fighter has been targeting is where some of the that 26-pound bag came from on Saturday. That's a key region at this point. You know where Champlain's fishing right now.
Yes.
Which also is interesting, how great Fighter is at Champlain. He vibes with this place and knows how to change and adjust. So does Brian Schmidt and Brian Schmidt's fishing marinas. They're the only two anglers we've seen doing that, and they're at the top of our leaderboard.
Well, right we knew coming into this that this lake was going to have a different face with having the water being down as much as it is this time around. You know that
things waves make it a little harder to skip a jig, that's for sure.
We were going to see a different largemouth playing field. Marinas have, and all those local guys know this too. Marinas always play a big effect on Lake Champlain, but you always mix in flipping milfoil, shallow, and boat docks and stuff like that. But a lot of that is just this time around is eliminated.
What reloads better, 3 acres of milfoil or a marina this size?
Well, when the water's low, the milfoil traditionally grows fairly shallow on this lake. It's not like milfoil grows out, at least not a lot of it grows out to that, 8, 10, 12 feet of water. It's generally every time that we've been here or tournaments in the past, it grows in 3 to 4 or 5 feet of water, especially in St. Albans Bay. Well, you knock out 2 feet of water from that, there ain't a lot in it. And that's, we talked about it early today. Are we going to see different largemouth areas play this time around compared to years past? Which obviously that'd be yes.
Okay. So he can quote unquote clean it out today as best he can and still have a crack at coming back before this tournament's done.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Maybe even tomorrow.
And you're looking at, as Ronnie said, a lot of our folks messaging us, there's tournaments that go out of a lot of these marinas.
Boy, this is creepy. Carl Jacobson, our angler from Australia, just put in 17 pounds, no ounces, and there is a 9-way tie for 8th place. The next spot is Shane Lineberger in 17th place. So
9-way tie.
9-way tie right now.
Wow.
Somebody's going to break out of that.
Yeah, I would say.
It's going to happen. What a beautiful part of the world. Lots of natural attractions, big vacation destinations for people all up and down the eastern seaboard and beyond. Down from Canada to come here and visit this special place. Seth Fighter holding steady on top right there. Harvey Horn. Jamie Hartman hanging in there in the top 10. He's done good work all day today. We got plenty more to come for you right here on Bassmaster.
Live.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
You don't know their names yet, but you will.
When I'm on the road for work or for fun, I always like to have a reliable generator around. This open frame inverter from Champlain is ideal because it's lighter than a standard open frame generator and more affordable than a traditional inverter. The remote start helps me start up the generator or shut it off without having to leave my camper. It provides essential power for things like charging my boat batteries, also makes life a lot more comfortable for myself and my family.
It's been said that a bad day of fishing is better than a good day at work. Getting you to that fishing spot is key. And Bully Dog gets your truck road ready. No matter where, we give you the horsepower and towing torque right when you need it. We make getting there better. Make your ride a Bully Dog.
Groundbreaking designs, unsurpassed quality, and unshakable confidence. Welcome to the Ranger Z500 and Z100 series. Leading the industry for over 50 years, these rigs are custom crafted and loaded with more features and advantages to deliver the ultimate ownership experience. The legendary Ranger Z series. Unleash next level performance. Mercury, go boldly.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Hey, hope you're enjoying Bassmaster Live on this day. We've got it for you again tomorrow, Saturday. Yes, some Bassmaster Live for you then as well right here on ESPN2, but it starts at 8 o'clock on the app. You can see it on Watch ESPN on the app starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time at noon. Picks up right here on ESPN2, taking you all the way to weigh-in time on Saturday when we take it down to 10 anglers. That's our top 10 right there. Or actually, that's our top 8 and top 10 and ties, I guess is the way you put it. Man, oh man. How many do we have tied for 8th place, Such?
There was 9. Now they got moved back one because Paul Mueller, who led our event last week for 3 days, is in 7th place with 17.5. He just popped in.
You know, somebody we haven't seen really for several hours.
Yeah, so I'm at the very start.
Yes.
Be Dave Mercer.
You're exactly right,
Dave
Tommy
Mercer
Sanders.
running the show. There in Plattsburgh, Dave's been there plenty of times before. And Dave, an update for you. One of those striking things about our leaderboard throughout most of the morning is the fact that Scott Canterbury was occupying that top spot. What can you tell us about that effort this morning?
Well, guys, it was exactly that effort to find Scott Canterbury, but we did find him, and I'll tell you, I mean, his day going exactly the way you want it to go. Had a good bag early. You know, when we left him, he had 18 pounds, and the big question he had, you know, the whole time we were with him is, do I keep catching him? He was catching an awful number, you know what I mean? Like really going through them, but he said to me, he said, in pre-fish, he always got one of those 4.5 to 5 pounders. He did not have one of those today. You know, a bunch of fish just under 4 pounds basically, and he was, you know, just kind of, when we left him, he left his main area and he was just hopscotching around to different, you know, one hit spots here and there, trying to get that bigger bite, but really in a great position at this point of the tournament. I mean, what way do you want to start a tournament? You know, he had 18 pounds early and really just no pressure on him at all. Just trying to increase throughout the day. I mean, the only pressure we're feeling right now is it seems that every time we stop, a storm arises. I mean, it was clear here in Bluebird as soon as we went live. I heard thunder over our shoulder. So the weather is changing, but some things don't change, and Scott Canterbury catching them is definitely one of those things.
Dave, real quick, a lot of our viewers want to know, Scott Canterbury focusing on smallmouth or largemouth or both so far early on day one?
When I was with him, it was all smallmouth all the time. He was fishing typical smallmouth stuff, look to be drop shot and do it. We don't need to reveal baits and that sort of stuff for an tournament, but he was all smallmouth. He had done no largemouth, and I asked him that. I said, is the plan to upgrade gold largemouth? And he kind of said, I'm gonna stick with smallmouth for now, but he's gonna get some large.
Absolutely. Dave Mercer, thanks for digging out the facts for us on that. That's one of the big stories this morning. And Scott Canterbury, of course, and Dave on that one for sure. And, of course, we'll just use that opportunity to kind of roll out the rest of what we have learned today, what we have seen out here on Lake Champlain as part of our Toyota Midday Report. Start out with Jamie Hartman, New Yorker, appropriately, Jamie Hartman.
Exactly right. Jamie Hartman, interesting, a solid day right now, sitting with 17 pounds. But if you're just tuning in to our broadcast here on ESPN2, Day 1, Bassmaster Elite Series here on Lake Champlain, it was a little bit slow going for a lot of the folks that we had our eyes on early this morning that said they had really good practices. But it seems like when the sun got up, the clouds kind of broke, is when a lot of those bigger than average smallmouth started to bite. That's exactly what happened for Jamie Hartman.
That's another giant.
Got two really good smallmouth in there, and all of his smallmouth, as you pointed out, they're not as big as they would have been a month ago, but he was around the right kind, I think.
No doubt about it. Jamie Hartman with a lot of fish that are really gone from 17 all the way up to almost 20 inches long, but very lean. We said it early this morning, these fish getting done spawning here about a month ago, not as heavy as they would be earlier in the season or a month from now. From there, a lot of history on this lake. Ron Moore here in studio says this is the guy to watch with the history he has here. Spends all of his vacation time on Lake Champlain. Brian Schmidt with a great stringer so far today, unofficially 18 pounds and 4 ounces.
He always... Oh, sorry, Tommy. He always seems to catch that 5 or 6 pound largemouth. That's the one that he needs, and he already has that in the boat today. Sorry, Tommy.
No, Brian Schmidt is certainly one of the big players through the years here on Lake Champlain, and we look forward to seeing. We'll be seeing him tomorrow, more likely than not, and possibly.
A really cool thing that Brian Schmidt said, knowing that we're going to have a live camera on him on day 1. First time we've been with Brian Schmidt, he said, "Will you be showing where I'm fishing and what I'm doing?" I said, yeah, that's pretty much exactly what the live camera does.
Brian Schmidt, his first year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, 5th year for Seth Fighter. Fighter with great smallmouth reputation, but he says that's not what I'm into. Not into the smallmouth so much. This place, when I come here, and I love this place because of the largemouth.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, Seth Fighter starting out on his smallmouth, and it just wasn't vibing with him. He got to watch Chad Pipkins from Michigan over his shoulder, catching a couple nice ones this morning, going into the inland sea and catching really solid largemouth. But I'm going to tell you, I really think you see Seth Fighter do the same thing tomorrow. I really think he'll start on that smallmouth gig, try to catch him 15 to 17 pounds, then move over to his bigger largemouth. And not only that, watching Seth Fighter today, I mean, he's got some good ones. I think he's holding a lot back from us.
Okay, he's got some.
Yeah, I think
some
he's
more
got
resources there.
He's got a few more largemouth areas that we have not seen, that possibly we have seen in the past with him.
When you say he'll go out first thing and try the smallmouth, is that a better time of day to try to pull that off if you're going to lay down a 3 or 4 fish smallmouth near limit?
That, and it's just also calming. You know,
yeah. Oh, well, yeah.
You approach that 15 to 17 pound mark in an hour and a half, you're able to slow down and do this the rest of the day, not having to worry about just getting to that 5 bass limit. Uh-oh.
I reckon there he is, boys. Come and get some.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Oh.
Yes, sir. Right on cue, bud.
Well, we need to see that again. That's a potential.
There's our first 20-pound bag.
That's a potential power pole replay of the day, man.
Yeah, for all day. I'll have to call it 291.
You got a picture of that bait.
It'd be like nobody was here before.
Got me a 19 3/4. Number 1.
Good one right there for Seth Fighter. Gonna make almost a pound call.
Which, if that's a pound coal, he said it was a 291 was his small one. Is that a 391 or is that a 4 1/4 or is that a 4 and a, you know?
His scale said 375, it looked like, but
hard to tell.
Man, that looks like a 4-pounder.
Yeah, exactly.
That's like a good one for sure. That said right on cue. It really was. I mean, he put the...
Right on cue, bud. I was waiting for you to go live.
Right there to put the exclamation point on our Toyota midday report.
He's been missing a lot of good stuff today. Like we've never been here. I've played this game before. Made a lot of money doing this. Right here. I think we need to leave. I got 19 and a half on my scale. It's gonna be 19 3/4 or 20 on Bass scale, so. We're rolling together tomorrow, EK. I can tell you that right now. Old milfoil flipping kid and an Eagles fan. That's the world coming to.
Hey, there's something to watch right there with him before we get, if you really look at what Seth Fighter did, caught his big ones out of that little marina, left it, just kind of went out in the mouth, let those boat docks, let all those boat slips reload, and then makes a huge call. And you heard him say, I played this game before. All that is managing your area, letting it rest, and then making big upgrades.
Making all the right moves, trying to capture his third victory on the Bassmaster Elite Series. His first one, of course, occurred back in 2016. Lake Mille Lacs Angler of the Year Championship. Just got in on the skin of his teeth. Previous Elite Series event on the Mississippi River. Goes out and catches limits like that. And that got it done.
Two of the biggest smallmouth victories we've ever seen on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Both of them were Angler of the Year championships. One of them at Mille Lacs, as you said. The other one here on Lake St. Clair, fishing down by the Detroit River, but averaging 5 pounds or better of smallmouth in both of those events.
That final day on the St. Clair with Seth Fighter was one of the most merciless beatdowns of smallmouth I've ever seen in my life. That was masterful.
But I remember most is him pulling in and said, well, I didn't catch one on that cast.
Yeah.
This one just moments ago during our midday break. Coming out to Seth Fighter Live, and this is what he did for us.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right on cue, bud.
Yeah, that's not a 3.5 pounder. That is not.
A little more, don't you think?
I would say so.
Yeah, right after that one went in the box, he said, you know what? I'm leaving here. Gotten good results here. I'm just going to make my way somewhere else for the remainder of the day. Fishing time that remains is less than 2 hours. For all of our anglers, back out to Drew Benton. Hovering right around what tomorrow will be the cut line.
Yeah. Rock bass and perch. That one ain't a rock bass. I think we're fixing to get right, Russ.
Got a little drag skinner working there.
Yeah. Drew Benton with a solid limit, but definitely not a limit that he wants to take to the day one weigh-in.
I don't know. This one ain't very big, but I think it'll help. Come here. It's a fat one. Probably two.
Nice heavy little keeper there for Drew Benton.
That'll help. The fish was built a lot different than the smallmouth we saw earlier today in Drew Benton's.
Yeah, a little bit more like that Austin Felix fish we saw.
This is the first time that Ben's been spending some considerable amount of time with a spinning rod in his hand, too.
Yeah. He can get it done multiple ways. He's got to work hard to get himself up in that upper third, at least.
Bob Dye.
Gosh, I can't believe how low this lake is. Look at that aerial. Wow.
Different place. Different. Every time we come here, it's a little bit different, but boy, the water situation here is big time different than what it usually is. Seth Fider, though, hanging on to that lead and maybe skipping out of his place where he caught the most. Come back later.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Your time on the water is precious. You return season after season to make unforgettable memories. Fight a few fish, reconnect with friends, and recenter yourself. If you count on having this time, you need an outboard you can count on to power it. That's why boaters stay with Yamaha for the long run, for life. They know reliability starts here.
It's been said that a bad day of fishing is better than a good day at work. Getting you to that fishing spot is key. And Bully Dog gets your truck road ready. No matter where, we give you the horsepower and towing torque right when you need it. We make getting there better. Make your ride a Bully Dog.
At Mercury, we invested thousands of hours of engineering manpower so you can enjoy hours and hours of untapped horsepower. Introducing the all-new V6 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly. At Mercury, there are no limits to what we'll do to make sure you have no limits either. Introducing the all-new V8 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Hope you're enjoying this live Bassmaster Elite Series presentation. Today, of course, the tournament above all other tournaments, single tournament, is the Bassmaster Classic. It is the World Championship in 2021. March 19th through the 21st, those 3 days of fishing will take place on Lake Ray Roberts in Texas, not too far from Fort Worth. Fort Worth, for the first time, will be our host city. It's going to be great fun. The brand new Dickies Arena all the crowds, all the great expo, everything that makes it the #1 event in the sport of fishing, without a doubt, the Bassmaster Classic. So make plans. Make your way to Fort Worth if you can for all the pageantry and the crowning of our world champion. Oh, man, I can't wait. I wish it would get here. There's our remaining schedule for 2020. New addition to it, you see right there, Lake Guntersville, September 30th through October 3rd. That just rolled out today.
I'm not going to be here for that one, friend.
You're going to be on
I'm going to be in Detroit.
Oh, my gosh, that's right, that's right.
I got to get those kids back in school.
Well, yeah,
exactly right.
that kind of trumps
Hey,
everything
you know
else,
what?
yeah.
That is a solid schedule. Just added Lake Guntersville, September 30th to October 3rd. Could be a frog fishing bonanza.
Yeah, this according to Trip Welder.
And every other human being that's been to Guntersville.
Santee Cooper. That was scheduled for the spring. Ditto Chickamauga. We're going to move them into October. And then Lake Fork, that's been moved to November. How about that? But right now, we take a look at our Angler of the Year. Of course, the performance over the length of a season. Consistency, the award for consistency. And it's Clark Wendlandt hanging in there on top of the points race right now. Jamie Hartman hanging in there. And Scott Canterbury may change the outcome and may give a different look to that leaderboard when we start tomorrow. That'll all be tallied and ready for us in the morning.
Got to see a lot of pinballing on that Angler of the Year top 10, especially at the St. Lawrence River. Probably more jockeying in that top 10 than any other event this year. Look for a lot of that to happen here this go around. In fact, could happen by tomorrow.
Yeah. We'll have actually after the weigh-in, those points will be tallied, and it may have as we say, a different look.
Made a big move. One thing I've noticed is lots of boats running around. I don't know. I just got a feeling they're just not biting. I mean, maybe they moved. I don't know. But I'm absolutely just in shock right now, just that I can't get a bite.
Clark Wendlandt with a really good practice here at Champlain. A lot of history of top 10s. He's going to be a factor before all said and done, especially when we get down to a lot of bodies of water down south that Clark's done very, very well on, besides the Lake St. Clair event that he almost won last year.
Again, what a lineup for the fall. Santee Cooper, Chickamauga, and Guntersville.
Absolutely a treat.
Oh, boy. All right, the #1 performance of the day so far, though, it's Seth Feider, hands down, especially when he made his move, his big move of the day. Went ahead and got off the smallmouth and went to a boat dock, a marina situation, and Davey Hyde standing by in a marina environment right there, about to give us the lowdown on what really goes on, why they catch them good. So not everybody, but some, they catch them so good in a place like this. What's it all due to, Davey?
You bet, Tommy. So vegetation is what the largemouth like. They love to be around that vegetation for a variety of reasons. Cover, there's perch and your bluegill love to live around that vegetation. And the problem with the water being low, and then also with all the current out on the lake, this milfoil that you see right here that Ashley is doing a great job filming for us, it seems to be growing in these marinas better than anyone else. A lot of these marinas have the break walls to protect the boats and the docks themselves from the waves. So this is what is having. This is what Seth Feider lives for, is to be able to flip in that stuff. But as you can see, you've got boat docks, you've got the milfoil, you've got everything, the protection, the clean water, you've got everything that a largemouth bass wants. Now here's one thing. When these fish live in these marinas, they tend to group up, especially this time of year, those largemouth. They might be 4 or 5 fish in one clump of milfoil and not another fish within 30 or 40 yards. So when you catch one fish out from that milfoil, sometimes those other fish will stay tight and stay put. Other times they'll follow that fish out, curious, and they're trying to think that fish is feeding. So if you let those spots settle and able to go back in like we heard Seth Fighter talking about, then you can catch multiple fish. And the quality, the size of the largemouth, when you find milfoil like this in a marina area, it's always going to be very, very good. Typically, and we saw a lot of the guys go north and fish those shallow reeds and the shallower vegetation, but the lower water level here in Lake Champlain, I think, has hurt that. So what Seth Fighter's doing, man, it's going to be tough. Tough on the rest of the field, no doubt.
Davey, one of the other things for somebody at home that might just be tuning in to the Bassmasters, that these marinas offer, different from a lot of just the standard isolated individual boat docks. Talk about the importance, with all of those giant boats that are on Lake Champlain, talk about the importance of depth inside those marinas.
Oh, yeah, it's very, very important for a lot of different reasons. Number one, a lot of these marinas throughout the whole country have been dredged for these big boats to be able to come in and out. That means everything. So you have that depth. The protection from the break wall is really good. Another one of our anglers just came in here. I went to a marina, so I thought I wouldn't be bothering anyone, and one John Cox just pulled in here. But I'll get out of his way in just a second. But the depth is so important. We have a lot of big flats, and that's what those fish love, and that's where your vegetation grows. But with all the current, it's really tough for that vegetation to come up each and every year. But this is a protected area. It has contour change like you're mentioning, Z. It has a break wall out there. It has the docks themselves so the fish to live around and suspend, and that vegetation. I mean, it's got everything a largemouth bass wants inside these marinas.
All right, Davey, thank you so much. We'll let you get out of John Cox's way. John's coming off a bit of a road trip there to get back there, and the great Davey Height getting us some good dock info, some dock knowledge.
It's encouraging. We will see John Cox soon then.
Stay buttoned.
We saw Davey, we should see John.
See that big channel marker over Jamie Hartman's right-hand shoulder. A lot of those man-made structures plays into effect here on Lake Champlain, whether it's that, some of the cut-throughs from the New York side to the Vermont side. I'm surprised we've not seen more of that today.
Okay, we're cooking. This is what I come here for.
Wow.
This is what I stopped here for. Yes, sir. And I got two of my competitors right here. This is what I stopped here for, bud. And I cannot get this thing out. I can't even grab the... I think I'm just gonna cut it. Yeah, I'm cutting it. I ain't pulling that out of there.
Well, let's take a look at this one when it comes back. This is a good one here, and he's a dangerous guy. I'll just throw that out there.
How subdued and quiet he was with having two competitors around
Yeah, it's a little bit different.
Right,
not as much hooping and hollering.
Good largemouth for Jamie Hartman. And that is really what the game plan is and was for a lot of the guys that we have cameras on. Fill your limit with just a solid bag of smallies, and then make those late day upgrades with largemouth.
He waited a good long time before he went to go after the largemouth, maybe surprising to some. That fighter still on top. Jamie Hartman going to improve himself, probably back into the top 10 with whatever cull he gets here, and it should be substantial. Micah Frazier, Scott Canterbury, Brian Schmidt filling in behind. We got more to come from Lake Champlain on Bassmaster
Live.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Groundbreaking designs, unsurpassed quality, and unshakable confidence. Welcome to the Ranger Z500 and Z100 series. Leading the industry for over 50 years, these rigs are custom crafted and loaded with more features and advantages to deliver the ultimate ownership experience. The legendary Ranger Z series. Unleash next level performance. Mercury, go boldly.
fish, and win with Skeeter Real Money. Fish out of your Skeeter boat, win a Skeeter-approved contingency paying event, and you could add $5,000 to your winnings. Just enter, fish, and win. It's that easy. Rules and conditions apply. Visit SkeeterBoats.com and click the Real Money logo to register and learn more, or visit your local Skeeter dealer. Fish, win, get paid up to $5,000. Go to SkeeterBoats.com and see why now is the best time to enter, fish, and win with Skeeter Real Money.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
A little more than an hour and a half from right now, the weigh-in for day number 1 is going to take place at this beautiful city, Plattsburgh, New York. Just a tremendous host city, traditionally the place we go. We love to set up headquarters here. The people are great. The town is great. A lot of history here as well. Just a fantastic gateway to Lake Champlain and all that this wonderful part of the country has to offer. A salute, a lot of love for the folks here in Plattsburgh, New York. Great town. Always enjoy it, you know.
Unbelievable scenery. You actually go south of Plattsburgh on the main drag right there. Honestly, and we don't talk about this enough, this is one of the most beautiful lakes in the country.
Absolutely. And then, of course, you got the Adirondacks. You got the Green Mountains across on the other side. It's just a tremendous, tremendous destination. Plattsburgh, the weigh-in, 3 p.m. Get it on your mind. That's later today. Seth Feider has our lead right now, but show you something that happened moments ago with Jamie Hartman.
No rodent. Okay, we're cooking. That's what we come here for, buddy. That's what I went 8 miles past where I was gonna go just to come here.
Good largemouth for Jamie Hartman right there. Probably on the biggest community hole in Champlain right there. Yes, fair to say.
Well, he should know them all. The New York native.
Owner sniper finesse hook.
Surprised there's nobody. You see that cut through right there.
I still got my rain boots on.
There is usually a half dozen locals fishing right off.
That's a real pitch point.
That is a real lot of current goes in and out of there.
Yeah. Even I've spent time there.
Yes,
It's that common.
Dude, man, them little suckers, they were pecking the heck out of me. I mean, pecking the heck out of it, and I pulled it away and pulled it away. I'm shaking so bad I can't even tie a knot. Whew. Dang, man. I cannot tie this knot. My head is pounding. I think I'm dehydrated, man. She was just under 5.
Been pretty darn entertaining all day long out on Lake Champlain. Of course, we knew that it would be. Some good stuff going on out there. Seth Feider, of course, has put on the show. But, man, Jamie Hartman just now moving up into second place. I tell you what, he's one to watch. I'm surprised more of our group didn't pick him as being the winner of this event right now.
I agree with that, especially with a lot of the regional tournaments that Jamie Hartman has won here on Lake Champlain. But one of the great things about Champlain is we're seeing a ton of fish catches today, slow upgrades with a lot of the guys that we have cameras with. Tomorrow we'll be with the leaders. The great thing about being here, these are weights that will hold throughout the tournament. It's not like, wow, you burned an area and they're not going to bite as well on day. A lot of our tournaments tend to dip down as the tournament goes on. That does not happen here on Champlain.
That's encouraging to hear that. We love hearing that right there. Hope we're giving you the coverage you need. We're doing the best we can to bring you the who, what, where, and why. Matter of fact, right now, Ronnie Moore and the Screen of Knowledge, they're geared up to do just that, to tell us who, what, when, how much, and maybe why.
And where as well.
And where, exactly. Yeah.
It's the Hummingbird lay of the lake. We want to bring you in and show you a little bit of fish catch data of the top two guys. It was the top two until Jamie Hartman just caught that one and bumped Brian Schmidt down. But basically, the guys like Seth Feider, Brian Schmidt, and Scott Canterbury have been in the region called the Inland Sea. And the Inland Sea isn't like a cove or a creek that you're going to expose it to everyone. The Inland Sea is a big spot, a big region on Lake Champlain. But when you look at it, the difference in Scott Canterbury versus Brian Schmidt and Seth Feider, all of these pings are fish catches from Schmidt and Feider, and you can see they're up in bays. Every single place has 5 or 6 fish catches without really moving the boat. They've caught them, and when they've caught one, they've caught 4 or 5 there. And you can see that Schmidt's moved from one of the bays out to the main place, caught his 5-pounder. That's where he did. It looked like not a boat dock fish, but maybe a milfoil patch fish like that. And then you look over here at Seth Feider, and you see some of those marinas that we talked about. Every single one of these pings has 3, 4, 5 fish around it. And it's funny that these two sheltered areas, Seth Feider's place is sheltered from a south and a west wind. Brian Schmidt's area is sheltered from a north and an east and west wind. Those two players have really helped, and I'm interested to see Scott Canterbury in more of this main lake region of the Inland Sea, not in a bay, and he's been catching all smallmouth, Dave Mercer said. It's interesting to see if his weight will be comparable to the guys catching all largemouth. But this area of the lake, the Inland Sea, that has been the one that has factored. Not Missisquoi Bay, not Ticonderoga. The Inland Sea has been the place to be on day one so far.
Thank you, Ronnie. Good job. This is a huge place. It's hard to wrap your head around. That helps you kind of understand and comprehend the dynamics of who, what, when, and where. Davey mentioned that John Cox had come back and made his trip back from Ticonderoga, and now we find him.
Right near our takeoff. John Cox still with a lot of work to do here on day number 1.
Hey, John, give us an update.
Well, guys, we just got back from making a 140-mile run, and they did not bite. We got down there, the best stretch we never even had a bite off of. I missed 2 nice ones first thing, and you know, luckily we caught what we caught down there. We went into a little creek and caught those. It's just, you know, it's so tough now. We're gonna try this a little bit. I had some really good bites in here yesterday, but now we're just hunting for 2 5-pounders or something, just to, you know, if we can get about 17 pounds, we'll, you know, be okay for tomorrow.
And really what he did down at Ticonderoga was a backup game plan. John Cox was starting right around the takeoff at Ticonderoga, Fort Ticonderoga, and this is what it produced. That ferry crossing, from what we heard from one of our local friends, got throttled in a night tournament last night. A lot of fish were caught right there. John Cox heading into the Lachute River, a lot clearer water.
There we go.
Actually has a lot of history there from big tournaments past, and fair to say he salvaged a little bit fishing down there. Not a lot of history fishing in that region of Lake Champlain. But John Cox had a lot bigger plans for what he thought he could do down in Ty today.
He was expecting to come back with more than 12 pounds, in other words, for sure.
Yes.
Now for every angler who's thinking maybe day 2, maybe I'll go down there, they see what happens, what maybe he potentially brings into the weigh-in. Do they sort of refigure their mind? A guy with his skill set?
Yeah, it's really strange because I'm curious. Obviously on day 2, we're always with the leaders. And this has nothing to do really with the largemouth because we're seeing largemouth dominate a lot here on day number 1. But we talked about traditionally that the smallmouth weigh a lot lighter this time of year coming off the spawn, but also they're like the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario, the smallmouth are not grouped up yet as good as they will be in 2, 3, 4 weeks from now. But guys like Canterbury, guys like Pollinick that had a really solid morning, I'm curious to see if some of those deeper fish in the inland sea are grouped together and reload, because traditionally they do.
What about Gary Klaus? He joins the party at 17 pounds, tied for 12th with about another 8 guys.
John Cox hooked up.
Shoot. There we go. Let's get it out of the grass.
It's a good look at that milfoil, how healthy it is here. Smallmouth in
I
that
saw that,
area?
yeah.
Wow.
Oh, gosh. Oh. There we go.
Don't see that every day.
Smallmouth under there. Let me... Let's see.
John Cox just kind of goes fishing. Do you notice that? You see all these other guys with
you don't
satellites
see all
and
this, yeah.
Technology. You watch. I made the comment earlier that he's a throwback. He is a throwback. I mean, he just kind of puts the trolling motor down and.
See, that's probably our small one.
Hey, there's something cool to throw at. It's very interesting to watch him and the success that he's had, not overthinking it.
Just going on feel.
Just
feel can sometimes be underrated. Yeah.
A very natural fisherman, though. Very natural.
The string was bigger than that.
You saw how David Fritz was going old school this week, didn't you?
Flasher.
Yeah.
Fletcher.
That interesting. He still had some in the box.
Really? All right.
He said it helped him find the holes in the grass much easier. He's got one in the back and in the front. When he's graphing, it'll just shoot down real quick between the grass, whereas maybe the down imaging or sonar and stuff, it just looks like it's all like a line. He said it helps him find the holes, so when he's on the trolling motor, he can sometimes see that.
The thing with a flasher, it's instant.
Yeah.
It is what you see is
you
what's
could be
there.
running 50 miles an hour and it'll just
up
drop straight down.
Helped him in 8th
Perch
place.
about 6 inches
17 and a half.
This one's got Drew Benton's attention.
Daggum, nice one. Come here. Come here. Ain't ready yet.
Boy, what a fishing day weather-wise. Unbelievable. You know, really, if you look at it, we've been in New York 5 competition days now, and it's really only been violent once, which traditionally it is the exact opposite.
Come here. Come here. Just gonna take real good care of you. Gotcha. That'll help the cause. I mean, got that bait down deep.
That one's built a lot better.
It's at least a 3.5. Dude, that
going to be an upgrade for Drew Benton. Needs one. He's down there before this fish anyway, which is a little bit fed out a little bit better. He was down there in the 14, just under 14-pound range. So
have we gone 5 minutes today without a fish? Seriously, without a fish catch.
Fantastic.
Like I say, think about it. And this is, like I said earlier, this is an average par day for Lake Champlain.
And the most enticing thing you said was, we're not going to get the fall off after day one. You say it's just going to keep chugging out there. Good news. More of that good stuff on the way. We'll take a break. Come right back on Bassmaster.
Bassmaster Live.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket, Abu Garcia for life.
Introducing the Bass U TV app. Get the most out of your Bass U TV subscription and learn on the go with the Bass U TV app. Unlimited access to 700 plus training videos. Multiple new releases each week, including seminars, on-water videos, live shows, interviews, and other original content. The Bass U TV app. Never stop learning.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new tour grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
A little over an hour's fishing time, probably for the majority of our 85 angler field right here on day one of this 2020 Bassmaster Elite legendary Lake Champlain. Looking forward to 4 great days of fishing here. It always turns into just a thoroughly engrossing event to watch the best in the business take on this massive fishery and try to make some sense out of it. A lot of good guys making sense out of it today.
I know this.
Okay, Bass Trivia. Let's see if you can make sense out of this question.
Oh, wait, no, I don't know this one.
What is the Vermont record? The Vermont state record for largemouth bass. Now, is it going to be as big as New York? Will it be 8-9, 10-4, 11-1, or 12-1?
Just so you know, you, Tommy Sanders, you are a Vermont teddy bear in my heart.
Oh,
that's exactly right. I'm going to go 8-9.
8-9. I'll go next. I'll go 10-4. I'm saying 10-4.
I'm sticking with 10-4 as well. We were both on that on the last one, too.
All right. Let's see what it is.
Yes.
Think about it. It's 10-4. 10-4, good buddy. Right there.
We'll
That's the Vermont way.
We're all 1 for 2 on trivia today. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Anybody?
Fair.
Caught
Batting
Lake
500.
Dunmore.
Batting 500 ain't so bad.
Yeah.
It's weird. It was caught in January of 1988.
Where at?
Lake Dunmore.
Lake Dunmore.
Right. So legitimately
No
1 year after the New York state record was caught.
Yeah.
Might have been some New York, Vermont record inflation going on back in those days. But you never know. Clark Wendlett's hooked up. Clark's had it tough today.
Not only fighting for this tournament, but keep his AOI lead going into tomorrow, which will be cut day.
With the weight Canterbury, Airy, Buddy Gross is in the middle of the pack. He needs to call too. He's only 15 pounds, 33rd place.
Hey, and Clark Wendlandt, our Angler of the Year leader, just like Drew Benton, He's got a critical afternoon to make some calls. It has not gone according to plan for Clark Wendlandt.
No, you're 65th before that fish.
Boy, it is flat calm.
Look, just like it did when we first joined this morning at 8 local time. Flatter than the anglers expected it to be.
Normally when it's flat calm and then a storm blows through and it gets windy and choppy, it stays that way all day, but since the storm has passed, it has flattened back off.
You see Clark looking around, trying to sight fish a couple, cruising smallmouth.
I gotta get this one. The wind has changed direction too. Earlier this morning it was coming up from the south. Now it's coming down.
I want to see him throw a topwater.
Well, he caught one on a topwater when it looked like this this morning.
This lake is notorious for a topwater bite later in the day. You know, something really from 2017 and a few of the Elite Series tournaments prior into this one, if you really go back to the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s, there was a lot of unknowns here. Does that make sense? Where there was bigger than average fish, like Ticonderoga, the Inland Sea, stuff like that, as big as this lake is, those unknowns are not here as much anymore. Does that make sense? Like the traditional areas that we see these guys back in the past, when we were covering tournaments, tournaments that Denny Brower won, stuff like that, you would hear things like Missisquoi Bay's good, Ticonderoga's good, but the actual spots within the spot, if that makes sense. Yeah. It's almost like a lot of that, just by looking at the map now, these guys know this body. It's common knowledge. It's common knowledge now, to where it really wasn't in tournaments past that we covered together.
I bet you could say that about a lot of lakes too, couldn't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah. One bit of knowledge we haven't talked about too much today. We look at the better smallmouth. How deep were those caught? You know all these. The better smallmouth we've seen brought in today, how deep were those caught, would you say?
I really think this. I think the smallmouth that we saw on the New York side, that's just a giant flat. A lot of our viewers that are watching this, the Rouse's Point area, which is really, it's a 10-mile stretch, but that flat is, call it 10 to 15 feet of water. Okay. But what's been cool to watch is a lot of the fish that have been built correctly, the better than average size bass.
Bound and determined to storm on us.
Those fish looks to me like they have come considerably deeper to where it makes sense. They would be further along after the spawn. They've gotten offshore and they're feeding.
If I can catch 3.5 pounders
set
off
up in
the next 3 stops,
right summer play.
Seems like I can only pull up and just catch one.
I think
other ones freak out or something.
I think we'll be able to tell that story a lot better tomorrow with our leaders too. Boy, it is raining. It is raining south of where Clark Wendlandt's at.
Boy, it is hammering down, isn't it?
Such, your TH Marine weather report today. I'm just saying.
I just go off Weather Channel. I don't.
Well, now he's going Jim Cantori
under the Weather Channel. The Weather Channel under the bus.
I have my jacket.
Okay. Got it.
Throwing Jim Cantori under the bus.
Yeah.
Not cool.
What would Jen think of that?
Again, giving a shout out to Aaron Martins. We talked about him earlier.
Yes.
Dealing with a rough year physically and with his health. One of our champions from Lake Champlain with one of the biggest comebacks we've ever seen. Tuning in to our broadcast. Great shout out.
Thinking about Aaron a lot.
Leslie,
yes,
the whole family.
Wishing him well.
He was the guy who beat Seth Feider by 14 ounces last time we were here in 2017. They both caught big largemouth on the final day. I think Feider caught that 6 something, but I think that like
6'2", 6'4", 6'2". Yeah.
Didn't Aaron catch like a 6'2" in like 30 feet of water, like where you're not supposed to catch one, and then that was what gave him that giant bag on the final day? It was like a 1 in a million.
On stage, Mercer told him, I remember writing a daily limit. Mercer told Aaron, okay, that's it. You've done it. And Aaron's like, I thought there was another guy. He didn't know he had won right off the bat.
All the years covering Aaron, he is one of the best to ever tournament bass fish. Look, would you get a load of that? That right there in my heart and my mind is the power pole replay of the day.
That is the ride of the Valkyries right there.
Like an extremely skinny Thor.
Yeah.
The power in the stash or the flow? Or both?
That's a combo. Oop, you see, Clark sees one right there. That's so cool. Some of the best eyes in bass fishing right there.
This fish right here got under the boat. He just was cruising along like no big deal. Chased a swim bait in and he just was sitting there. No, don't jump. Come on. It's a good one. 3-pounder anyway.
Needed that.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you, that's a size bass that Clark this morning coming into this probably would not have wanted in his bag, and it's one of his biggest of day one.
All right. Surely I don't have to weigh those. This one's a lot longer.
Helping the cause. Need some help for the cause. Clark got to try to get at least into the top 50 before we have to turn and head to Plattsburgh, New York. Do the weigh-in. That's coming up about an hour and 10 minutes from now. Weigh-in starts 3 p.m. Eastern Time. That's a fishing time in between now and then. Seth Feider, Jamie Hartman going to join right behind him there. Canterbury, Micah Frazier. Been a little more stable, and there's a Paul Mueller sighting there at the bottom of the leaderboard as well. Our leader for 3 of the 4 days last week at the St. Lawrence River, so he's not down and out by any means. We'll take a quick break. Be right back.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
What do a taco and a taco truck have in common? Nothing. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
You don't know their names yet, but you will.
Pre-collision system, standard, on the 2020 Tacoma, so you can go from one epic playground to the next. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
It's been said that a bad day of fishing is better than a good day at work. Getting you to that fishing spot is key. And Bully Dog gets your truck road ready. No matter where, we give you the horsepower and towing torque right when you need it. We make getting there better. Make your ride a Bully Dog.
If you want to know how the best anglers always seem to find fish, stay on fish, and be in the right place at the right time, don't ask them. Just look at the name on the side of their boat. The one that's built 10 million motors, shallow water anchors, and more. No angler's gonna tell you their secrets, but they don't have to, because you already know. Minn Kota, fish for more.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
About to launch into our final hour of coverage here. On this first day of 4 days of fishing, Lake Champlain, Plattsburgh, New York, the Bassmaster Elite Series 4th stop of the season. Saturday, got a schedule for you then as well, starting at 8 a.m. Watch on the app. And we'll take it for a while there. Come back at noon Eastern Time on ESPN2. So we've got all sorts of ways to enjoy it on Saturday. Saturday, a big day with 6 full hours of coverage of this Bassmaster Elite on Bassmaster Live. Seth Feider on top, and right behind him is Jamie Hartman, Schmidt, Canterbury, Frazier. Let's get out to Hartman right now. Jamie Hartman been in this general area most of the day.
He made a little bit of a move from the New York side coming into the gut right here. Actually, that's where Davey was seeking refuge.
Oh, yeah, under the
about 2 hours
yeah,
ago. Yes, yes.
Starting to put it together.
Oh my. Is that a grebe or a canary in the background?
Yes.
Wow.
Look at that donkey. Oh my goodness. What a porker. Mm-hmm. Oh, we just doubled up, bro. Yes, we did.
Arvin's got a good bag. Two good largemouth,
no
two
doubt.
good small.
No doubt.
Get rid of a 3-pounder for a close to 5-pounder.
Golly. That's a tank, dude. Look how fat it is. It bit like a bluegill. I swear it did. But it got heavy, so I leaned into it, and it was a good one. Whoo-wee. 304, number 2. Number 2 goes. Wow. I don't even know where that fish is. There's 2. Come here, buddy. I'm gonna let you go.
That
man, oh man,
is a massive, massive swing for Jamie Hartman. We talked about mixed bags and Seth Feider leaving his smallmouth early. Jamie Hartman staying on him a little bit longer. Hey, from there, why don't we check in with Stetson Blaylock, Tommy Stan.
Hey, all right, a first chance since we've been to New York to talk with Stetson Blaylock. There he is right now. Stetson, if we can intrude on you for just a minute, kind of give us the lay of the land here, what your plan has been and what has taken place today.
It's kind of went about like I thought it would. I have probably 17 pounds, somewhere around in there. I've had some really big opportunities this morning that I messed up on. And basically all I'm doing is just trolling around looking for single fish with this Garmin live scope and just dropping down on them. And eventually, you know, you're going to drop on enough of them, one's going to come over there and eat it. But it's been slower, but I think it's because of these storms we've been having today. It's just had them kind of messed up. But as soon as it got sunny this afternoon, I've caught 6 or 8. So I know it's still going on, and I know I'm doing the right thing to catch a really big bag. Like I said, this morning I lost 2 above average for this lake, smallmouth. So still got about an hour left to fish. Try to put together something to put another big one in the boat.
Stetson, you have a lot of history on Lake Champlain, different times of the year. How is it the same this time around? But more so, how is the fishing different for you?
Well, all the areas that I normally just go fishing through and catch them, I really struggled to get, you know, anything more than 2-pounders in those areas. You could catch a 3 occasionally, but for me, the only way I could get those bigger bites was strictly just trolling and looking for single fish on the graph.
Well, Stetson, good job. Looks like you're having a solid day out there and another hour's worth of fishing. We will appreciate your time, and we will see you at weigh-in.
Thank y'all.
You bet.
That guy's been a good one over the last, I don't know, 16, 17 months of bass fishing with his last year, and then this year how he started the year off at the Classic and the St. John's River. And
got one hooked up.
Uh-oh.
Please, Lord, stay on there.
It is exciting with Jesse Tecarane when he's catching them or not catching them.
Sure.
It really
the action
is.
never stops.
No.
Why do they want to just shoot in the air like that, man? Oh, my goodness. Great.
Oh,
wow. What in the world is going on today? That's another 3.5-pounder. Oh, you saw the fish, right? Oh, my God, Jesse. Patience, Jess. Just, hey, it's the way it is sometimes, man. Oh, patience. Patience. It's not the line. Oh, it's been a pattern, man. I told you I was on it. It's just you got to find the right little area.
Jesse's starting to scare the Power Pole replay of the day.
Yeah.
In not the right direction.
I understand.
It has been a big challenge for that man.
Kind of looking like the train wreck of the week.
It is not
You're
been
familiar
good.
with that, Z?
He's faced adversity today.
Yeah.
Clark's caught a good bit of fish. Just hadn't.
No size.
All been the same size.
Yeah.
2s and 3s.
2-pounder, but I don't think he does me any good.
I don't believe that one's going to help Clark Wendlandt.
I don't think he wants it to help.
No, you are exactly right.
Nope.
Smallest is a 2.
You surprised he hasn't thrown a little topwater action out there as
A
slick
little
as
bit.
it is right now?
A little bit.
That
A
would
little
be-
bit.
That would be fun.
Yeah. I think it's more that we and
Yeah.
the viewers at home would like to see that.
That's right. We're
You
not
know-
responsible for the final results at the end of the day. We just want to see stuff that makes us happy.
I got to talk to Clark a lot through practice, and he was one of the anglers that wanted to do the mixed bag, catch smallmouth and go largemouth fishing. Every time I talked to him through practice, he was largemouth fishing and just never found them.
Just plagued, man, plagued. That's 3 good quality fish gone, dude. I'd have gained 6, 7 pounds with that. Two and two. God almighty. I know you feel bad for me, right, Jake? Somebody has to feel bad for me. Telling you. Worst part is you caught all that on live, didn't you?
Yeah, they just replayed it.
Did they? Great.
Brutal. Brutal.
Fantastic.
Exactly. Jesse Tecarani sitting on a limit, but he talked about the swing that those 3 fish would have done for his bottom line, really. You know, you're looking at probably a 6 to 8 pound swing. And on a tournament where pretty much every single ounce matters,
I know there's a fish right
that will
there.
show up at the weigh-in today.
I've had something grab it twice, and that one I had hooked. Might be a big one, just being picky.
Oh my God, it came off, dude. Oh my word. Jake. Jake. Came off, bro. He hit that one on the fall, too.
Talking to cameraman Jake Latendrous.
I've lost 4 fish right here. Man. Well, at least they'll be here tomorrow for me. All these rock piles. That's the sad part. Oh, it's just hard to make things up on this place. You can do it. I've done it in the past. But man,
you know when you see a 4 or a 5 putt in a national golf event?
Yeah.
We just saw that.
Yeah.
Tommy, you were talking about what replenishes better, stretches of milfoil or the docks.
Yeah.
Jesse Tacarante's rock piles are going to have as many
Loaded.
fish as they've had today.
That's
I'm sorry.
That ain't
terrible.
right. That ain't right.
Terrible. True.
Not,
Terrible.
Yeah, it's true, but bad.
Wow.
Ronnie Moore saying the unspeakable for the rest of us. Jamie Hartman on top, having overtaken Seth Feider. That's the change at the top of the leaderboard. We got plenty of time of fishing left to go for most of our anglers. We'll be right back on Bassmaster
Live.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
What do a taco and a taco truck have in common? Nothing. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
At Mercury, we invested thousands of hours of engineering manpower so you can enjoy hours and hours of untapped horsepower. Introducing the all-new V6 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly. At Mercury, there are no limits to what we'll do to make sure you have no limits either. Introducing the all-new V8 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly.
It's been said that a bad day of fishing is better than a good day at work. Getting you to that fishing spot is key. And Bully Dog gets your truck road ready. No matter where, we give you the horsepower and towing torque right when you need it. We make getting there better. Make your ride a Bully Dog.
Introducing the Bass U TV app. Get the most out of your Bass U TV subscription and learn on the go with the Bass U TV app. Unlimited access to 700 plus training videos, Multiple new releases each week, including seminars, on-water videos, live shows, interviews, and other original content. The Bass U TV app. Never stop learning.
Pre-collision system, standard, on the 2020 Tacoma, so you can go from one epic playground to the next. If you want to play, you need the Tacoma.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Here we go tonight. 2 more WNBA games for you on ESPN and the ESPN app. The Storm take on the Mystics at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific. And it's the Sun and Sparks at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific. All from the IMG Bubble in Bradenton, Florida.
Not going to give me a pick there either, are you? You're really old
Sparks,
and back up.
I'm with you on that.
You're
I'm
with me. Okay,
yeah, I'm in your camp.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
I feel like you'll see an offensive onslaught from beginning to end in that premier second marquee matchup.
Did you say you were for the Sun, right?
No,
Sparks.
the Los Angeles Sparks.
Sorry.
Big night, WNBA. Taking a look at your new unofficial leader, Jamie Hartman. I'm going to tell you, those 2 last swings, those 2 last big largemouth calls, huge for Jamie Hartman. You heard him make the comment, he went out of his way to get to that area in the gut. I guarantee you, there are so many people that fish this lake laughing. That traditionally one of the most popular smallmouth and largemouth areas where we see Jamie Hartman right now.
Jamie Hartman went a long, long time working on his smallmouth limit. I mean, excessively long time before he even turned to the largemouth, but boy, it looks like looking like a genius right now. Everything's working out perfectly for the 2-time winner last year on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
See Austin Felix fishing right outside of the mouth of St. Albans Bay. Jesse Tecarane, I believe he's near Gull Island Shoal, where he has ran into a lot of problems throughout the entire day 1 of competition. I think we actually need to get back out with Jesse Tecarane. Hooked up. Let's go, man.
All right. We need to land
Come
one
on.
here, right?
And I think that Scott Canterbury is not far from the Gull Island, and he's been doing great today.
Loosen up the drag. Please don't be that drum lord. If that's a bad, cruel joke, if that's it. Because it's not coming up for the surface. It's just taking a lot of drag.
It's not a smallmouth. Nope.
That is a very cruel joke.
That's a second cruel joke in the last 5 minutes.
That is a drum. If it is, it's a cruel joke. I think it is. It hit like a drum. And it hadn't hit for the surface either, so. Yep. What a cruel joke. No. You can break, but you're not going to come off. See, why does this guy come off? Why doesn't the line break?
Though.
Why doesn't all this happen? You know?
He's got it hooked good.
God. Look at that guy.
Okay. I'm going to apologize to Jesse Tecarane and every one of our viewers right now. The power pole replay of the day. Wow. Jesse Tecarane earlier today fighting that big drum for the better side of 47 minutes.
Never seen one of these
and then
guys.
that carp. And it was a good one. Both of them very, very solid fish right there. For everybody at home, they cannot weigh in drum or carp. Then he hooked this better than average size smallmouth. In fact, a really good one that would have helped his stringer.
Came off.
Came off.
Look at that. It curled this up. How did this happen?
Then the frustration started to mount for Florida's Jesse Tecarane. Broke that fish off during the storm, actually, that
Why do
passed
they
through.
want to just shoot in the air like that, man? Oh my goodness.
Broke that one off.
What
and
in
again,
the world
I
is going on
apologize.
today? That's another 3.5 pounder.
Ron, I almost want you to take this over. I don't want to touch this.
You know
Because
what,
just after he broke that off.
I'm just going to hum.
Oh my God, it came
Is that
off,
good?
dude.
No.
What's that?
No.
Oh my word.
It's one of those days, though, you see it. A guy
You
comes
do.
back to weigh in and says, "You will never believe how many fish I lost
hit,
today
it
and
hit like a drum. So
why
I said
I
hit
didn't
like a
catch
drum.
them." And then,
Yes.
and then when you get in the boat and you see it, you realize that these are
This is
variables.
it,
You
huh?
can't,
Never
you can't
doubt-
control
never
some
doubt
of those
that.
variables.
You never want to be the guy at the weigh-in that talks about, and everybody that fishes bass tournaments at home knows this.
Let's hope. I'm going to let him eat it.
Okay, here we go.
All right,
here we go.
This is the
That's
one.
a
He's at
brilliant.
least
That's a
found.
big
He's
one.
at least found a lot of fish today.
Yes, sir.
That's a smallmouth too, guaranteed. That fish came up.
Oh, Lord Jesus. He ain't a giant, but he'll cull. This is too much. I'm not even sure he'll cull. Get in there.
No, the 6-6 joke was if he lands this one and it doesn't cull for him, that would be unfortunate.
Terrible.
Paul Mueller just popped into third place, a little over 19 pounds.
Wow. Well, we got that one in the boat,
Got it
but
in the
here on
boat.
Bassmaster Live, we show the touchdowns, we show the interceptions, and today it's definitely been that. Man, he had such a good practice, he told us.
Well, Jesse, I hope Jesse makes the cut.
I do too.
I hope he does.
Absolutely.
We'll give him a special salute on
We will.
Saturday if he makes
we
the
will.
cut.
Today,
we will do
it
that.
has been the downhill skier in the agony of defeat on
Yeah,
ABC
yeah,
Sports.
He's that guy.
Yes.
Guy in Austria.
There it is. It's quite far away, actually.
Yeah, 7 or 8 miles.
Yeah.
Has Brian Schmidt locked through to another lake? Wow.
Apparently. Wow. You can see
inland-
that storm in the long shot from Jesse's boat.
The inland sea just has its own weather system, it seems.
I think you're right. It's hammering down there right now. That's
brutal.
That's no fun.
Just brutal.
Hey, we got to show fans on ESPN2 giant waves out in the Great Lakes at Lake Ontario last week, and now we get to show them what these athletes compete in just across the state this week. Rain.
There's your TH Marine Weather Watch right there. Cloudy,
Right.
it says. I think we could fold in a little rain into that. Current conditions run down right there. 75 degrees sounds about right. The wind, 4 miles an hour. That's
It is.
all adding up except for the rain part. Of course,
And I'll throw
cloudy
myself-
may assume rain. I don't
I've
know.
thrown Such under the bus 4
This
or
is
5
rain.
times about the weather today, myself included. I said it was not going to get violent anymore throughout the next event.
Meanwhile, on the St. Johns River in Florida, on
Right.
the left there,
Right.
is where we find, strangely, Seth Feider.
They're not far from each other.
How far?
At all. I say
Couple miles.
5 miles, probably.
That is so. Oh. Wow. Well, it's summertime. That's, that happens.
Get a good look at how much grass is in those marinas. I believe Brian Schmidt is hooked up too. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We don't have much audio with Brian Schmidt right now, but you see him playing with his drag, probably one he wants.
He kind of got going right before noon today and really poured the coals on and put himself right up there under our leader, who at the time was Seth Feider.
And he lost him.
Oh.
Yay.
You can fill in your own audio there.
Well played, Tommy.
Well.
You actually see Seth Feider, you see that barge work on that causeway where it makes a bridge over the gut. Jamie Hartman literally is on the other side of those barges.
All right. That's,
in proximity to Seth
We've
Feider.
seen that bridge in his shot too, yeah.
Speaking of these two guys, they seem like they're on different planets, but they are competing on Lake Champlain at the same time, within close proximity, Seth Feider, Brian Schmidt, and those two names were really two big names in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing when it came to who are the favorites, who are the guys that you can bank on to do well. And if we look at the Bass Track leaderboard and the standings, it's pretty much spot on with what fantasy fishing players thought. Seth Feider, Jamie Hartman, and Brian Schmidt, they are three of your top five right now. We're seeing them all day long on Bassmaster Live. And Seth Feider picked by 44% of the fantasy fishing world, 24% for Jamie Hartman, and 22, almost 23% for Brian Schmidt. So these three guys were some of the chalk picks. You know, they were the favorites, the home guys. They were like the Johnstons last week on the St. Lawrence River. They were the guys that, hey, if you were to put money down on this, which we didn't, if you were to, these would be the guys that you put money on, and they are following through on day one at Champlain very well. Feider, Hartman, Schmidt, we should see them all on camera tomorrow with the top 8 as well. So for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, the people who picked all three of these sitting in good shape so far before we approach day one to weigh in.
All right, good job. Those are your short bets. That's how they would pay off versus their standing at the start of this tournament. All of them fulfilled their promise so far on the first day. It's just one day of 4, though. 4 full days, and you're going to have to bring in 18, 19 pounds, maybe more, each and every day. Jamie Hartman, last hour or so, he's been atop that leaderboard. Paul Mueller, the big addition to the top 3 right there. We'll investigate that if we can when we come back.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Your time on the water is precious. You return season after season to make unforgettable memories, fight a few fish, reconnect with friends, and recenter yourself. If you count on having this time, you need an outboard you can count on to power it. That's why boaters stay with Yamaha for the long run, for life. They know reliability starts here.
Groundbreaking designs, unsurpassed quality, and unshakable confidence. Welcome to the Ranger Z500 and Z100 series. Leading the industry for over 50 years, these rigs are custom crafted and loaded with more features and advantages to deliver the ultimate ownership experience. The legendary Ranger Z series. Unleash next level performance. Mercury, go boldly.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Just about every avid bass fishing fan in America has this place in his mind, at least during some portion of the year. Lake Champlain, beautiful Plattsburgh, New York, our host city. Day one, and we're into the final hour of fishing. Some of our anglers may not have much more than 10 or 15 more minutes before they have to make their way back to the weigh-in there. Jamie Hartman on top.
Exactly, and looking at that top 10 leaderboard right there. Unofficial weights right there, but if you kind of really follow the turn, if you followed it today, going into our weigh-in later today, that is kind of an intro to what we're going to see the rest of the week on Champlain. Always very, very, very tight weights.
Tight, and I hope we've seen what we see today each and every day of our broadcast, because Absolutely. It's been non-stop fish catching. You just can't beat it.
And again, we said it earlier. Last week was, in all honesty, it was a two-horse race from days 3 on throughout that tournament. It is not going to be the case this time around.
A lot more people have a shot at it this time around.
Yes.
That's for sure. Brian Schmidt finally getting a little relief from the dark cloud that had camped out over him.
And not that Jamie Hartman is done by any means, but you can tell he's laid off of the other stuff where he's what's sitting in his live well. He's looking for one more maybe big largemouth bite.
A little bit different arc of a tournament for Jamie Hart. Usually he's a guy who's kind of bubbles under the top 10 and then moves up on Saturday into the top 10 and then just knocks their lights out on the final day. He's just jumping out there before we get to the first turn of this race.
Looks like Jamie Hartman's fishing in what's called the gut in between New York side of Champlain, where it leads into the inland sea. So many bass caught on those boat docks through the years.
Jamie Hart, we talk about the arc of his tournaments. Let's just, for an example, let's turn to the 2 tournaments he won last season. Lake Guntersville, at this place known to all. He goes out there early on the final day, starting from the 10th position, the last man in the field. And there he is, Jamie Hartman. Lights out early on in that day. He knew he was on to something very, very special.
Yeah, that was one that we really did not see Jamie Hartman coming. I hate to say it, we sort of wrote him off a little bit here in studio. A big final day to take the trophy there at Lake Guntersville. From there up to Cayuga Lake. But at Cayuga Lake, number one, he was on a lot more of our radar. Anybody that follows the Bassmaster Elite here, this is where he should have won.
Oh, sure. He didn't start the day with the lead, but he was in the place where it was going down throughout the entire tournament, that very special flat up in the north end of the lake. And Jamie exploited it better than any other angler, especially on that final day, to lift a trophy like that for the second time during 2019.
Moan's going the other way.
Seth Feider and Jamie Hartman definitely hit their target weight. Predominantly, on average, the events that we have at Champlain, it always hovers around that 4-pound average, that 80-pound mark for 4 days. And Seth and Jamie definitely have hit that mark they were after. Well, that's a dangerous weight Clark Wendell has, your Angler of the Year leader, though.
Yeah, that's...
Come on, just one big girl.
He needs
One
a big last hour.
Catching a couple. That's cool. Oh boy, I went over on that one. Oh, this is when she usually eats it.
Yeah, Clark, 8 pounds, 4 ounces behind the leader. Last week, that would have had him in the top 10. Well inside the top 10. It's just a different place, a different setup.
Right? Yes, sir. No, I got 3 smallmouth and 2 big largemouth.
Yeah? How big?
One's just under, well, they're both just under 5. Yeah, we got a good bag so far.
Good. We're going to switch boats and go out there and join you.
There you go.
I got a nice salmon this morning.
Salmon?
Yeah.
Did you really?
11 ounce, 6'11".
Wow, very nice. What are those, landlocked salmon?
Yeah.
His? That's what he's built for. That's right. Thank you.
Tournament leader Jamie Hartman doing a little public relations out there.
Had a lot of great locals, St. Lawrence River.
Boy, we
here.
did. They became part of the team.
Make it a little tough. And they could be in like no water in here. There's enough grass. I know it's crappy grass, but there's enough grass to put them in them spots right there.
Jamie Hartman just running out the clock on this fantastic day that he has had, so expecting to catch another giant here any second.
What's strange about Champlain, for folks that don't follow tournament bass fishing here on ESPN2, you're going to see a lot of anglers with 5 bass that weigh 15 to 16 pounds, and your leader's going to have right around, call it 20 to 21 pounds. But
something little.
You look at that and say, well, heck, he's only 2 or 3 pounds away from having 17 or 18 pounds and being in your unofficial top 20. That is a mile.
Oh.
A mile on this lake. A 3 pound to a 3.5 pound average will end up being, in this tournament, will end up being 30 to 40 spots.
Wow.
Tyler Rivette just jumped into our top 10 at 6th place with a little over 18 pounds.
Hey, might as well mention Tyler Rivette when we do that. He was in Bucket E, one of the young guys, one of the Louisiana guys, and some birdies told me that some people picked him in fantasy fishing and because of his grass prowess. So I don't know, maybe so.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull out of here.
There's the way Jamie's catches have
Them docks had enough water on them for sure.
played out through the day.
Should have been able to get a bite.
Good having your, especially on day one, where we kind of throw a lot of, we throw a lot of darts on day one. Good having your unofficial leaders here.
Oh man, we lucky beyond belief is the way I'd put it. Very, very fortunate. Made it an enjoyable experience. It would have been anyway, but this has been enjoying the stuff right at the top. Look at 1 and 2. Been with them in the boat all day long. Looks like we'll be with Paul Mueller in the boat tomorrow, unless things change. Maybe David Fritz as well. Probably Brian Schmidt. Oh man, looking forward to a big, big day on the water tomorrow. I got a little bit more though from today when we come back.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time.
So when they showed me the new tour grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
Fish and win with Skeeter Real Money. Fish out of your Skeeter boat, win a Skeeter approved contingency paying event, and you could add $5,000 to your winnings. Just enter, fish, and win. It's that easy. Rules and conditions apply. Visit SkeeterBoats.com and click the Real Money logo to register and learn more, or visit your local Skeeter dealer. Fish, win, get paid up to $5,000. Go to SkeeterBoats.com and see why now is the best time to enter, fish, and win with Skeeter Real Money.
In the wild, nature dictates that when it's time to eat, animals will instinctively find and devour the meal that satisfies them most. In the water, Berkeley Powerbait's scientifically proven formula triggers the natural predatory instinct in bass. Now available in a plethora of shapes, sizes, and colors. Berkeley Powerbait. Fish bite and won't let go.
You're watching the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain, being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
Day one all the way to the 3 p.m. weigh-in time. That's our Bassmaster live presentation for you today. So we've got some more on tap here at Lake Champlain, Plattsburgh, New York tomorrow. 11:30 a.m. is when we get started here on ESPN2. We'll be around for that. Big day, moving day tomorrow. You got to move into the top 40 or move on down the road. That's the proposition we are looking at right now. Jamie Hartman, the past hour and a half or so, has been the man on top, along with Seth Feider. Good day for Seth Feider as well. Seth Feider has definitely gotten the job done. Didn't start exactly the way he wanted it to. And Paul Mueller, who led for 3 of the 4 days last week on the St. Lawrence River, got closed out on the final day by Chris Johnston. He's in the mix here as well. So he is still running on some pretty strong fumes from over there in the St. Lawrence. We sure appreciate you having the time to spend with us today, and we've been able to spend a lot of time, 7 hours almost, when it's all said and done today. And let's talk about Seth Feider. Guys, I know you got some things that are going to take us deeper into what he was able to do today. In fact, show us the bait, no?
Exactly, and one thing that's different from last week's St. Lawrence River, which is just down the road, an hour and a half down the road, totally different forage that these fish are targeting on. We had gobies there, and those fish get really short but really fat. Here, a lot of those fish chase schools of perch, and that's what we see a lot of those smallmouth guys on the main lake fishing with the drop shot or other things. They're emulating perch, and that's what those smallmouth are feeding on. But for Seth Feider, he moved to the grass and did something different, Z.
Exactly right, and really this time around, it's the same exact jig that Seth Feider used in 2017 for his second place finish, and Seth lives with this jig. It's an Outcast Tackle Stealth Fighter jig, 5/8 ounce, but it's a really, it looks gigantic on this screen, but it's a very, very compact size jig. And the other side of it is, looking at what Seth Feider does with this jig, it doesn't look like one, but he's trying to emulate a lot of times bluegill that live either in milfoil around these boat docks, and it's a reaction bite to when that jig drops next to the boats or down in that grass. The fish really don't have a lot of time to react. And again, it's very compact in size, but here's the one thing I can tell you. That is exactly how Seth Feider cut his teeth, Outcast Tackle 5/8 ounce jig, and you will see a lot of that, I predict, the next 3 days.
He's fine-tuned that, like you said, at Lake Minnetonka. designed it especially for flipping that milfoil.
Let's look at some of the highlights from the day for Seth Feider. Started out a little bit slow, smallmouth fishing, and boy, it went on for 2 or 3 hours, and he really didn't have anything in the live well that met his pleasure at all. He had disdain for these smaller smallmouth.
No doubt about it. And he's one of the best smallmouth fishermen on planet Earth, but you could tell he never really hit a comfort level for probably the first 2 hours of competition this morning. It's when he transitioned into going into the inland sea and going for the other species, targeting largemouth bass. And as the morning went on, bigger largemouth went into Seth Feider's live well.
And along about 10 o'clock, 10:30, he kind of got set up on these largemouth and started getting results almost immediately.
I think it's fair to say, though, probably about 12:30 or 1 o'clock in our broadcast, when he knew he approached that 20-pound mark. Plus, there was a lot of spectators coming near him.
Yeah.
And whenever spectators are coming near you, the light bulb goes off. Wow, I'm probably doing pretty well against the field. Seth Feider with some giant largemouth. That's about the time, though, 12:30 to 1 o'clock, where Seth sort of laid up, I think, and maybe held some other areas back that we'll see on day 2.
We saw that giant right around midday, and right after that, a couple more solid ones, and he was
done.
He felt good. He felt good. Jamie Hartman. Boy, Jamie spent a lot of time working on smallmouth this morning, more than you would have thought.
You know, and on the New York side, we had a camera in a lot of anglers' boats this morning, and it was slow. There was a lot of fish catches, but smallmouth like this, we did not see a lot of. Jamie Hartman probably, this is interesting, Jamie Hartman probably caught a lot less on the New York side, but the quality was definitely there compared to other anglers around him.
Yeah, his first 2 big keeper smallmouth, over 4 pounds, the 2 ones that caught your eye early this morning. He went through some numbers also.
Jamie Hartman with and again, just like Seth Feider, the first 2 hours for Jamie Hartman were very, very slow. Locking a Carolina rig in his hand, getting it done with smallmouth, and then we started to see the wheels turning. He brought that mental, we talk about it, the mental calculator, where you start talking about your weight, saying, I need one of those bonus big largemouths, and that's exactly what Jamie Hartman did with 2 giant ones from the gut in between New York and Vermont.
2 of them just under 5 pounds, as he told one of the folks on the dock a few minutes ago.
Gonna go just to come here.
New York native, operating like he knows his way around this place, which in fact he does.
Jamie Hartman with a lot of regional victories. A lot of locals that are watching our broadcast today, probably a big smile throwing up fishing against Jamie Hartman in the New York region.
Between Feider and Hartman, man, we have had kind of a big fish bash this afternoon, that is for sure. Largemouth time.
Boy, from there, Jesse Tecarane making our power pole replay of the day in a negative way. It has been a trying, frustrating day for this angler.
Only got about another 5 or 6 minutes to fish, guys. Looking for a clutch fish here. See what happens. The fat lady's gonna start singing here real quick.
I mean, what else could go
Lord
wrong?
knows I had my chances. Put together a decent bag for the day and just didn't pan out, man. Maybe tomorrow I get
good 1 pound upgrade would do him a world of good right here. Otherwise, he's got a big mountain to climb tomorrow.
into that top 40. It's terrible today. Terrible.
And this is just a body of water where it's just so hard to come back. It is so hard to come back.
Again, our full 85 will weigh in today. Wattsburg. Same deal tomorrow, full field fishing all day long, 8 hours plus.
I'm gonna stick with. I'm gonna stick with that. We'll see 4 bags around that 20-pound mark.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, my Ned's falling straight down on top of 2 fish in 20 foot. We'll see if either one of them wants to go get it.
Okay, we're gonna leave it with Jesse for the moment right there and make a quick move. Down to, most of our anglers are getting ready to wrap it up, if not already en route.
There's a look at that jig.
Yeah.
A little bit different trailer.
And it's got more of like a little pop, like a little spring, less brown, more like a amberish looking, you know, a yellowish brown.
And that's a bluegill.
That, especially that trailer.
Yeah.
Especially with that trailer, you're trying to emulate a bluegill.
It was some kind of update. Yeah, we got about 15, 20 minutes left to fish for the day. Had a pretty good day. Caught my fish. I think we had 3 big largemouths, so got kind of what I wanted for and weight for the day. And only had to go to one spot to do it, so I got to save the rest of my largemouth stuff was not gonna help. So I got to save the rest of my largemouth stuff and did a little bit of time looking around, scouting some new stuff. Didn't come up with much. Now I'm just kind of running boat docks, just trying to catch, you know, random singles rather than go beat up a school. And pretty happy with the day. Didn't lose anything that mattered, so that's always nice.
How much confidence do you have in that jig?
110%.
Tell me about it.
It's a jig I designed for outcast tackle. It's a stealth fighter. It seems like when you get in the North Country, especially in the summertime, the fish really like a compact jig. And I had seen a few others out there that I liked. I'd get a lot of bites on, but they just weren't really built to do what I wanted to do with it. And that was, you know, put it on big line and flip it in heavy cover. So kind of beefed up the micro jig and got the line tying stuff right for grass fishing and a little finesse skirt on there, the right hook, and I'll throw this thing at anything. I don't care. Grass, boat dock, anywhere there's a bucket head, if you drop it in front of him, good chance he's biting. So yeah, no other way I'd rather fish. Like most times we go places, I got to do stuff I don't really like to do or not as good at or not as comfortable with, and like this week I'm pretty much just, it's like I'm at home, you know. I don't know Champlain real well, but it's just, the fish is just like my home lake. They're northern strain buckets, and they like little jigs for some reason.
Uh-oh, Jesse Tegarani hooked up. Needs an upgrade.
No, you're not, sucker. I gotta go, bro. He'll call. Not the size we need, but he will call, I think, something.
You can tell Jesse Tegarani is going to cut it close for our weigh-in, pulling the trolling motor, going to do some culling, and he's all the way up near Gull Island Shoal, Gull Island Reef in the inland sea. So he's got a little bit of a run.
All right. Well, we wish him luck. Don't be late. Let's
Like, he's really got to get going.
Yeah.
And the way his day's gone,
yeah, I know.
Let me say it again. He really needs to get going now.
Don't be late. Do not be late. We're hoping against that. Jamie Hartman's still on top. We saw Seth Feider there. Caught one. Didn't help at all. Boy, he's put himself in a good position. Everybody trying to get the last little catch in. Everyone who has an opportunity, and we have an opportunity to come back for one last look at the lake when we return.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is being brought to you live by Skeeter Boats.
When I'm on the road for work or for fun, I always like to have a reliable generator around. This open frame inverter from Champlain is ideal because it's lighter than a standard open frame generator and more affordable than a traditional inverter. The remote start helps me start up the generator or shut it off without having to leave my camper. It provides essential power for things like charging my boat batteries, also makes life a lot more comfortable for myself and my family.
You don't know their names yet, but you will.
The Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain is brought to you by Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Nitro Boats, and by Ranger Boats.
Once again, hats off to the Empire State, the great state of New York. Look at that incredible view right there, the incredible fishing that we enjoy in this state. St. Lawrence, of course, got so many, go to the Finger Lakes. Lake Oneida, where our leader is from. Our leader here on Lake Champlain, Jamie Hartman from the Lake Oneida area.
You know what's really strange is I have a lot of friends that live in the state of New York that don't bass fish. And I'll tell them some of the best bass fishing in the world is in that state. And they'll look at me like I'm psychotic because they've never been to upstate New York and fished. Truly, from the Finger Lakes to Lake Ontario, Lake Champlain, Buffalo, Chautauqua, some of the best bodies of water in the world.
You know, all the outdoors, hunting, fishing, it's the best kept secret in the world. People are crazy about it because it's so good here. Everything is good here in New York. We're outdoors fans.
I believe you see. Rough service today with Austin Felix. Got to spend a little bit of time with him. I believe he's fishing right off of Knight Island, it looked like. A lot of smallmouth caught there throughout the years.
Real quiet.
Yeah.
Goes about his business, but.
One or two Minnesotans in our top 10.
I'm stunned at John Cox's weight today.
251. He needs to cut his hair. I talked to him about it.
Say it again.
He needs to cut his hair.
I think it's absolutely working.
It's getting big around the hat.
It's got a little bit of a body Brady
the back
effect.
a little bit. I noticed that.
Catch a break.
Kind of like Gary Maddox from the old Phillies.
Wow.
Yeah, you know, a little bit of that. A little bit of that
Steve
effect.
Carlton.
Man, he went right back under the
Went right back under the rocks there.
What was the middle Brady kid?
Oh, no, I couldn't tell you that.
Peter?
Tom?
No.
That's probably what
It's got a little bit of that
Wayne?
flair to it.
Hiding up underneath the.
I think it's Peter.
Peter, okay.
Yeah, Greg was the oldest. And then Peter.
I knew Such was jumping on.
Yes.
Well,
hey, he's bringing
it. Was that taboo, the one when they went to Hawaii and that they found that taboo. That's when things. That's when the wheels came off.
What you're
That's
talking
been
about.
Jesse Tekarani's day.
Oh,
it's like
my
he
God.
found the taboo, and it's just bad luck.
I'm sorry, I don't get.
It was a good one. Just trust me.
Hartman's last fish was a 4-pounder. Well,
I got to get closer. I don't know how bad the wind is over there.
It's amazing some of these guys from different regions of the country that just know big water or know different things. When they come to New York or Michigan, it translates so well. Even just little things like running or knowing, like, hey, I need to get back half the distance and just peek, see what the weather is to know, you know. So that's what Austin Felix is doing, pulling the plug on this spot. Going to go fish or check it out at least a little closer. So if he needs to make that run in rough weather, he can. I don't want to be late.
There's also a very, you're spot on. You have a clock going on in your brain, but there's also a very calming feeling when you have a decent stringer or a big stringer that you can just visually see the takeoff. Very calming.
It's like having one foot on the boat dock.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
Well,
going to be a good one.
Yeah,
this one is it's gonna live up to everything St. Lawrence River did last week.
Been to some great places this year with great expectations everywhere we went. St. John's River, man, oh man, always a slugfest down there. A little bit different complexity to the tournament this time around, but hey, not without some giants. Look at that one right there.
Exactly right. St. John's River always shows up every time the Bassmaster Elite Series goes. We got to talk about that last week. A tournament that feels like it was 2 to 3 years ago.
February is 16 years ago. Yes.
It really feels that way.
It was fought on Lake George, in the canals, and especially in this place downstream up towards Jacksonville, where Paul Mueller pretty much had it all to himself and really fashioned the winning formula.
Paul Mueller with his second victory in 2 years. From there, went to Lake Eufaula, and that's really when we started broadcasting here live on ESPN. Throughout that tournament, it started off a shallow water beatdown, but as days wore on, Scott Canterbury and a host of other anglers fishing offshore, fishing man-made brush piles, we were all kind of ready to crown Scott Canterbury, but this man right here from Chickamauga, Tennessee, Buddy Gross, just with an absolute display on the final day of this event. Look at those weights.
That's good.
And then look at day number 4.
It's just eye-popping, just jaw-dropping. No one could believe what they were seeing, including us.
And he even said day 1, his low day of 16 pounds, it could have been over 22. He had a 7-pounder. Life jacket got all tangled up in his reel, lost that fish. So he really was in position, but he could have been even better positioned.
And this is the one that has made our MC from Canada, Dave Mercer, this tournament
So
right
happy.
here made his lifetime.
Yes,
Not
that's
his year,
right.
his lifetime.
That's right. The St. Lawrence River, and more than that, Lake Ontario is where it all went down. At the top of a top-heavy leaderboard stood this man, the leader for 3 days, Paul Mueller, and right behind him, and sometimes ahead of him, as it went back and forth on the final day, Chris Johnston of Canada.
Fair to say, Chris Johnston from Canada. Everybody wondered, what did he know about Lake Ontario? We got to watch him work last year in the St. Lawrence River. Well, here's what he showed us in Lake Ontario. He is the man out there. Absolutely managed his fish to perfection. The first Canadian to ever win a Bassmaster event.
And that is what lit up our friend that you mentioned, Dave Mercer. Oh, more than happy about that. Elated, absolutely. What's yet to come? Well, we got Lake St. Clair later next month. That's going to be a good one. Had a great one there. Great tournament there last year. Our AOY championship.
Which one are you looking forward to the most?
Well, my attention is on this one that just popped up today. It was just rolled out today. A makeup tournament, Lake Guntersville, is what is going to be the location for the September 30th through October 3rd to make up for the one in the Finger Lakes that we were not able to get done this year.
I throw it to you, friend.
Okay.
I look at Chickamauga.
Okay.
A little bit later into the fall, and the other thing about that is, just like Guntersville, that could turn into some giants up shallow.
So you saw in there Santee Cooper and Lake Fork as well, too, that we were very, very disappointed not to be able to get to, but I mean, everyone knows what the situation was.
Hey, you rather get to them
March
at
through
all
June.
than not at all.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
the fact
Yes,
delaying
sir.
into the fall,
We'll
this
take
will be
it.
the first time. 2005, I think, was the last time the top-level Bassmaster Series fished into the fall, and that was when we transitioned from a summer classic in August. We had to have a fall trail to make the spring classic in 06. So that's the last time we've seen fall tournaments for the most part. Yeah.
If you don't follow the Bassmasters, most of our tournaments predominantly are done in September. Season kind of wraps up near the end of September. But really fishing into those fall months on true powerhouse lakes. I mean, those are record-setting lakes, will really give a different look and a lot of excitement for folks that have followed the last 2 decades of the Bassmasters.
There'll be a little extra space out in the deer woods this fall.
I don't know if that's a really good thing.
I know, I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm trying to put a good face on a thing that's changed.
That one, actually, that was a buzzkill.
It's not true.
That's my job.
Hey, here's what I will tell you.
easy.
The guys I hunt with, very excited about our
Yeah, I can
schedule.
see. There you go. That's the good side of what's going down this fall with the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Great day. Great fish catches. And this one will be a horse race come Championship Sunday.
We'll see you right here on ESPN2 tomorrow, Friday, 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Another schedule coming up Saturday. Saturday we'll start on the app at 8 a.m. and then join it at 11:30 with ESPN again. So, very, very good stuff today. You could not ask for more. We're expecting more tomorrow right here on Bassmaster
Live.